Fellow Nigerians, greetings from China. I heard that bandits in the northwest are taking over towns, villages, and our newly acquired military hardware. Don't worry, I am in China to consult with the Chinese president on using NNPC's 3 trillion naira profit to buy more military shoulder-to-air, Sokoto to Nika, Juju to Voodoo equipment to deal with the bandits. But that is not why I'm talking to you this week. As the father of the nation, I want to have the final say on the raging issue of Igbo Amaka woman in Canada. I am happy that the Canadian authorities are dealing with her. I told the Canadian Prime Minister in clear terms that we don't tolerate such nonsense in Nigeria. For those of you showing an old video of my wife talking smack about Igbo people, can't someone play with you people again? Look here, I warn you now, keep my wife's name out of your fucking mouth. Keep my wife's name, my Oba's name, MC Olwomo's name out of your fucking mouth, Shogbo. If you don't know it now. In this part of the world, all animals are equal, but some are more equal than others. So my people, let us love one another. I know that in the past, I had reasons to say I did not believe in one Nigeria, but that was then. Today, Nigeria has given me a brand new 19-year-old presidential jet, a waterproof luxury yacht, an armored ultra-luxury Escalade, and excellent French healthcare. Life is good. Until next week, may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria, where might is right and woe to the weak.
For very, very many years. But I stand with you today. I would like to salute the people of Nigeria and the government of President Ahmed Bola Tinubu for creating the environment for us to thrive and also achieve this monumental task of giving energy to our people for growth, development, and prosperity. I think this has been really a very, very great, move. And I think I want to personally also thank Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for creating this idea of Naira for crude and also Naira for the product. Doing that, it will give a lot of stability for the Naira, where now you remove 40% of the demand of dollars in the market, and that will actually stabilize the market. But that's not it. As you know, there's quite a lot of what you call round tripping, where people now do documentation and the fuel does not come into Nigeria, and this is a fact. So right now, as we have this refinery working, it will show the true consumption of Nigeria. We can track every single loaded trucks, and we will try as much as possible to track the loaded ships. Trucks, we can tell you where they are. Just like now in some of the projects that we do, we can tell you exactly the consumption pattern and co. But that is a discussion for another day. Today's discussion is just to celebrate and to thank God Almighty for bringing us to this stage of now producing gasoline. And I know that a lot of people have not actually believed that we'll be able to deliver, but we've been able to deliver. I must really thank most especially Mr. DVG Edwin, who is the Vice President Oil and Gas, for having sleepless nights for no vacation. In the last 7 years, he's been to vacation only once. And, thank Vice President also, Mr. Kulle Alake, for making sure that everything was perfect. The finances are also in order to be able to meet up with this challenge. And, on the commercial side, Fatima, I must thank you also for doing a great job. Congratulations. But most especially what I keep saying is that we must thank the president and also the government for making this possible. Without their support, there's no way we'll be where we are. So we thank them, and I hope this refinery will actually change the entire dynamics, not only in Nigeria, but in sub-Saharan Africa. The capacity that we have will not only meet up with the Nigeria's demand, will meet up the demand of the sub-Saharan Africa at least. So we thank you very much for your support. We will now take you. You can see that this is the sample. This is the sample of the petrol. It might be a little bit, you see it like a different color, but that's the real this thing. So you are now going to have, good.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala witade rodani nul Allah e nulaado be mum neno laati ko teddudo neno heferbe koyi dube hoyni heferbe kambe sahababe e famdude jatede wobbe fu daabaji durat kono jobe fe heferbe jombe garat be baram bo wude jam nyalla wal hay alhamdulillah ani noy goruden hande imbaran heferbe galto leledde men do daanoden in noddataake biloni kokko takkal ko haala ko wala neno alhamdulillah inna de sakiram ne fuji Allah yaafo do fu himmire jihad sobo e habade hawri hefere fu hokka yonkim wallahi nyande nyalana ma wara e mayta nen alhamdulillah annabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam gorko goddo wari e makko wi min mi yehi ladde wi nokkure lobbede do ladde wodi koyde ngala to ndiyam no wodi ton cukku no wodi ton bibbe ledde gon ton nam yidi mi yatom jodom rewa Allah baɗo ma en tam yi yimbe fe sakko annal tawi sakko ko humbidum nulaado
ihe wuchu obi gị dịka for example ọlịla ọ bụghị iwu ọ naghị gasị gị by force but ọ bụ ihe wuru uchu obi mmadụ oshi ihe nchọ for example so ya gazie okay ya gakwa ya nwere ya but ya wugoro uchu obi mmadụ so ị chọrọ ịla from ebe a ka ọwụ ị ka chọrọ ịnọ ebe a ele ka aka gị mma ọlịla na ebe a ele ka aka gị mma.
I have to think about it.
Okay.
Because I have been here 64 years. Left Nigeria when I was young. And now preferably I would have loved to go back to my country.
Yeah.
But then How?
That's a question.
Then, preferably. Because of the weather, completely, that is what would have driven me away from Europe. I want where I came from, the sun. Yeah. I don't love winter, I don't like winter. So, and here, you are alone. Einsamkeit, loneliness.
Yeah.
So because of that, I would have preferably liked to go home, but how do I go?
Okay, that would be
tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀.
Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́. Ayé la bá, ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí. Lọ́nà èyí yóò.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon, yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change.
People who feels the pulse. Now everything is increasing like mad. Things places you could go with 100 naira before, you are not talking about quadruple, triple the price. I tell you, we are seeing what happening in France. It's not a threat to anybody, but it's when you hold the populace down for a while and for a long time, even goats can bite when they see no other ways that they can escape.
I have nothing new to say.
People are hungry.
Let them die. It's their fault. Yeah, I'm supporting Tinubu 100%.
You're supporting Tinubu?
100% to deal with Nigerians.
Jeez.
People like you. So that when next election comes, I will now see whether when people bring money, you will vote for them or you will do your conscience.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Hi, it is Saturday, September 7th, 2024. Welcome to another episode of Have Your Say 247. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. Thank you. It's been a while. The last time I hosted this show, Kenyans had not gone on the streets to protest against a financial bill that their government wanted to push through. Onyekonwenu was still alive and singing, "You and I can live as one." The last time I hosted this show, President Bola Tinubu was still traveling around the world in an old rickety plane. Now he has a brand new 19-year-old plane he used to go to China last week. As we speak, he just landed in the United Kingdom. The last time I hosted this show, nobody had conceived or executed the demonstration that will end all demonstrations in Nigeria. The End Bad Government demonstration. 4 months later, the British people now have a brand new prime minister. And we in Nigeria, we have a new chief justice. Students in Nigeria are now getting loans to go to school. We now have a ministry of livestock development. And the minimum wage has increased to 70,000 naira a month. Davido is now married to Chioma, and Portable acquired another baby mama. The Paris Olympic Games have come and gone. Finally, the last time I hosted this show, nobody had shot Donald Trump. He was just preparing to debate President Joe Biden. Today, Donald Trump is preparing to debate Vice President Kamala Harris. The world has changed so much in the last 4 months, and I have changed too. I want to thank you for keeping the faith. Yes, I do not take it for granted that every Saturday you tune in to be part of this show. It is a privilege that you let us into your homes, cars, kitchens, basements, bathrooms, churches, and wherever space you watch us in. We do not take it for granted. Thank you. I want to thank all the moderators who have stepped in to anchor this show while I was away. This station would have been closed without them. You're all the true heroes. Forefathers, Show, Pastor Andrew Electricity, KJ, Alaba, Okija, Adama, Tope, Ngozeka, Chim. You kept the lights on when it will have been dark in this studio. I appreciate you all. And to the panelists who come in week after week to keep the conversation going, I thank you. I won't attempt to mention your names. At last count, we have had over 50 people come in here to have their say. Some of you have started coming in the last 3 months, and I look forward to meeting you. You're all why we do not have a monologue every Saturday, but a conversation. I appreciate all of you. And to those in the comment section, I know, I appreciate you too. I had days when I watched from the comment section. I have a different appreciation for what you do and the unique contribution you make to the show. And to the people who support the show financially, you have always been the unsung heroes. You were much more in the last 4 months when I wasn't available. Your support was much more valuable, tenfold. I have immense appreciation for all of you. Some of you donate anonymously and do not want me to mention your names. Again, I'm grateful. Without your support, the lights will have been off. Staff who work behind the scenes wouldn't have been paid. Yes. I especially want to thank those who called to check on me. So many of you called again and again. I know that more would have called if only you had my number. I apologize to those I could not get back to. I want to thank all of you. I don't want to mention names, or else we won't go on with the show today. But I want to mention Dr. Alexander Gomez. He did not just call to check on me. He also played the role of a doctor that I consulted repeatedly. Finally, let me acknowledge that some of you sent text messages, calls, WhatsApp messages with some complaints. Today is not the day to discuss that. Next week, and in weeks to come, we will address them and roll out the changes we have been implementing. I know that at this point, you want me to zip it and tell you what happened to me. Though I'm a private person, I owe you an explanation of some sort. Now, the simplest way for me to say what happened to me is to tell you that I went to hell and came back.
Don't forget, that state is now oil producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him. One second.
Do not defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Do not. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him? Can I respond to him? They go to hell. They go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of him before. My God.
All right. So I went to hell and I came back. For those of you who do not know, hell is real. And it is not a pleasant place to go. The good news is that I'm back. I am not the same as I was the last time. I have changed. I have a new look at life. I have a new understanding of what matters. As days and weeks come, I will show you, not tell you what changed. However, what didn't change was that initial commitment to keep the conversation going, to share the knowledge, and sometimes ignorance. So welcome again, and let us get on with the show. Thank you for watching, and we are back. And when I say we are back, we are back. Not that we went anywhere. Thank you so much.
Have the final say on the raging issue of Igbo Amaka woman in Canada. I am happy that the Canadian authorities are dealing with her. I told the Canadian Prime Minister in clear terms that we don't tolerate such nonsense in Nigeria. For those of you showing an old video of my wife talking smack about Igbo people, can't someone play with you people again? Look here, I warn you now, keep my wife's name out of your fucking mouth. Keep my wife's name, my Oba's name, MC Olwomo's name out of your fucking mouth, Shogbo. If you don't know it now. In this part of the world, all animals are equal, but some are more equal than others.
All right. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us today. I'm very glad to be here, and I appreciate you. So the topics that we have today is, we have a lot of topics. One of them is, can Dangote Refinery rescue Nigeria? We're also going to talk about China. African leaders went to China for a conference, and the government of China threw in $280 billion. We want to question if our leaders are going deeper into this relationship with China, if their eyes are open, whether they are aware of the first scramble for Africa and they are ready for the second one or the third one. And we're also going to touch on the issue happening up north in Sokoto, where you have Bello, the terrorist or the bandit, causing trouble there, and appears to be a split in the group we usually refer to as Hausa Fulani. So that's an angle to that. Of course, the election coming up on September 21st in Edo State for governorship. We want to touch on what's happening where we are with that election. I want to hear your view on how it's going. Lead story today is actually about Dangote Refinery and the fact that finally we have the refinery producing petrol and whether that will save Nigeria. So we're going to talk about that. If we have time, we touch on sports and Victor moving to the Turkish side. Don't ask me what they play. And of course, Mike Ejeagha, the musician, who recently there was kind of a revival where he's been given his flowers, so to say. People are respecting what he contributed. So we want to know other people who probably are old now, and most of us have forgotten about them, whether they deserve to be appreciated while they are still alive, and so many other things in the news. So let's welcome people who are here to join us in that conversation. So I want to welcome Mama Echo. Welcome to the show. Show, welcome to the show. Ike, welcome to the show. Obierica, welcome to the show. I like the name Obierica. And there are people in the studio, but they have their cameras off. So if you are interested in joining us, please turn on your camera. I can see Righteous Man. I think you are driving. We will let you in when you stop driving. So, Mr. Show, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, and welcome back from hell. Hope you saw some of our people. I've seen people in the comment section asking about her back. They'll be surprised. Maybe at the right hand of the Father, but good to have you back. Glad your health is a lot better. Yeah, hopefully we'll have a good show today.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you again for your contribution in keeping us going. Mama Hecho, nice to see you.
Good to see you too. I was only a week old before you come back. Me too, I went away.
Welcome back.
Physical breakdown and psychological breakdown. So we go ahead. But my own at this word.
I hope it had nothing to do with Nigeria. Your breakdown. It had nothing to do with
everything about my children and the happening. Even though I was away, I was always at the background of all my wonderful platforms that I attend. All I hear is the hopelessness and everybody throwing their hand in the air that there's nothing that can be done. And you see all the pains and this thing. It kind of knocked me off. If I want to talk about major depression, yes. Did I go to the hospital to tell them no? Because I know that their medication just to knock me off. Because it will not resolve the root cause of my psychological issue. And the root cause is a problem. And what my children has become just to survive. And the poverty that is, the hunger. A situation where my younger sister has never asked me a dime since I came back. But I woke up one Saturday morning. The text message I got was coded. Reading it, I knew that they have not eaten, probably for days. And on Sunday morning, they will go to church. And they are not even sure of what they will eat. That breaks me down. Then I begin to imagine other people that does not even have somebody over here. And you listen in the comment section, some of us who are here, who are privileged, are not taking it serious. And we fight in the panelists. We fight ourselves. It breaks my heart.
All right. Thank you, Mama Icho. Let's move on to KJ. KJ, welcome.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages. It's good to see you. You can see I had to pick up the camera, go get my best coffee, tea, and put it together to drink to you. This is to you. It's only great men that go to hell and come back. You know, the people who are there and they don't come back. And they become, servant to the state of hell. Thank God they are back. And I'm definitely sure that the people are our guests, our panelists, our people in the comment section, viewers, far and wide, they'll be waiting for you and they're going to see you in your true colors. Welcome back. You can see the boxes are all filled up. And it's been a while with everybody being populated this much. So good to have you back.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, KJ. Ike, how are you?
Good afternoon, everybody. Happy to see your face again. When you were when you were starting the show, you said you were a private person, and some of us don't know really what happened or what had been happening to your life. But at the end of the day, this evening, I'm happy to see your face. And from the first comment of show, I believe probably you were having some medical issues. I don't know what is the problem, but happy to say that you're back and you're healthy. It's just happy to see your face again. I'm believing that whatever that has transpired for the past 4 months, that you have overcame. And I pray for, for strength, and I pray for spiritually or physically or mentally recovery for you, so that you can continue to do what you love to do. God bless you, and I'm happy to be here today.
All right. Thank you so much. Jagan, welcome. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you very much, Rudolph. Welcome back indeed. It's very good to see you back. I won't. I'm happy that I've spoken to you a few times over the period that you've been away. I would want to be very controversial, but this is your first day, and I won't do that. Because there have been very many controversies since you've been away, and one person in particular has been most, for my reasoning, obtuse, bullying, and abrasive in his actions and his misactions, and full of himself. But I won't mention his name at this point, not to be controversial. But I do welcome you back, and I hope we have a happy show today. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. Christian, welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. I assume that you went to purgatory, not hell, because hell is Nigeria. If you are going to Nigeria, probably you won't return. So the reason why you are back is because you are in purgatory, and America America is there to lift you up. Anyway, you're welcome back. Whatever it is, thank goodness that you're back. And I don't know, am I supposed to talk about that's about Dangote, because that is basically what?
Yeah, we get to that. Let me just go through and say hello to everyone.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, flagship, Yanis. Unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Rudolph. It's good to see you. I hope you had a good time while you were away. We missed you on the show. It's good to see you again, and we're looking forward to more shows moving forward. Welcome back.
Thank you. Obierica, are you? Can do you want to participate? I can see you. All right. I don't think he wants to participate. All right. So let's go to the first topic, and that is Dangote Refinery. Most of you have read the stories out there. Finally, we have PSM, and we have the hope that Nigeria will finally stop importing petrol from other parts of the world. But that's not the end of the issue. With Nigeria, the politics continues. There are issues about who will be selling it, who will determine the cost. So it's not like everything about Nigeria. It's not an easy. It's not just an issue of economics. It's an issue of production cost and what it means for the country. So I want us to discuss it along those angles. But all the politics that was involved, I mean, you people followed it. I saw some programs about the quality of the diesel being produced, the quality of the petrol, and even for Dangote saying that it's the federal government that will, executive council that will determine the price of the product. It was a surprise to me. I thought we are in a market economy. But all those things, I know you guys are more informed than I am at this point about the issue. So we're going to discuss that. But I think before we go in, let me just go to one man and give him the chance to have a opening statement or anything he wanted to say.
All right. I only really came in for that opening segment, really just to acknowledge your return. So good to see you back. I don't know if you were skiving or anything trying to complete your book, but good to see you back. So good to see you back. The place was held steady, especially by KJ whilst you were away. So he did an excellent job. A bit of a torment listening to the rest of them, but KJ said, if you have to go away again, just leave KJ in charge. If he can't be in charge, then shut it down. So well done. Well done to KJ. I think I texted you about it actually just to say how excellent he does. Although he does via into tribe often, but then, you know, he is an Igbo man, so I think that's baked into the DNA. But really just came on to acknowledge your return. So good to see you back. Let me leave so you can carry on.
Thank you so much, one man. One man is just one man. And a reminder that the more things change, as the French will say. I miss all of you, and I'm happy to be back, even though I will have to say that unlike before, I won't be able to do the extended 4-hour, 6-hour show I typically do. I'm still restricted. So I'll put in 2 hours. The doctor said 1 hour, but I'll put in 2 hours, and we hand it over to KJ. All right, Mr. Show, Dangote Refinery. Are we in? Is this the beginning of the turnaround, the economic turnaround?
Well, I can't speak on economic turnaround. I can speak on availability. Well, I have hope for availability because right now in Nigeria, petrol is expensive, diesel, all of it is expensive, out of reach for most Nigerians. Despite that, they can't access it easily, so it's still scarce. I was speaking to my mom, and she said they were paying 1,100, 1,200 per litre in Ibadan, and they still keep queuing to get it. So with Dangote Refinery, I'm hoping that it would lead to availability, that you get to the filling station and you pay whatever the price is, 850, 900, 1,000, and you don't have to queue. It's so ridiculous that they told whoever my mom sent to get petrol for the generator that they wouldn't sell into jerry cans because they said, people end up selling it secondhand at exorbitant prices. So that's telling you some people pay more than the 1,200. And the chap she sent asked them, so how do we buy petrol for diesel for the generator? And they said, oh, you have to decouple the generator and bring the tank of the generator. I'm not giving you lies on my life. That's what they told them, to deter people who would buy it and go and resell. So if people paid attention, Ajurin Gelali said over a year ago that Dangote Refinery does not equal to cheap petrol. He said it. Official capacity. He was speaking on behalf of the government. So Ajurin Gelali said this over a year ago. I think he said it during the Buhari time when they inaugurated when they flagged off Dangote Refinery, even when it was far from ready. He did say that it's not going to translate to cheap petroleum products. So I don't know what people are expecting. I was always expecting availability. And only maybe Friday, Dangote Refinery, they had to refute what the NNPC said, because NNPC was saying that they've started lifting refined products. And Dangote, they released official statements saying that's not true. So there's a lot of games being played at the expense of Nigerians. We don't know who to trust. 1 minute NNPC will say one thing, Mele Kyari will say something, the next minute the presidency will say one thing. And finally, the junior minister, whatever they're called, Minister for State or whatever they're called, the little ones, came out and said what he said. Some people have blamed him. Some people have blamed Mele Kyari. I only wish we had a minister for petroleum. If only we had one that would address these issues, it would be nice. Do we have one, Rudolph, or has one not been appointed?
No, we do. The president is also the minister. I forgot.
No way. We do have a minister for petroleum.
He didn't start it. Buhari was.
I'm not saying he started it, but we have one today. Wow. It would be nice for the minister for petroleum to actually speak to Nigerians on what is actually going on. The suffering is much, but I am not one to say I told you so. But on this one, I told you so. Not you, Rudolph. I want Nigerians. I said it. It was going to happen. The shege is going to be plenty. And I said it a few episodes ago. If they sell petrol for 10,000 naira per liter, some of us will buy it. I hate to brag, but I will buy it because I can afford it. Those who are standing on the mandate, let them buy it and let's see, who will keep buying. But yeah, good luck to Nigerians.
All right, thank you. KJ, hold on, okay? Let me go to Righteous Man. I don't know if it's Righteous Man. Are you driving again? I thought he stopped to comment, so let me take him out. KJ, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph. And sure, I've said it all. You see, Nigeria is the more you look, the less you understand. This is like it's like a mirage. If you are driving on the highway and you're on this long stretch, sometimes if you look ahead of you, you see something like there's a feedback coming out from one of the mics. You see something like a pool of water right ahead of you, but by the time you continue to sail along the road, you find out that there's no water really. So that's what we are seeing in Nigeria. The hope that you see, when you get to that point, the hope becomes no hope at all. And I am also happy that Ajirin Gilali has, this 1 year and some months, which he has told this lie, has given him some reason for his personal health to resign from the position. So you can see that it's even taking a toll on him as an individual. And so Dangote, see, there's many moving parts. Now you said the petrol have been deregulated, and I remember on this show I said, if it had been deregulated, why align the market woman who has money to import and sell? And somebody was telling me that I've been too primary. Now we have come back to that same point I was trying to make. Government still sets it up. Government even saying that right now, they're even saying that Dangote can only sell to NNPC. I mean, why? It can only sell to NNPC. Then NNPC will in turn sell to Nigerians. Come on, guys. When shall the people wake up? When shall they wake up and take their destiny in their own hands? This is some of the biggest petrol refinery in the world, and yet the Nigerian people will still suffer from this petrol that is right in their backyard, and yet they want to still buy and sell this thing at the international price, the dollar price. Let's wake up. I don't know how else to speak about it, but that's my. I don't know what to say. I just simply say, look, we're not surprised. I don't think anybody's surprised in Nigeria. Thank you, Rudolph.
All right, thank you. Let me go to Mama Ejeagha.
Dangote Refinery. First, it has only proven that our refineries that has not been repaired or allowed to work for 28 years is deliberate. Because if one man could be able to build a refinery, then the government has deliberately refused to fix our refinery so that they can continue to steal from us in the name of subsidy. Now, we're not able to refine petrol in our country. And petrol is just like any other commodity. Why is the NNPC head bent that it has to come to them first before they sell to Nigerians? If Nigeria allowed this to stand, hey, what will come out of it is not a child's play. Just like we've always not fight back on anything they throw at us, we will try to accommodate it. If we let this be so, that NNPC will be the sole number one to take from Dangote and sell to us. And we did not stand against it. It is just a child play. Because the truth is this, that money that NNPC has been eating and stealing through importation, exportation of our crude oil, and importing it back to us. Now Dangote Refinery would have closed that gap. They won't let go. So they have to hold him at the neck. Probably giving him the condition that if you want us to continue to supply you crude, you must allow us to be the sole distributor of the finished product. Nigeria, Emilokon has come to bring his promises to us to come to pass. He says he will reduce our purchasing power. It has happened. He says he will continue from where Buhari stopped. He's giving up Buhari promise. So if we don't fight and stop this nonsense, we will continue to suffer. Because as long as the petrol price is increasing, every other thing will increase. And now they are lying to our face because every solution of Nigeria is rice. And now they are saying they want to reduce price of rice to 40,000. My question is this. Is it made in Nigeria rice or imported rice? Food for thought for us.
All right. Thank you, Mama Echo. Ike.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. I think my brother should have said it all. I just want to dash the hope of Nigerians who are expecting to buy fuel cheap in Nigeria. Today is 6th of September. Go and mark it in your diary. We are going to buy fuel of 3,000 naira in Nigeria per liter. You know, it's not going to shock anybody, like Sho said, that if they say it's 10,000 naira, people will buy. Like as you said, those who can afford to buy will buy. So at the end of the day, the government of Nigeria, if there is a government also in Nigeria, has never been honest to the citizens. So it has always been a lie from the beginning, and it's continued to be a lie, right? Mr. Peter Obi said, and I quote him, that all this is a criminal enterprise, right? And so it's just what it is, right? We have a private refinery now. They have to sell to NNPC. NNPC will not determine the price, and they will set the price based on forex, based on dollar, based on that. Listen, this is just the beginning. right? It's just the beginning. We hope, as I'm hoping, I just hope that our brothers and sisters in Nigeria will be able to understand that whatever that we're going through now, even though it is not the decision of everybody, but even the 37% that said that they voted for the man that is there right now, all of us are paying the price. Emiloko, those who said, it's my turn, it's my brother. I mean, if you go to the filling station, they don't tell you, okay, because you're Emiloko, you are going to buy it at 550 naira. You still pay the same amount that I'm going to pay. You still pay the same amount Brother Show is going to pay. At the end of the day, I might have money to pay, but you who said the Miloko, you might not have money to pay. So I don't know who is putting who. So at the end of the day, I think that Nigeria will be what it is today. I think Dangote is going to. They're going to squeeze him. This is just the beginning. They're going to frustrate him. He's going to abandon that refinery for them, because it is just a game. It is a mafia over mafia. So nothing much to say about it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I was going to go to Jackson, but I think he stepped out. So let's.
No, I haven't stepped out. I'm right here. Thank you very much.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, a lot has been said. For me, the oil and gas industry in Nigeria and the subsequent refinery, the largest refinery in the world, 8-track refinery in the world, is and hasn't been functioning since supposedly it was able to be in operation. And the fact that NNPC and the president himself have consciously worked against the establishment of something anew in Nigeria as far as oil and gas is concerned, and petrol is concerned, and electricity is concerned, the power generation of the country is concerned. I mean, I can take it from a personal view, as everybody else has, which is fair enough, and we understand. But on a national level and on a continental level, the failure of what should have been a promise of some sort to our nation has been given so many hoops and hurdles to scale. And looking at it from abroad and looking at it as a Nigerian, the level of disgrace, open disgrace, that it has shown that the Nigerian polity as a whole is not one. It is split, it has divisions, and basically it works against the people. Nigeria is an open sore. It is obviously at war with itself. And when we speak about our #1 national export and it not being something that is subject to our development in that country, I think is a crying shame. If the Dangote Refinery and NNPC and the power generation of the country is not working as one, then we know that we are in serious crisis in that country on a national and international basis. Really and truly, the Dangote Oil Refinery should have been a new page for Nigeria. Should be a new page for Nigeria. But going forward, internationally as well, we know that we have enemies. We know that there are many European, especially oil refineries, who basically do not want the Dangote oil refinery to work. So it is almost obvious to us that the Nigerian government is playing in hand to enemies of the state. The Nigerian government, I will put to you, is the major, how can I put it? The major, they speak a lot about people who, what is it called, are against the country. And I believe that Nigeria and the government of Nigeria is the #1 enemy of Nigeria and Nigerians. And they have been solely responsible of delaying the functioning of the largest oil refinery in the world. And they have been in the way of our country rising. The level of jackpot that is going on in the country, I would say, is largely down to the oil and gas industry, that it is not performing in the way it should. So we find so many more people who are leaving the country. You know, I have to take it from that aspect of the international climate that we're in and the national deficit that we face. Very recently, there has been a large conference between China and Africa. The Chinese have put 210 billion forward for Africa recently, which basically, with 51 countries, that would be about 4.5 to 5 billion pounds each country, which should begin a development that we can all see. But over the next 6 months, we're going to see that money spent, I suppose, without recognizing on the ground what it means to the ordinary individual. So again, I will put it to you that the Dangote oil refinery is still going to go through many stumbling blocks before I believe Nigerians have to wake up themselves and change the quality of the nation. I thank you.
All right, thank you, Jagan. We're going to talk about China next after this Dangote. Christian, I want you to, this is the headlines I'm looking at. One says NNPC is trying to resolve the shortfalls. And Dangote Refinery said this 2 days ago that NNPC is yet to lift our petrol. So what is happening? Why is it that we have shortfalls in supply, and then Dangote is waiting for NNPC to come and lift, and they are yet to go there, and they know that they are already producing? Go ahead, Christian.
Yeah, thank you. The way I want to approach this is based on principles. It seems to me what is going on in Nigeria is a kind of an imposition of culture, a Amajiri culture on the whole country. Based on that principle, now it is very clear when you look at the practicalities of what is happening in Nigeria, whether it is on cement, whether it is on food, whether it is on this oil industry. You know, the Amajiri culture is that somebody is on top and will be giving the rest food. Okay? So when you now look at it from that perspective, you will now see that why it is impossible for anybody to wake up one day, register, and start building refinery. You can see why it is impossible for people to, market the oil, go and import oil and market. So it is that principle that says that when some people will give, we have it, and they give in to the rest. Now, that is why it is becoming, I don't know where in the world that a private company will produce a product and then wait for government to come and say, oh, this is the price you are going to sell, or you are going to buy from us, you sell to us, and then we will sell to the people. I thought they said it is private company. You know, it seems to me that there is some kind of set principle that they want to make sure that Nigeria is not a place where you will have capitalism as it is practiced in other countries. So they want a kind of capitalism where, or a controlled capitalism, where the people that are in charge of government or whoever that are in charge of Nigeria will now be controlling whatever it is that goes to the people. And as long as that is the mentality, then you will find that nothing will work. Because one, there will be bureaucracy, two, there will be interest, three, there will be corruption. So people can see all these things, corruption, interest, and other things, but they are not looking at the basic principles which they want to achieve. That is a marginalization of Nigerians. And that's where I look at it, how I look at it. I may be wrong, but that's where I see it.
Thank you, Christian. Flagship, let me give you this premise and you can go from there. So Dangote, they have over there, they have advantages. One is that they bought the oil from Nigeria, so crude oil from Nigeria. So the distance is not much in terms of transportation. They paid in Naira again. So they don't have to deal with import duties and all the other things. So the assumption for most Nigerians are assuming that it means that it's going to be cheaper for them at the end. But the company will decide what is their production cost, and they may factor in the cost of building the company. And so at the end, does it make sense for the government? Do you see any reason why the government should say, or why Dangote should be the one saying to us that the government will decide the price of petrol?
Well, thank you, Rudolph. I think it makes more sense and paints a clearer picture now to see that what we've been talking about from the get-go, when this refinery idea by Dangote, who's a private businessman, was building a private refinery which does not belong to Nigeria, but located in Nigeria, the true picture that he paints, there is a huge collaboration between Dangote as a group or as a refinery with the federal government of Nigeria from the get-go. And whatever was brokered between both of them may have suffered a little bit of glitch in between at its point where it felt like it's going to launch and start to produce and distribute petroleum products to its consumers. As a private business owner, for the services that I render, there is no way I will depend or wait for my county or my city or the state to tell me how much I will charge my customers. Although there are regulations that will look at what the actual cost of the service that I'm providing is versus what the consumers should pay on a very convenient and trusted base. So I cannot come and say that, yeah, I built this refinery and I spent $20 billion plus on it. So I'm going to let the government make the determination on how I'm going to get my money back plus profit. The refinery was not designed for the Nigerian people. It's designed for Dangote as a businessman and to make profits on his own. The question he asks is clear. He has a cement factory. Does the government determine the price at which his cement is being sold to the people? Did he wait for the government to tell him how much he's going to sell it to the Nigerian people and how much it's going to cost him, or he's going to sell it to other countries that use his products? No, he did not. So telling us that he's waiting on the NNPC to decide what the cost of his product would be to the Nigerian consumers is hogwash, in my opinion. It tells me that the deal that they struck from the beginning, one of them is trying to outsmart the other, and that's why he cried out foul and spilled some beans and ran to the Nigerian people and was almost in tears. The Nigerian people ran behind him, thinking that what he's doing or what he was doing was in their favor. But all of this has been predetermined. And there was no way the Nigerian people's voice was needed or necessary in the conversation. Again, if you look at the timeline, NNPC increased the price of their petrol product that they sell out to the people at the same time that Dangote was showcasing the quality of the product that the Nigerian people should expect. And then when he came out to say they are ready to go, then we heard that, oh, well, the NNPC or the FEC, Federal Executive Council or Commission, would determine how much his petroleum price would be. And mind you, the Minister of Petroleum, so to say, is out of the country, is not here when all this conversation is going on. Shouldn't these, if in the ideal case, shouldn't these have been discussed, determined, and made known that this is what it's going to look like, if at all NNPC is going to be in the picture? But he's pushed it all to them, and that's because they settled. Don't spill more beans, Dangote. Here's what we're going to do. We'll sell it to you in Naira and give you whatever you need to start producing, but we determine the price. And we're going to factor in whatever the cost is that it costs you to produce this, plus whatever you want to gain out of it. But we're going to put it at the same level that we're going to sell to the people. So it actually makes no sense to think that this refinery was here to help the Nigerian people. If it was, Dangote would have spoken out. When he was running into problems, he cried to the Nigerian people and was almost on tears on camera. But when they settled, he dumped the Nigerian people and said, my hands are off this. The government is going to decide how much this is going to sell. NNPC, I thought it's a private entity as it is right now. When it was privatized, did the government give NNPC this sole right to determine how PMS is going to be produced and distributed around the country? If NNPC is a private entity, who owns it? And who are these guys that are determining the price? Is it the government or is it the private owners of NNPC? We want to know where we stand with reference to all of these things. So it makes no sense that a private business will produce a product and then say they wait for the government to determine how much they should sell it. That only tells me that between when he started his company and now, it is either the government has sold shares in it and they must recoup their money back plus more. And the only way to do that is to be in the picture or the table of those who will determine how the Nigerian people will buy it or what the Nigerian people will buy it for. The Nigerian people are not in the picture. So Dangote is not there to help Nigeria. The refinery doesn't belong to Nigeria. And I think we need to stop using the language we are or we can now refine product or Nigeria is not able to refine product. No, it doesn't belong to Nigeria. It just happened to be located in Nigeria. So whatever cost that's in the mix of all of this is going to be put in there. And mind you, this is just the beginning. Dangote is going to up the price. It's going to go way beyond 1,200, maybe 1,500 Naira per liter. This is just the beginning for Dangote. So it actually makes no sense. It's just a collaboration. It's painting the true picture to us that this thing, Nigeria is just a trading or a business ground for these guys. And the people in Nigeria, the citizens, are not actually citizens. They are just a group of people who happen to find themselves in a geographical location where these guys are doing business. So our voices or our opinion don't count at all.
Thank you, Flagship. Let me go to Ogo. Ogo, that's a new name for Kenneth.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Damages. Good to see you. I don't know how to describe the kind of joy that I'm having this morning seeing you on this platform.
Thank you.
Today. I had a dream last night. For some of us that believe in dream, I saw Dr. Damages in my dream. And no, I'm not making, this is a reality. I even told my wife immediately I woke up, I said, see, I saw Dr. Damages in my dream. And I was asking him, hey, when are you coming back? He said, oh, very soon. I will surprise you guys. I'm coming back soon. Few hours after I woke up, I got the notification that he was going to join. You see, I keep telling people that some of us that are the real prophets or the real people that receive direct message from God, we don't have mega churches where you see us on big televisions, but we know where we belong to. So I'm happy to see you.
Thank you.
And, you are not going back to hell again.
Thank you.
I was playing one Oliver the Cook Onyelua Olie, you know. So you shall reap the fruit of your labor.
Thank you.
We're talking about Dangote. Some of us are confused, asking questions. Why is the price going up? Why is Dangote waiting for the federal government to fix the price for his product and all that? See, the simple answer is the uncommon activities that you can only find in Nigeria. Repeating itself, we have uncommon Senate president, and we have uncommon practices that you rarely see in the real life happening in Nigeria. Christian was making his speech, very nice one. He said that it's about principle, and I define that principle to be a principle of bilateral monopoly. That is what is going on in Nigeria, where you have one buyer and one supplier. And in that kind of agreement, the party with more leverage determines the price of the product more significantly. So it could be that the federal government has more leverage, has more bargaining power, and that is why Dangote is waiting for federal government to agree with its terms and condition before they now fix the price for us. But see, the result is coming out. Dangote Refinery isn't going to fix the problem. Matter of fact, Dangote's refinery and this bilateral monopoly kind of deal that they are practicing now is even going to worsen the situation. I agree with Mr. Ike. We're going to buy fuel. I might not agree with the 3,000, but I think it will get up to 2,000 by December. Put it down today. So in that kind of agreement, where you have only two parties determine the price of product in the market, there could be a delay. That will be delay, definitely, not even could. There will be delay where they will be trying to make some deals and behind the closed door, and thereby putting the entire population, the entire Nigerians, on the line, queuing for the gas. Oshosho, you asked a question. You were in your statement. You were saying that even at that people are still queuing up, or those that come with jerry can, like I don't know what they call it in UK, like gallon, kind of, that the fuel station will refuse to attend to them. This is a simple answer: criminality. Because the fuel, if it is 5 gallon, it will be written 5 gallon or 20 liters on it. And if you are paying for 20 liters, your expectation is that the fuel, the product, will fill the container, right? But this is not what you have in reality, because when you have your car tank for them to put their nozzle and fill it up, you end up paying for 20 liters, when in actual sense, what you are giving is 15 liters or 10 liters. But when you come with something that will scale the product that you paid for, they will refuse to give you. So the criminality is everywhere. We have the federal government stealing from the people. We have Dangote colluding with the federal government to deal with the people. We have the people, actually, should I call them end users or end sellers, the fuel station attendants or the fuel station owners, ripping people off. So these things are just, I don't know how to define the kind of evil that we find ourselves in Nigeria. Federal government itself made a claim that Dangote's product is a fake or substandard product or has low quality. And we're beginning to see the results. Just a few days ago, we were seeing videos of people getting their vehicles in the mechanics where the gas tank will be taken off and all the fuel will be, how they call it, pulled out from the fuel tank because of the substandard fuel that they paid for, and it's assumed, or they claim to be Dangote's fuel. No, so I don't know where all these things are leading us to. So
my middle name is Ogo, so it's difficult to call you Ogo now. but you're saying that we are seeing the report that we're yet to the NNPC, they're yet to lift any petrol from Dangote. So why are you saying that it's Dangote's petrol that caused tank problem with the?
Well, like I stated, there was a video they were making a comparison between two products. One has a pinkish color, kind of, and the other one is just colorless. The one that is colorless, they claim to be from Dangote Refinery. I don't know where they got that from. While the other one from NNPC, imported one, right? So, and they were now saying that this one coming out from this vehicle that is colorless is assumed to be that of Dangote. I'm not the one making the claim. That is what I saw in the video. I could have, sent the video to you, but some of those videos are not verified, so you don't.
Exactly. Thank you, Man of Prestige. Welcome. I want you to look at this from this angle, please, if you can. I was surprised that the Naira started losing value more. I think it's about 1,600 and something after Dangote announced that he is now producing petrol. And one of the things that Dangote said was that there will be less pressure now on the Naira because we won't be buying dollars to import this product. What is going on? What do you think is happening? Why is it that Naira is losing value at this point when there should be excess if we are not importing anymore or we're not going to import anymore? Man of Prestige.
Okay. Thank you very much. Dr. Damage, it's nice to have you. Welcome back. We miss you. If anybody didn't miss you, I definitely miss you. So it's nice to see you present.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, you need to take good care of yourself, writing the book or whatever happens, but it's nice to have you on this platform. It's a welcome development.
Thank you.
So I'm going to start from the beginning, and I will put this in context in the way that I comprehend it. My understanding was Dangote is supposed to be producing about 650 barrels per day. I mean, that's the targeted, and the kind of PMS, which is petrol or the PMS, supposed to be one of the finest in the world. That's the narrative we are giving. So I don't have the data to definitely determine if it's one of the finest petrol in the world. But it's not just Nigeria that said it. Even the foreign, investors have said it's supposed to be one of the finest. But having said that, when it started operating earlier last month, so they started producing about 25 barrels per day. I think by October, they're going to go up to 30 barrels per day. So it's a very slow process. But what actually developed where we have fuel shortages right now, because I was watching Nigerian yesterday and so on. I mean, it was a lot of queue, like about a mile, 2 miles, lack of fuel. So what actually happened is when the NNPC decided, to raise the price of oil, I think they raised it to 855. Then the pump station, the black market, the gas station went up to 8,000. That's where we are right now. But for our hearing, it's going to go higher than that, up to 150, about 1,500. That's the expectation. It might go up to that round. But the latest development about, I just read from around, Lagos this morning is that initially, my understanding was NMDC is supposed to be the sole provider of oil to Nigeria from Dangote. Dangote is going to sell straight to them, and they're going to provide oil to Nigeria, to the pump station and everything. But this morning, there's a developing story. NMPC said no, they are not going to be the only sole provider. It just developed this morning. The story you're talking about is the right story, but this is a news coming this morning. NMPC said they are not going to be the sole provider. They say they could. They use the word could. So there's a caveat here. They said they will allow Dangote to sell to the marketeer, then the marketeer will sell to the gas pump. That's what they said. So I don't know how realistic, but they say definitely they say they could. So in a nutshell, they're still controlling, they may still control the marketplace. What they say they're going to do right now, they're going to allow it to be a free market. But if the price went up, then NNPC will step in order to control the price hike. So I don't know how that's going to happen. If they're giving Dangote, the power to sell part of it to the marketplace, then before they sell it to the gas station or something like that. So it's going to be see how that's going to function.
Thank you, Man of Prestige. Olumide, welcome.
Good day, Rudolph.
Yeah. Nice
Good to see you again. Good to see you again.
Yeah, thank you.
So my own take about the Dangote thing is it's pretty simple, pretty basic. You know, when somebody sets up a private firm or a company, we know that the purpose of setting up a company or a private firm is to go into business and make profit for yourself. So that's not in doubt. But what we want to prevent, even in our own part of the world, businesses, I mean, we know they are in the business to make profit, but you also want to make sure that in the process of making profit, you're providing very good service, quality service to the people that is very competitive, and you're not, there's what we call price gouging. You're not making excessive profit. So the price has to be reasonable and be competitive. The moment it starts to be excessive, that is what you call price gouging. So be that as it may, I mean, Dangote coming is not, it's a good edifice, is set up, the biggest refinery, and we all know that the exchange rate, even though it may make the exchange rate come down, it's not going to be automatic. It's always going to take time, because it's also going to be based on the fact that is Dangote Refinery alone able to meet the local consumption? If it's able to meet the total local consumption of the PMS in the country, day to day, month to month, year to year, then the foreign exchange spent in buying fuel outside can be used for something else, much more to the benefits of the people. But so is Dangote able to fulfill the demands of the local demands? That's one question that needs to be answered. Then two, I mean, from the beginning, it has never made sense that even the government will go ahead. The government is also a partnership. They have a partnership in the Dangote Refinery. And yet there are 4 other local refineries that are not working, and they've spent $25 billion in the time of Buhari alone, to Tinubu's time, to fix that refinery, and yet Dangote Refinery costs 20 or almost $20 billion. So who is fooling who? So that's fine. You don't see everything happening. I'm not going to analyze the Dangote scheme, the thing. What is happening is nothing but cronyism. You understand? This is the kind of politics that Tinubu has played in Lagos, where everything they brought to Lagos, whatever name they call it, Lamata, transport, or anything, it has always been cronyism. Within them, it stays within. They use the government money to mix it up with private business to fund their own private endeavor in the venture. And then, I mean, it's just messy. And this is what they're trying to bring to the national level. It's not cronyism, and it baffles me. The reason why I say it boils down to our politics is the fact that we don't understand the definition of politics. Politics is the way a country governs itself. We have chosen democracy as our way of politics. Does politics then mean that you have to steal from the people? That's not politics. Does politics then mean that you have to mismanage the people's resources for your own personal benefit? That's not politics. You understand? Otherwise, you would allow a free and fair election. The only time we really played politics the way it should be played was during the regional system, where we saw the likes of Awolowo and Premier of the Eastern region, is it Alvan Ikoku then? The Northern region, when they were using the people's resources to the benefit. Sorry?
Akanibiam.
Akanibiam. When they were using the people's resources to benefit the people. They were using the people's resources to create free education, to create infrastructure, to build roads, to the benefit of the people. But these ones are using, in the name, they are using politics to cloud their criminal endeavor. You understand? How can APC that gave Dangote right to build a refinery now be the same APC, another person in government? What exactly is their policy? Now standing against the guy, now standing and preventing the refinery from performing its function or delivering services. If the refinery has been involved in criminal activity, if they feel that criminal money or money has been criminally funded into the refinery, prosecute those involved, and you can still save the refinery. Look at example. I will give an example. Look at Chelsea Football Club. Abramovich invested money in Chelsea Football Club. When Russia started the war, and Britain didn't want any of the Russian billionaires affiliated with the Putin administration investing in their economy anymore, what they did was they didn't bring Chelsea Football Club down. What they did was they gave him time. Sell your stake. We don't want your money anymore. We don't want your investment in our country anymore. Sell your stake in Chelsea and move out. You understand? Something like that. So what I'm trying to say is that the moment when you are making a decision, and that decision is not to the benefit of the people, it's not going to bring any tangible benefit to the people in terms of being able to buy their PMS at competitive prices, or that the essential benefit is for private individuals to come in, or government lackeys or cronies to come in and make money at the expense of the people. And I hear people still saying that the PMS is still going to go to 2,000. It's still going to go to 5,000. I mean, what exactly is the common sense behind all this? Just for a few people to make money off the people? That's not governance. That's not politics. And everything boils down to making sure that this electioneering process is the free and fair election, so that the person who is serious in wanting to making sure that the people's resources are used to their benefit comes in and does that. This is just crazy. This is just a gang of criminal people trying to, corner the people's resources to their benefit, whether they are from the southwest or southeast or north or whatever. A few people just benefiting from all this nonsense. To me, it just doesn't make sense to me where you spend $25 billion on 4 refineries till date. It hasn't worked. Over 6 years, the same APC government, regardless of who is there, and then one man builds almost $20 on a refinery, and then trying to get it to work, and you are putting all kinds of stumbling blocks against him to make it work. What exactly is the people benefiting from the government? I don't understand. Is it free health? Is it electricity? Is it? I don't get it.
All right, thank you, Olumide. Thank you so much. Before we move on to the next topic, I just want to make, I think maybe we can make this a culture here. After one topic, if there are corrections, fact-checking people, we give people a chance to correct that, because some people said things. Someone said something about the spokesperson for the president, Tinubu's press secretary, that he resigned because of health issues. He said in the statement that it was someone in the family. It wasn't him that was sick, but someone in his family was sick. So I think we should make it a part of the show. So if there are things, I hate to interrupt people, because I know how it is when you are talking and your ideas, you are trying to say things, and you may say something that may not be accurate. So we try to give chance to people to make that correction. All right, let's go to the next topic. And quickly, I want to introduce that as the issue of the meeting in China. African leaders, I think about 50 of them went there. I was actually surprised, because there was a time, I think Kagame and some other people said that it's about time that Africans should stop, leaders should stop attending these conferences where other countries will just summon them and they will pack up and go there for one conference or the other. But in this case, they went and they were offered a lot of money in exchange for what? We don't know. So we are going to look at it from that perspective, and whether they actually have any option in terms of where do you get the money to build your continent, build the continent. But I want to go with my personal experience in terms of what I saw at school We resumed here last week, and I went to my class. I teach, like some of you know, post-colonial African history. Typically, in the class, you have Americans, you have other people, students from other parts of the world. Americans will be divided into two. There will be white Americans, and there will be African Americans who are interested in knowing about Africa. And then, of course, there will be people from Asia, Chinese, and all. But this semester, last semester, we had two classes. People were interested in that class, and they divided into two. So we had two different classes, the same subject. But this semester, I had only one class. And guess what? I got in there, all of them were from China. Everybody in my class were from China. And the school could not break the class into two. I mean, get another class to be going. They're all from China. They are interested in knowing about Africa. What's going on? All right, sure.
Well, it's not news. I'm not surprised that the African rulers who are puppets on the world stage have packed their bags and gone to China. I think someone said it earlier that our Almajiri system is what they're all interested in. They can look within. It's too much work for them to look within to see what we can do. There's nothing wrong in borrowing. There's nothing wrong in taking a loan. Even in your personal life, there's nothing wrong. It depends on what you do with the money. They've been borrowing for a while. I saw in the Vanguard earlier today that even Nigeria has applied for a fresh loan of $2 billion from World Bank. So that's apart from the China one they've come to discuss. So until we, the people, ask in unity, and I'm not saying it will be 100%. Of course, there will still be people that will be against us asking or, holding the government to account. But we need to ask questions of the government in whatever way we decide to. Different people would approach it from different, angle. Some people will be protest, some people will be dialogue, some people will be whatever. But like Olumide rightly said, how can we have 4 refineries that have no work and spend God knows how much money on those refineries, and all of a sudden Dangote is, refining crude, and you've gone to China to borrow money. This money, what exactly are you going to do with it? The ones you've borrowed in the past, what have you done with it? These are the questions we need to be asking the government. We need to know, because we can't just keep borrowing. I jokingly said to my brother 4 or 5 years ago that we will borrow so much money from China that they will just give everybody they can find in Nigeria a Chinese name and make them work on rice plantation in Lekki, since it's a swamp anyway. They'll just make them work on rice plantation, because I don't know the plan to repay this money we're borrowing. In whose name are we borrowing it? What exactly are the projects? Because it's easy to borrow money. And that's why I get angry when people say Nigeria is a broke country. Okay, you keep borrowing money, you're buying the best Escalade. You can't drive an S-Class that Buhari was driven in. Now you've bought you've gone to get an Escalade, you're buying a new jet, or no, like you said, 19-year-old new jet, 150 billion naira, you're completing the VP's lodge, all these things that are not priority. That's what you're borrowing to do. I keep saying it. I don't know if you have Klarna in the US. It's like getting a Gucci belt on Klarna. You don't need to wear a Gucci belt to go out. You can wear a Marks and Spencer belt. You can wear a Primark belt. £5, £10. It would hold your trousers. You'll be fine. But you want to beg, you want to look good. So you're borrowing money to buy all this rubbish that are not, necessary. Or they said Buhari was the one that paid for the yacht, or sell it half price. Do whatever with it. Get rid of it. But you keep borrowing money. And when we call it out, some people are quick to jump in the defense of the government. Important things that are important that probably cost less, you would not do. I was born and raised in Oyo State. So the man that designed the flag, God rest his soul, Taiwo Akinkumi, he died last year, August 29th, he passed away. He was buried. We had a 3-day burial from the 3rd or 4th to the 6th of September. Only today or yesterday was finally laid to rest. The family waited for 1 year because the federal government promised them that they were going to give him a state funeral. They could not even fulfill that promise. The family waited for 1 full year. Then Oyo State decided that they were going to foot the bill, and Oyo State gave him a burial. How much was that going to cost?
I mean, thankfully, they didn't change the flag while they were changing the anthem. But you can buy all this nonsense. You can go to China to borrow money. But you can't, you look at the way these people think. We need to hold these guys accountable. And I think one of the reasons why you can't ask them questions is because our votes don't count in most cases. They know that we didn't vote for them. Because if we did control who gets in, then they're answerable to us. But the fact that we don't control who gets in, who doesn't get in, our votes mean little to nothing. That's why they're not answerable to us. Because I'm all for you borrowing money. Sorry, I know I'm repeating it, but what are you going to do with this money? We need to know. A lady did a video recently, or at least I saw the video recently, where she was highlighting some of the things that, people are still going through the last budget. Some of the things she highlighted. The National Space Agency for the last year's budget. National Space Agency, they spent 80 million naira on metal dustbins for sanitation in Edo State. The same National Space Agency spent another 80 million naira on buses. They bought buses for sensitization on unwanted pregnancy. National Space Agency. The same agency spent 170 million naira on sensitization of our traditional rulers on peace, conflict, and resolution. This is where the money goes.
Sure. Since they don't have any spacecraft and they are not going to Mars and there's a budget, they probably using the money to. I'm just saying, I've never had this before. It's unbelievable.
It's crazy. It's crazy the things they do. So all this money they are going to China to borrow. This is how they siphon it. So we need to ask them questions. Go to China, yes, but the money, please let us let's decide what you do with it. I wish us well.
Thank you. Mama Icho, in 1884, there was the Berlin Conference. So for students of African history, they always look at it and say, how could we allow some European leaders to meet in Berlin and divide Africa? The map of Africa we see today is what they crafted there. They just said, okay, I take this, you take this, and this is your country, you guys. Now, we are the ones going to them, to China, to Washington, to UK, to France, to sit down with them and do what? Sign off things that some of them don't read. So what do we as a people do in terms of finding out what they're actually agreeing to in these meetings? Why is it not transparent? Not even in any country in Africa. I don't know any country in Africa where people can tell you what their leaders signed when they traveled to these countries.
You see, our leader does not have our interests at heart. They've made up their mind to borrow the future of the Nigerian child, because they have already eaten their own future. Because even the document they are signing, did they read it? Did they? But they don't care, because as at the time the loan will mature and be paid back, they would have been gone. But what are they really borrowing for? Is it for production or for looting? The obvious is clear. For 1 year of Chief Tinubu, how much has he borrowed? And what is the money used for? 21 billion to renovate, not to build, to renovate VP house. So if they were building it from the scratch, how much will it have cost? They said Nigeria endure. It will soon, all this will turn to, it's going to turn better in a short while. And yet, they are not enduring. 200 million was approved recently for Remi Tinubu to decorate a hall for an event she's going to host. They said they give student loan to students. My nephew in Unibe has not received. So until we know it is the future of the younger generation that is at stake, and we stand up to say no, it will continue. There's no two-way out. But it's not surprising. Those of us that claim Tinubu built Lagos, is it the kind of Lagos he built? Because it is that extension he has brought to Abuja. So is it the Lagos you people lied to us he built? And if we are expecting it to change, it will never. Because Jagaba came for one mission: to loot and loot. Jagaban told us he's continuing from where Buhari stopped. Buhari and his cohort looted and looted. Jagaban said he will reduce the purchasing power of our people. He devalued the naira. He said subsidy removed and they are collecting subsidy, they are paying subsidy behind. And the price of petrol that control everything from transportation to the food you put on the table. The price of petrol controls that. So it is left for us to decide what we want.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mama Icho. Ike, is there any way, can you help us? How do we know what they are signing on our behalf? I mean, I'm talking about Africans.
I will start with a question, my brother. Have any of us gone to a Chinese supermarket to buy a product, and at the end of the day, you have 10 cents or 15 cents that is left out of what you have to pay? Have any Chinese man left you to go with that thing you buy because of 15 cents or 10 cents?
Yes, I have a customer, a Chinese man. That was the time he left $2 for me, actually. On my birthday, he gifted me something on my birthday. So I think he's the only good Chinese man I've met so far.
Okay, because I'm saying it for the fact that in my entire life, I've even in Nigeria, before I left Nigeria, we have Chinese businesses and supermarkets and restaurants. And where I'm living right now, they're everywhere. But a Chinese man will not, because of 15 cents, he was going to lose $200 for 15 cents that is remaining to work for you to pay. So listen, this money we are talking about is about 2027. The money already has been, they have already decided where the money is going to go. Brother Shaw was telling us about the space agency who decided to, instead of doing what they were established for, they used their budget to organize seminar for girls not to get pregnant, and how the traditional rulers would not be able, how they can maintain peace, you know. So it's all about, they're all fraud. It's just the same thing. There is nothing. We don't have National Assembly. It's a state capture. The people that are supposed to be doing check and balances, they are captured. They are part of the criminal gang of what is going on in Africa. We don't have National Assembly. We don't have civil societies in Nigeria. Everybody is captured. So who is going to ask, what are you going to do with the money? Every day we hear, they say we don't have money, but every day you hear billions of Nigerian money that is being spent on things that has nothing to do with the common man in the street. Like somebody said, because they know that we did not vote them in, so they are not answerable to all. They are answerable to the people who made them leaders of our countries in Africa. The judiciary, the security agencies, and all the power that be. So they are only answerable to those people, because as we are talking, all of us are speaking here, the government in Nigeria, they did not have up to 35% support of Nigerians. So where do they get the vote that make them to become the rulers of Nigeria? From where do they get the vote? From which population do they get the people's support to become leaders in Nigeria? So this is the fact. Ababio, who is supposed to spending years in prison, is the president of Nigerian Senate. You know. So it's just a game. You know, it's just a game. They go to do handshake. They do handshake with China. They do handshake with France. They do handshake with. Okay, now they've given them load. How many of us, or how many countries, how many citizens of the country is going to ask their leaders, what in return are China going to get? For example, Nigeria. Let's talk about our country. The government in power, they have not told us what they are giving in return for the loan that China is giving them. At the end of the day, they will put their press secretary, they will put all the ministers where they're going to share the money. By the time he comes back now, Arise Television, Channel Television, NTA, all the whole television station, they will station their gang of crooks everywhere to go and begin to explain to Nigerians what they're going to do with the money. At the end of the day, it goes like that because nobody cares, right? Because the same Chinese people we are talking about that is giving us money. Look at the millions and billions of contracts that are being awarded in Nigeria. Look at the kind of substandard work that they're doing in Nigeria. But they're still getting contracts in Nigeria, using Nigerians as middlemen. You know, my brother. So listen, Nigeria is a fraud. I say it Nigeria is just a fraud, right? So for the fact that other African leaders went to collect money, I was watching on television. You see the president of Cameroon, Obiya, a man that is dead, the man that is not even living. He's walking like a walking skull with the wife like a witch. The only one man that has been ruling a country for how many years? I mean, these are why when they turn their back, they begin to laugh at Africa, because I can really not understand that, you know, the citizens of Africa can be sitting and watching and see what these old people are doing to their country. So for me personally, I care not much what they do with the money, because the ones that have been borrowing, we don't see what they have done with it. So it's the same story. This is money for 2027.
All right, thank you, Ike. Let's go to Jagun. Are you worried about China's influence in Africa?
I'm not worried about China's influence in Africa. I'm more worried about Africa's callousness, carelessness, and lack of influence in Africa. That's where my worry is. You know, the level of waste we are to ourselves, I don't believe it's alarming enough to its citizens. Nigeria, it should be a country in complete upheaval in order to take the power away from those who are wielding that power against itself. Nigeria is a rubbish country. I don't care what anyone wants to say. It's rubbish. Our brother there, Ike, he told us that it's a fraud. He broke down something extremely laughable about Biya being a dead man. This is us. This is our exposure to the world. Let me give you a quick story. This week, I read about a school, Brampton High, in northwest London. It was a school performing at its worst in the whole country. A Nigerian headmaster went there 2 years ago. A Nigerian headmaster went there 2 years ago. He solely, by the voice of the students and the rest of the teachers, turned the school around. All of the students there at O and A level are receiving A star, A star, A star. Because there was no B. They're just receiving A stars right across the board. Beating Eton. I think most of us would know of Eton School, a highly reputable school, a private school, not a comprehensive, a private school. They beat them out. This single Nigerian man turned the school around. Now, we who understand what it is to be a Nigerian, as it were, whose parents were concentrated on the value of education, on the value of principle, on the value of achievement. This is who we're supposed to be, but that's not what the country is. How comes? How does that happen? Is it the fault of Europe? Is it the fault of China? Whose fault is it that Nigeria is performing as badly as it is as a nation? We're a disgraceful bunch, man. We're a disgraceful bunch. That's the end of it. We are a disgraceful bunch. We have no idea where we're going and what we're doing. Our leaders are rubbish. Our leaders are rubbish. Yet we are voting for them. How can you vote for Tinubu? What consciousness do you have if you're voting for someone like Tinubu? Those who voted for him, or those who espoused that he's going to do well, look at the well that he's doing now. Look at it. Does it make sense to you? We have to admit that we are against ourselves. We are a pain in our own asses. We are a foolish nation. I don't know what else I can espouse to let us know that we are failures. We are failures. We can only do things on an individual level based on the fact that we remember who it is we're supposed to be. The level of heartbreak that Nigeria continues to give its people, and our people are not sick of it to the point that they grab by the neck the people that are that are responsible for our ills out of power. That's what we're supposed to be doing. Well, nobody's doing it. They had They had a protest the other day, and the Nigerian government and all the polity of Nigeria, including some idiots on this platform, were putting forward that they should announce who the leaders of this thing are. Talking rubbish. We espouse a lot of rubbish. Even on this platform, there are so many idiots that speak shit into the polity. When really and truly, if we know who we are, we're supposed to remove these people. We're not even supposed to wait for any law or any of these things that we're waste of time. We're supposed to remove them. Simple. I don't know are you not sick enough? Are you not sick of it? Look what we're talking about. Look what we're talking about. I don't know if any of you heard the speech. I heard I heard the former president of South Africa, Thabo Mbeki, speaking to Africans about their failings, to African leaders about their failings, and much of what he said, I totally agreed with. Then I listened to Tinubu speaking, and I was just there. I couldn't listen to all of it all because it was just so much rubbish. I couldn't listen to all of it. But he was there with a speaky voice as though he was an eloquent individual, speaking complete horror of lies. Things that he is not doing is what he's speaking about. I don't know when Nigeria is going to be sick and tired of imbibing more and more nonsense into our blood. I'm completely incensed with anything that Nigeria particularly is doing at a level of governmental elitism, these so-called professionals that are all in the game of killing our nation. I mean, it is easier for those of us like myself who want Nigeria to be as great as it should be. It is easier for people to join those who believe that Nigeria should just dissolve. It's easier. I'm taking time just because I'm very upset with the way we are in our exposure. Our exposure on an individual level is fantastic. We can salute ourselves. Our exposure on a national and governmental level is a crock of rubbish. And I don't know why we accept any of it. I'll end it there.
All right. Thank you, Jagan. Thank you so much. Flagship. This is an issue that will continue because China is expanding its reach across the world, not just Africa. And if you look at the world in the next 20, 30 years to come, China will become the largest economy in the world and probably one of the strongest. So what should Africa be doing now, or Africans, and trying to have a relationship while at the same time make sure that their eyes are open, or shine your eyes, the way we say it in Pidgin English?
It is so, it is disheartening actually to see how our leaders in Africa are so naive and quick to forget about history. And I'm not surprised because we have been instructed by the money lenders to take history out of our educational curriculum. And that's why we keep making the same mistakes repeatedly. Just recently, I don't think it's been 2 weeks now, that we just got internationally embarrassed and disgraced by the same China. Not China as a country, but a single company in China internationally disgraced our nation and are still forcefully on the attack, going against us and all our assets in wherever they can find them. And it beats my imagination to see that the president will hop on a jet and still go there in spite of this nonsense. How disgraceful it was to see that 3 jets that belong to our nation was being seized by a single firm from China. This would have been an opportunity for the president to make a statement and to speak. I don't see why Nigeria would be in that meeting or be among the 50 other nations that are going. If Ogun State entered into a deal with a firm in China, there is no way that Nigeria should be dragged into it as a nation. So it seems like we forget to know who the Chinese are. They are very aggressive. When it comes to business, they are cunning and very aggressive if you default. In the first place, whatever documents you're going to sign is written in your language. And when they speak to you, they don't speak in English. They speak in their language, and you are subject to an interpreter to tell you what they are saying, whether it's correct or not. That doesn't irk you in your skin to say, whatever the deal that's put on the table, thank you, but let me go back and take a look at it, and I'll get back to you. So China called, and 50 of them hopped in there in China, or traveled to China to sit down and speak with China. And over $200 billion was thrown at the table for them to take. So just for the sake of a conversation, I would say each country are looking at getting about $4+ billion from that money. And like everybody has rightly asked, What is it for? Why are they giving you the money? Why did they invite you to their country to come for a summit or whatever it's called, and then they offer you money? Doesn't that look suspicious? Have you read in between the lines? Did you ask questions? Do I really need this? Just again, recently, a deal for a road between Lagos and Cross River for 15 trillion naira was just signed and action has been taken. Where is that money coming from? Where did they get the money from? Why are we borrowing when we have not balanced our books? And borrowing from China, I don't think it makes any sense. On Friday, well, yesterday, I was listening to the news, one of the radio stations in Nigeria, and they said Tinubu was saying to the UN Secretary General, and his statement was, it is time for him to make tough decisions for Nigeria and for Africa, even if it makes him unpopular. And I listened to that statement or that report. I didn't hear him say it directly, but I listened to that report. And if it be true that he said that, it speaks volumes to me that Africa as a continent and all its leaders have been subject to manipulation and control, and they take instructions from whoever lends them money. It means we are not even in charge of our own continent. And then the same station also reported that Tinubu, after this conference or summit, said, moving forward, Nigeria will begin to see the infrastructures in China in Nigeria. And I'm wondering, what infrastructures are you talking about? We are belly up right now in Nigeria. We've not even figured out how to start getting ourselves off the ground and begin a cleanup process. What infrastructures are you bringing to Nigeria? How much of Nigeria has been signed off to these guys in this deal of $4 billion or whatever it is that you're going to get from them? Is it needed? Is it necessary? So in response to your question that you asked previously, how do we know what is being written in the document and how this money is being used? What is being done about it? I think the people that needed to get that information out for us are the media houses, the journalists that we have. Do they follow up with these reports and these news that we get? The case of the Chinese firm in Nigeria and the seizure of all our assets in foreign lands that are going on now is died off pretty much from the airwaves in Nigeria. I've not heard any news station or journalist or TV station follow up with you to say, where are we on this? What is the next move? What sort of agreement has been entered into? Have we figured out a way to resolve this issue? We were just told that one of the jets was allowed so Tinubu can travel to France to meet with his counterpart there. But what has happened to the rest? What about the properties in Canada, in the UK, and other countries that are being seized by this one firm? What are we doing about it? This trip that Tinubu just made to China, the money that you're being offered, did you accept it? Will you accept it? And if you do, what is it going to be used for? These are the questions that we need our journalists to follow up on until we get an answer and get to the bottom of each one of them. But I don't think it's of interest to them. So they give us a response and the journalist throws it out at the people and it ends there without no proper conclusion. We are in deep trouble as a nation, Nigeria, and as a continent, Africa. And you're right, 10, 15, maybe 20 years from now, we're going to find the real owners of our countries and our continents coming to take over. It seemed to me right now, and I'll end with this, it seemed to me right now that our nations in Africa and our continent as it is has been sold. And China seemed to be the highest bidder. And they are throwing their money into it. And our leaders are not even thinking to see the consequence of these loans or money or aids that is being given to them by China. China of all countries. And I hope we wake up sooner and not wait until the time that we see Chinese boots on our ground to know that our country has been taken over from us. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The flagship, I wanted to mention a meeting that Tinubu had in China before leaving with Nigerians in the diaspora. He promised them that he will turn Nigeria to something like China. And he mentioned something very important, that China was built on discipline and that we should also be disciplined in Nigeria. Who's next? I think...
Is Ogo, actually. I've been waiting.
No, it's...
no, Ogo. Yeah, I think you kind of mess with the algorithm, but it's
okay, but I thought it was me and Femi. Okay, go ahead after you go to
them. So I will start off with Paul Kagame of Rwanda. It's like kettle, call him pot black. This is the same person that's frequent to US for a deal only him and the US government knows about. But what we know is that Paul Kagame has been a tool to destabilizing his neighboring countries, especially Congo. And is a sort of dictator in his own country. So he should first and foremost advise himself to stop being used by this country before he will advise his fellow criminals to stop going to the Western country. Now, for anyone wondering why Tinubu, or expecting that this crop of leaders we have in Nigeria will ever fix anything, see, I don't know what to tell you. For some of us, we don't feel kind of disappointed with what is going on because we already know. But I will urge you to maybe try to have a rethink. This government, Tinubu himself told you that he bought the position, he paid for it. So in other words, you did not vote for him. He did not merit that position. He paid for it. And so therefore, whatever he's doing now, right now, you should accept it. Please do not expect anything good to come out from this government because the government is incompetent. The government doesn't know its left from the right. It's like expecting a lizard to have hairy skin. It's impossible. So for peace of mind, just, stop expecting anything good from this government. Yes, when we are talking about China being aggressive, I'm regretting because I wish I'm a Chinese, I have that aggressive mindset. By now, I shouldn't be losing the kind of money that I'm losing. I went to court with one Asian business guy, and the judgment was entered in my favor for a good lump of money. And I was taking it calm. And it seems I'm losing it because his business shut down. The guy left the country. So I should have been very aggressive in pursuing, getting my money back. So I don't blame China. There is a playwright called Olaro to me. The gods are not to blame. You don't blame Chinese people. If you read that book, you should understand what I mean there. You should be blaming your government that whenever they give them Babiala, they will open hand and collect, thereby crucifying the masses because they, the government, are not suffering what the masses are suffering. Somebody was telling you to kind of be patient, sacrifice, when he himself is not sacrificing. He bought private jet. I think he added 2 extra, right? And added another for his vice president. He bought whatever they call it. Is he? I don't know how to call that in Nyash or Nyash. So, he bought one for himself, and he's buying a lot of things, making his life soft and easy. The Senate is dishing out money, among themselves, and then this money that they're spending is a borrowed money, borrowed with interest. And where they default, and you are now expecting the borrower to become with them. See, it's time. Let them take that country and rename it. I think somebody has given it a name. Now China, just the rest of the country. Let's be speaking Chinese, and let's try to change. Change is something that is constant. Let's at least in the next 20, 30 years, we'll be like when we used to be Nigerians, when we used to speak Igbo, or when we used to speak Hausa. But now here we are speaking Chinese. See, that country has no solution. I don't know. I've said it times without number. The only way to bring normalcy in that country is when the people put hands together. Forget about tribe, forget about religion, and fight these people. Fight them to stand still. If you don't do that, nothing is going to change.
All right, thank you, Ogo. Bumi, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. It's really nice to see you. And when I clicked on the YouTube video, I wasn't expecting to see your face. So when I saw your face, I was very happy. So it's nice to see you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Regarding sorry?
I said we're talking about China and influence in the world and Africa in particular, and the meeting that they went to, African leaders went to have in China. So your perspective.
To be honest, I don't have any bad thing to say about China. I feel like China, they're just doing business, and they've seen it places, and they've seen an area where they could profit and how to, expand their empire or power. And from their perspective, they're doing a good job. But from our perspective, only God will save us, because it's just pathetic to watch us every day keep on falling into this. But I think what is actually a bigger problem is the fact that this is not the first time that our governments are going to the Chinese or any other group of people to borrow money. Okay, the Tinubu's government is not the first government to borrow money. The government before has done it. The government before has done it. The government before that has done it. So I think if people want to put all the blame on, let's say, the Tinubu's government, I think that's a bigger shame for us, because they have been doing this and it's becoming a pattern. But it's like, if we want to start getting angry, we need to get angry from the people beforehand. And that's why I low-key think that if we really want to hold this present government accountable, we need to start holding the government before then accountable. We need to start from because this government presently can easily maneuver their ways. One of the ways they try to not put blame on them is, oh, it's just been a year, give us time. Fine. But we can give them time and then start showing the government beforehand, which was the Buhari's government, basically start holding them accountable. If we hold those ones accountable, then this government knows, okay, if they don't perform, that's going to be them in the next 3 years. So for me, I'm not even... It's sad, though. It is very sad to see that they go and they borrow billions. But I think one thing that hurts the most is that our generation right now, if we think we're receiving shege, we're just starting. The ones that actually receive the shege times 1,000 is the younger ones to come. I have a nephew. He's the one that's actually going to feel the pain of, or feel what it actually means to be Nigerian. Right now, whatever we think being Nigerian is just the beginning. Those ones are going to feel the pain. The debt has increased from whatever it was every single day. And the ones that will pay it back are the younger ones to come. So if we keep on making it seem like it's just 8 years, it's just 4 years, I pity for the younger ones to come. I really do pity for them. I also pity for myself, because I'm also going to face those things too in the future. But yeah.
Thank you, Bumi. Before we go on, let me.
People are hungry.
Let them die. It's their fault. Yeah, I'm supporting Tinubu 100%.
You're supporting Tinubu.
100% to deal with Nigerians. People like you. So that when next election comes, I will now see whether when people bring money, you will vote for them or you will do your conscience. I have nothing new to say.
People are hungry.
Let them die.
Oh dear.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to get ready.
I have nothing new to say.
We have nothing.
People are hungry.
Let them die.
All right. Okay, Femi, welcome to the show.
Hi, Dr. Damages, and welcome back from your journey to L. I at least didn't seize your aircraft, and you must have lived a very fulfilling couple of months. You actually look fresher, so I think Hell did you well.
Oh, thank you.
So next time you're going, maybe I'd like to go with you.
I'll give you the transportation routes.
Okay, yeah, so long as it's low, yeah.
All right.
So yeah, so it's interesting. We're back to interesting times. Something that kept ringing through my mind through this week was that saying attributed to George Santayana about how those who forget the past have a way of repeating the same, calling mistakes, if you will. And of course, when it comes to Africa and in this case Nigeria, I don't even think you can call it mistake because we've been through a cycle with the colonial West, and it's obvious that we've not learned our lessons, irrespective of how intelligent we might consider ourselves to be. When you look at it from the angle of the fact that Africa as a whole has as much of the Earth's resources, but we've been stifled by our own decisions made by on our behalf by also so-called leaders in conjunction with the people that continues to pander to their own interests, rightfully so, be it the West or right now China. We only have ourselves to blame. Just water. Yeah, I'm sorry. Especially when you consider the fact that a lot of these countries built their manpower, their countries based off of their own backs. Even if it means they have to do things like reverse engineering, as an example. A lot of what there's a template for getting to where a lot of these countries have gotten to, and it would have been while it would have been ideal for us to, at least for the sake of the common good, follow this well-known templates that have worked in these other countries that have become what they've become. We've chosen not to do that. And it's not like if we're going to be doing anything to advance our own cause that we're going to be necessarily inventing anything new. We're only going to be going off of the back of templates that already exist. Well, for those that continue to support what doesn't make sense, which a lot of it doesn't make sense as we know it right now. Well, the only question I want to ask that remains to be answered is whether are you doing it because of some sentimental reasons that would in the coming years, as we learned from the likes of Buhari after he left, are you doing it because you're doing it because you don't like the other options that are obvious? Are you doing it because there's something that you're gaining from it? Because at the end of the day, it's going to affect all of us, and especially the coming generations, especially when you consider the fact that we've seen this movie before, like we always like to talk about. If we were not smart enough when we went through during the colonial masters, when are we going to learn? Because this is obviously China already watering the ground for what's about to happen. You know, these guys don't play; they do not play. And that's all I thought to add to what has already been said.
All right, Femi, thank you so much. I will just hear from Eccentric Cast and Righteous Man, then I will hand it over to KJ. I just want to also announce that starting next week, we are going to bring back 90 Minutes Africa, and we are going to bring your guests, people you want to hear from. And if you have any particular guests you want us to approach, get in touch with any of our team or get in touch with me. I will try to get the person. So, Eccentric Cast, welcome to the show. I think I've seen you before. I'm not sure, but if I haven't, welcome. Unmute yourself, please.
Hi, Dr. Damages. This is my first time being on live with you.
Okay. Nice to have you.
I'm elated. Anyways, so the Chinese fund for Africa, I think it's a positive thing, right? Because it's gonna be in the local currency, so it's not gonna come with a lot of burden. You know, like when we get a loan from the United, from a loan in United States dollars, right? You know, because our money, depreciates in value compared to dollars, because we depend a lot on imports from the West. Anyways, if you look at the funds, how it will be dispersed, right? Most of it will be on investments in agriculture, and of course military, and on a green green economy, right? This will benefit China, of course, but of course it will benefit Africa, which is which will be the global power in the future, right? And China is the global South, right? I don't like this I don't like the way we are comparing China with the West. They're not the same. China is the global South. We see this play out in the global stages, right? The global North and the global South, we see this tribalism, so-called tribalism, quote, play out in international stage, right? The global North stick together and work together. We've heard it from the EU. I forgot his position. I forgot his name. It's evading me right now. He called us the jungle, right? We live in the jungle. He called the global South the jungle, right? This is that mentality. It shows you the mentality of the West, how they see the global South. So I understand the skepticism, right? But we can look at what China has done with other countries that are part of their trades, the Shanghai trade and Belt and Road Initiative and their win-win cooperation policy. It's a legit stuff, right? This is good for Africa. It's not like they're giving out money that politicians will embezzle. They will monitor the projects, and some of them are in credit. Actually, most of it are in credit. It's good for Africa to infrastructure in terms of and innovations to actually meet up to the to the developed world. And we can't do it alone. Countries like we look at Dubai and we go, hey, how did Dubai go from zero to where they are? It's mostly investments from other parts of the world. Africa cannot do it alone. I like the cooperation of Africa in the global South, and now currently China is like the leading country in manufacturing in many sectors, even in space exploration. Even though they were isolated by the West, of course, and then they did their own thing all by themselves. And if you look in the history, China has always been positive for Africa. They've always helped Africa positively when it comes to in colonialism. When Africa were fighting for independence, China has always been a positive ally. So I see that's a positive development. China helping Africa and Nigeria, of course. Hopefully it will translate positively in terms of infrastructure, because we cannot move forward if we don't have basic infrastructures like good electricity, good roads. All the things are essential, and running a great economy. And of course, investment in education. And if you look at the forum that they had, African China Forum, that was part of it. Investment in education. Education is very vital. We cannot grow our industry if we don't have educated people. And of course, China is like the very a good partner for this. You know, all the manufacturing is done there. You have to see the expos that they do in many countries. My mind, it blows my mind. You know, things that they do. You know, and that's just a small scale of it. Like we need that partnership. You know, in order to actually meet up to where these people are. And to be honest with you, you know, I live in the global north. I live in the United States of America, so-called global north, because it's in the global south. Anyways, I don't like, you know, our, you know, our relationship with the global north, because it's not always positive. You know, it always comes with a lot of strings attached. You know, the United States viewed, you know, military base in Niger and the drone base, and they're using it to kill. I mean, there was a report that came out that they killed how many civilians in Somalia? Almost 300 and some civilians, and this was not the official report, official record for Africa. I forgot what the you know, military campaign was called, but that's the relationship that we have with these people. You know, it's always negative. It hasn't brought anything positive for us. They are colonizers, right? China has not colonized Africa. They had no intention of colonizing Africa. We can look at their policies, their win-win cooperation policies I've mentioned before, and we can look at what they've done for the countries that are partners with them. It's positive, and we need that, you know, for our continent. And thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I hope we continue to have this conversation and you'll be involved in this, because I wanted you to talk about some concerns. You know, you sounded as if there were no concerns. The African countries have defaulted in loans given to them by China, and China's reaction to that. But that will be for maybe after I leave. I want to just hear from a few more people and then hand it over to KJ. But I appreciate your contribution. It's an important conversation. Righteous Man, I think you're next. Righteous Man, can you hear me? He's in darkness. I know he's in Nigeria. We are not surprised. Righteous Man, can you hear me? All right, so he can't. Okay. Dexter, he's not there. All right. I will hand it over to KJ. You can take it up from there.
Hello, Dr. Damages.
Hear you, Righteous Man.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead, Righteous Man.
Yeah, Dr. Damages. Good evening from here. And all the panelists, KJ, Show, Mama HO, and the rest. I appreciate all your contributions. And in the next 15 minutes, I should be home. I'm on the way right now. I just packed to pick some things. So later, you can backstage me.
Thank you, Righteous Man. All right, so thank you everybody for joining me today. I'm allowed to do a few hours. Eventually, I will get back to full steam. But for now, I really appreciate it. I wasn't sure if I will be able to do this anymore, but I think we did well. I appreciate everybody. Thank you, KJ, for taking over. Thank you, Bumi. Thank you, Jagun. Thank you, Flagship, Eccentric Cast. Thank you, Dexter, Ike, Show, if not now. All right, and everybody that watched and those that sent their comments, I appreciate all of you. Those that supported us, who sent your super chat, I appreciate everybody. I'll be back on Saturday, and next week we will start our 90 Minutes Africa that is on Sundays. So thank you, everybody. KJ. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages. It's good to see you once more. And I'm sure that you can feel the difference from a real professional, not like a boy like us, you know. So we'll continue to be learning work, because there's no harm in apprentice. An apprenticeship does not have age limit. So that's a good thing about it. You can wake up any day and decide to be an apprentice. Welcome to every one of you. I'll be listening to you all from the back, from the backstage, and it's good to see. I will leave the rest of you. I'll go to the last two people who came in, and I'd like to hear from them. Already the topic has been laid out for all of us, and so I'm just going to continue from where he stopped. Yes. If not now, it's good to see you. Yes, your takes on the China-Nigeria relationship. I had a Centrica saying that there probably be not much consequence as that relationship between Africa and and the West. Will you have any difference of opinion in that statement? Because there's so much to ask on that statement.
KJ, please, if you will, put me backstage. I'll be right back.
All right, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, if not now, we're waiting for you. Okay, I don't think he's with us. St. Paul. Yes. I don't know if you can hear me. Can anybody hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you. I
Yes.
can hear you.
Okay. So if not now, can't you hear me? You can't hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, so I was saying that it
You're
KJ, you
muted.
muted yourself.
sorry, thank you. Yes, you can go ahead and answer your question, sir.
Yeah, sorry. What exactly do you want me to comment on? Sorry to take you.
Okay, I thought you'd be following. Now, the Centrica, made a very wonderful contribution that Africa stands to gain more from the relationship between, Africa and China than he is gaining from the relationship between her and the West. Because the West have shown us their hand, as we say in those days when we were playing card, and that their dealings have been a bit very difficult, with Africa. But China seems to be a fairer player who is not looking for areas of colonization, but to continuously do business. You take your own, I take my own. You day your day, I day my day. All of us do business in the open market. What do you have to say about that?
Good afternoon, everybody. I greet you, KJ. And my brother Jago, it's been a while.
Thank you.
I really miss you, bro. Sincerely, I do. I don't really think neither the West or China, I think it's the same. Whether it's Russia or whatever, they are just after their own interests. So I don't think Africa stands to benefit more from China or from the West or from Africa stands to benefit more from themselves. What Africa is looking for is inside of them. You're just like changing your slave master. You understand? I feel better being enslaved in the hand of Mr. A than Mr. B. It doesn't change nothing. By the way, I'm more concerned about why is it that African leaders will gather themselves and go to China to have a conference with a Chinese president, or gather themselves go to America to go have a conversation about Africa development. Why can't any of those presidents come to Africa and host that event? Let's start from there. So the optics, the optics, whether it's held in America or in Russia or China, is embarrassing to me each time I watch it. I don't even want to comment on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul, you heard what he said. Can you elaborate on that or give us your own opinion?
Yeah, the previous speaker before, if not now, I stand with him 100%. I just think sometimes some of us don't understand the way the global West operates. The global West will deliberately interfere in your politics. KJ, the good thing is that you and I will live in the US. You understand? They are crying, whining about Iran. They are crying, whining about Russia. But their ambassador will speak in your country. You understand? Look at all the threats they are giving Mexico right now, just because of they are doing some reforms in their own judiciary. This is not policy, say policy. They are reforming their judiciary, where they complain about their judiciary and their police take a lot of bribes like our Nigerian own. And the new president is working on it. They said no, because they like you when you have bad people, you have that baggage to bring to the table. They will use it to control you tremendously. Take, for example,
Right. We can't hear you. Can you hear us? Hello? Hello?
I think he's frozen. I think he's frozen.
Okay. All right. Okay. While we wait for his system to to reset, Edo no be Lagos. Edo no be Lagos. I rushed the brother from the. All right, let's hear your view. You are the one who know the international politics. This statement that have been made. You agree that China is much better for Africa than America and the rest of the West?
KJ, wait first. I fight you. I know say you know that they fight you, but they fight you. Wait first.
What will not get anywhere? Not get anywhere.
I thought I would meet Dr. Dameji, but the network was misbehaving. So as I was looking for a better place to get the network, now you can go. Then I come here, now they come and say, "Oh, KJ." Then I can't remember. I say, "Bumi Day." I was like, "Okay." I think that's enough. So now, the China. I don't know as in. I don't know the details of whatever I never know the details. But talking about the optics, somebody speaks up about the optics. I won't say the optics no follow or no work, but I would rather say I'm surprised in the sense that talking about the global West, our brother, talk about the global West and the global North. I think I owe you, my guy, Abi. I never forget. So, talking about the global and global West and the inevitable China. Oh yeah, they are here to say whether we like it or not. And because of that, America herself understand this, and themselves they reshaped how they operate and see the world. But at this point, I think it's nice. It's a viral knowledge that Nigeria is 100% American colony. Like literally, it's the freedom that we talk about. Just illusion for us. We are not free. We the people know understand this, but those people with the power, they understand. They know their boundary. They know where they feel misbehave, reach, and they will face the wrath of the United States. So, and it's not just the case of America. It's pretty much where. At this point, now only few countries will say them free. To that extent, they will say they will do whatever they want, and America will not want to descend on them as ever they want, just like as they've been doing. So, from that perspective, I'm surprised because with the kind reception China threw for Tinubu and everything and all that, I'm surprised that America just so I'm kind of suspicious of. That's why I said I need to go into what the real deal, as in what they allow them to sign, what did they sign. I use the word allow deliberately because there's nothing where they will go do for them that it's not the purview of Washington D.C. or the Pentagon. So that's why I say I never really knew. I don't know the only thing I heard period to the whole thing ending is that Kaduna State entered into a MOU, an agreement with Huawei, which is the biggest technology in that part of the world. So, however that works, somebody always said that no matter how the deal goes, it can never favor the free people, which China also recognizes. So, and their level of influence is always going to be on their side. So, I would say I'm surprised that the optics is this big, is this loud. And then we won't blame to that extent, but fine. But whatever it is, I am not going to say they are wrong or right because as people who are not free, I don't know where any move we make is a good thing. It's not a good thing as far as I'm concerned. But For them to be allowed to go that far, let's see what happened. And then go from now, what will come after, because what our TV going to tell us now that what they want us to know, right? As time goes on, we'll come to hear the backstory, why they were there and all that kind of stuff. So for that's how I would just I would say the optics. For me, I'm shocked, but either way we get the rights to go there or not, it's not up to us. It's up to United States at this point.
Okay, thank you. I will come to Dexter. Dexter, they are two, it was said that they
sorry KJ,
yes,
if you don't mind, let me add this. I said that because if you pay attention globally, every country that is under American control, that is in a position to impose, that dealing directly with China, that is in position to impose tariff. America don't give them order that the tariff should be 100% on any China that is product that is coming to their land, right? So we are not in that. So that's why I say now them go allow us just go across the globe from London to from UK to France to Spain, everywhere. They now give them order and they are carrying it out already. 100% tariff of any Chinese good that is coming to their place, and that order was coming from America. So that's why I go that route, just to put that out there. Thank you.
all right, thank you. Thank you for your submission. Pastor Joseph, you've been coming in and out, and I'm sure you've listened. So you heard what Ovie said. Will you think differently? I mean, is your thoughts going to be different from what he has said? Are you likely to align with what he has said, or to those of us who believe that maybe China is here to show us their hand in Africa? Pastor Joseph, can you hear me? All right. If you cannot hear me, I'll circle back to Bumi herself. Bumi, you've been in the panel, so I'm sure you've been following the ongoing. What's your own view on that, or what we have been talking about? Is the 280 billion enough for 54 or 55 or right now 56 African countries that exist? What can Africa be able to do with that? And just like Kandu said, we have seen other African nations that have failed in meeting up their obligation. The consequence that followed, like the season of their railway and season of some of their national assets. Do you think that that is a good sign for Africa? Because just in case the 56 African countries, they default, is that not we have sold Africa in disguise?
Before I comment on what you just asked, I want to comment on like the relationship between China and most African countries. I don't think there's any difference between the relationship between China and like the West. The only difference is just how they implement or relate with us. That's the big difference. I think when it comes to the West, it's just very much, you can see the power dynamic very clear. It's like they don't see African countries as their equal. So when it comes to making deals or giving proposals or the money or like whatever they're signing, you can tell it doesn't make any sense. They always profit regardless. But I think China has clearly seen that this is not a way they want to go. Like this is not, they don't want to go like that, because then us that we are aware of, okay, the power dynamic, they're trying to be more, more friendly, more attractive, more reasonable, at least from the outside. But at the end of the day, what they do want is they still want to be at the top. And they also understand that one of their biggest competitors is also the West. Okay, and if when you talk about all the raw materials being located in, not all, but majority of them being located in Africa, then that's a big market right there. And they need that market to be on their side. So you can tell when it comes to the money, when it comes to loans, it makes more sense that their country always makes businesses, or like they try to create some kind of infrastructure for us, because that's actually what we need. But when you look at the deal itself, they would always profit. Like they profit more than we profit. And I think that's just the difference in terms of like, I don't think it's a bad thing to actually relate to China, because they do want us to be on their side, because they don't want us to be on the West, because that's kind of the people they are fighting against, or that's the people they want to be upper. But it's for us to know, and then for us to relate to them too on their own level. And I think that's where our leaders have to play a big role. But unfortunately, our leaders are the ones that keep on making all of these loans, all of these investments not attractive, or basically a waste of time, because they're just there to sign and eat the money. They're not there to reason and say, okay, how actually can this help our people? How can this benefit us? Because when you look at Burkina Faso, for example, they're very much friends with Russia and China. And I think they should be, because obviously it's clear that the West is not really on their side. The West doesn't really care about them, prospering, because they have been there for how many years and they have not prospered. For you to grow as a nation, you need to find one of the top dogs in the business, and you need to vibe with them. Because for example, America, just like Ove says, has a lot of influence. Like, if you don't listen to America, the way they can basically cut you off the entire world, just like that. They just cut you off. And the next person that can kind of still bring you into the society is either China or Russia. Because imagine if just like Niger, when they took out their leader, the West could easily influence Niger just by using Nigeria. That's how powerful they are. And that's why Nigeria realized, okay, wow, I need someone else who is stronger. And they're probably vibing with Russia and China, even though I want them to be a bit skeptical that even because you're running away from this one, don't also become slaves to the other ones. And that's why your leaders are very important. So I don't see the relationship with China as a bad thing. I actually do see it as a good thing. We just need the right leaders that actually want the best for us, so that they could make good deals and good investments, because it could actually work. Because the way China is going, they're really in the market. When it comes to electric cars, for example, I think they sold more electric cars than Tesla. I think last year, I don't know about the numbers this year, because this year is still going, but they sold more cars than Tesla. Obviously, America was pissed about that, because they're like, wow, China is really influencing the market. And I wanted to move there. We need to start, because they have almost anything you want to think about building. China knows how to find a way to be good at it. So I think it's a good thing. The problem is just our leaders. At the end of the day, all of this is just finding the right leader that will know how to relate. We just need to know where we want to be, and we need to find ways to achieve those things. And regarding what you said, sorry.
Okay, thank you. I want to take that your idea and run it across with Dexter. Dexter, we have made a very, very useful point. I mean, many useful points, but I'm just going to pick one, which is that, these guys are just, not different, okay? But China has a large population, and they are always managed to be able to be ahead of the game, even the selling of, electric vehicles. Yeah. Okay. Wouldn't that same be brought to bear upon Africa, as they, when they gain enough ground? Wouldn't they also introduce the same system in Africa, where we now have to pander to the West, to China, and probably buy everything that they are selling, whether it's good or bad? I give an example. If you go to Lagos, there's a China market majority of what is sold there is not even, is something that you cannot really use, yet those markets have existed, and those not very formidable goods are sold there to Nigerians. Wouldn't that become another big business in around Africa, that those those goods are sold for us and our people? Dexter, are you with us? Are you with us?
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you.
So,
I'm with you.
yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, just to be quick, I think it's foolhardy for us to be thinking that the Chinese are doing business because it's all about our interests. It's all about their interests. China, if anybody is aware of the policy, that at the onset, when China started exporting goods to America, America has a grade of goods. And it took a lot for China to actually meet up the specification. And the way it works in America, if for any reason you bring goods that don't meet up their specification, they destroy it right there. You lose everything out. Now, if I had an uncle who built some houses, some estates in Nigeria, and he was telling me when he went to China to buy his doors, they are different grades. The African grade is the lowest grade. China, look, the same way the West needs a dumping ground for their substandard petroleum products from their very old refineries, the same way China needs a dumping ground for their substandard goods also. So when people say it's a shame that we are going to these places, we are going to get 250 million in grants and all that, they're not going to bring the best products here. That's the reality. They're going to first bring out the ones they don't need, because they'll keep the best for their countries. They'll keep the best for the Europeans that will pay them premium prices. The Africans are going to pay them the least amount. Is the least they will give them. Like when America says they are bringing food aid for Africa, where do you think the food aid is coming from? Do you think it's from the stock that they want to give their cities? No. America produces so much food that sometimes they pay the farmers subsidies, because sometimes if you don't sell all the products, the farmers will stop farming. So they take all this food, the remaining ones, and send to Africa as food aid. So what China is going to give us is not, it's not any premium. There's nothing premium on it. So if we are still in the age of rejoicing, there's going to be some good from this kind of thing, it's a good thing. It's not a good thing. Let's tell ourselves the truth. It's not a good thing. It's a shame. It's a big shame that's why I look for what anybody can say about Paul Kagame. For him not going there, it's a statement. Until you get to a point where you tell somebody that used to give you money before, you tell the person, keep your money, I don't need it, I'm ready to work hard and level up with you, then you're nothing. It's a shame that Nigeria will follow African leaders to go and sit down in China to be doing babiala, begging for money. That's the truth. Look, NAFCON had the ability to provide fertilizer for the whole of West Africa. NAFCON. What did we do to it? We destroyed it. Housecon had the ability to smelt all the aluminum products that will be supplied to West Africa. What did we do to it? We killed it. And then we go and start begging. We are going to do Babiala. You are giving us 100. We're happy. Happy about what? Wait, look. Of recent, it has been found out that historically, do you know that the Benin Wall was actually better than the Chinese wall? The walls that surrounded the Benin Kingdom was better than the Chinese wall. But what happens? That to say that the architectural ability of our people is far above even the Chinese. But we are here coming to talk about China. What are we talking about? We can, if our leaders are honest with themselves and genuinely honest, Nigeria has the ability to harness its resources. First of all, Nigeria has the richest human resource right now in the world. Anybody that doesn't know about that, Nigeria has the largest population between the ages of 12 to 40 in the whole world. That is to say that Nigeria has the largest working population, intellectual population. That Nigeria has the largest, and we are going to beg. We're not supposed to be begging. What we are supposed to be doing is setting up factories everywhere around the nation, getting all the youth to come and work in there and start producing end products for the West. That's what we are supposed to do. build factories everywhere. Look, any government that is going to be begging, you want to build a road. What road are you building? You build factories all around the country. All these youths, get them in there to start working and start producing. Once you start producing, you will sell the products out. You will have to even start importing raw materials to produce. That's what we should be thinking about, not to a government that is going to beg for money. And whether all of us thinking that it's a good thing, those guys are not begging money for your good. Look, we have borrowed before. We borrowed before. Since 1999, you have been borrowing, they've been embezzling. And it is foolhardy that somebody in this time and age will be thinking it's for our good. They are not doing it, it's for their pockets. It's for their pockets. It's not for our good. So if we stay here and start thinking, oh, it's for their good, oh, then we are not ready.
Okay.
Sorry, let me just land.
All right, sir.
Okay, no problem. So at this stage, Nigeria has Okonjo-Iweala. She's the head of WTO. That's to tell you that Nigeria have human resources everywhere. All we need to do is harness it, start producing. That woman will make our trade easy. But we are not using it. We obviously we are comatose in thinking.
All right. Thank you, Desta. You made a very valid point. I can see you eccentric, but hold on. I'm coming to you. Just hold your thought. Let me rush to this guy. His network has not been steady, but it's a bit steady now. Let's take him. Chuku Mereze. Chuku Mereze. You have fully followed the discussion so far, and Jester has made a very valid point, which I tend to kind of weigh towards his direction. That when you take when you go hand in cap to beg, I mean, no beggar has a choice. It's what you are giving. So that's what Africa seems to be playing now. How can a 56-man team go and meet one person in his own domain, at his comfort of his house, and then you expect to come out with something very reasonable? Is that doable, sir?
Yeah, thank you, KJ. Am I audible enough?
Yes, very clear.
Okay. No, thank you, KJ. Thank you, the panelists. Thank you, Ike, Sula, and if not now, Desta, I heard you loud. Bumi, I'm so happy having you today, and Eccentrica. You guys are doing pretty well, But KJ, before going there, let me kind of route through what Desta said last. It will help me to balance the thought a little bit. He said a person of a capacity like Okonjo-Iweala will work perfectly in Nigeria if we allow such person to operate. A way of helping things, improving the situation we are in Nigeria. I don't think that, let me call it assumption, it works. Because Okonjo-Iweala has been there before. The system is designed not to function well. The system is designed to be where it is. Nigeria is a very wonderful country, very wonderful nation. Nigeria efficiency is even exceeding 100%, because what is happening in Nigeria today is exactly how Nigeria is being designed to operate. So bringing Okonjo-Iweala there, to them, is like bringing a square peg in a round hole. It's not going to work. And she has been part of the system. Did it work? It did not work. So in as much as Nigeria has a lot of potentials, but the way the country is structured in a way that the more you look, the less you see. Whatever you think you want to do, it has been already designed that it's not going to achieve anything. That is just the way Nigeria is. Going by what KJ was saying about a creditor and a debtor, the issue is here that even in the Western world, when big enterprise are giving you credit card, they know that they are far richer than you, that you needed a credit card. But their aim is not for you to kind of buy yourself freedom with a credit card. The aim, their primary aim is for you to accept that credit card. On the process, you may likely fail in the payment, so they will giving you their interest, their penalty, knowing fully well that you can never run away from it. By paying the penalty, paying the principal is like a bird jumping from the ground and finding itself on the mount. You are still on the ground. That is the way it is. So China can never leave Asia to come and bless you in Africa. They are leaving Asia. If they leave Asia, travel all the distance, miles to Africa, they are going there to do business. And the businessman is not coming to do business with you for you to buy yourself that freedom. Because once you are free, you will dictate the tune of the business. You may actually reverse the whole process, and it's not going to happen. So I see China is coming to Africa to take advantage of where Africa is today, to take advantage of African politicians, African leaders, considering the amount of resources, be it natural resources and human resources, to exploit those resources to the benefit of the Chinese only. Probably they may be coming to Africa as a way of creating a waste management for the things they don't need, because some of these materials, some of them are so toxic that if you don't need them, it's very hard to dispose them. And for you to contain them with your own within your own environment may be so costly for you. So what does Africa know? How do they care? So when they have a means of shifting those things over there, just send it over there. It's a way of managing their waste. So our relationship with China is just like a relationship of a fish and a bait. As if you are fishing, you throw the prey for the fish. As tiny as the prey is, the fish will think that you are seeing something to match with. So you use it to grab the fish. And no matter how much you pay for the prey, for the bait, it's not going to be up to the amount of things you make from the fish. You can't. That is just the relationship. So whomever is telling you that our relationship with China is better than the relationship we have with the rest of the world, like the Western world, America, Europe, the person has not actually looked well.
Okay.
Because they are the same.
Okay, thank you. You made a very valid point, and like I said, I tend to agree with those of you who are on the side of, look, we're not getting, it's not the best deal we're getting so far. But Esterica, hold on, I'm coming to you. I just want to hear other views, and then we'll come back to you, because I know you have enough points to lay down so everybody can understand. So let me
make some rebuttals,
yes.
Rebuttal points made. But anyways, go ahead.
Yes, sorry, just Shola, you are here and you have heard the discussion so far. We want to learn from you. Which side of the divide are you?
Okay, good evening, everyone. To me, I think the last person that spoke well. And Dexter, I want you to understand are not brilliant, but you see, the Chinese, the Japanese, these guys are far way brilliant. It's not about being brilliant, it's about being efficient. There was a time during I don't know, I think it's Buhari time, that they also went to China, or maybe they went to Japan. You see, there was a photograph, just a picture of all the delegates that went in the Nigerian entourage, none of them was holding a pad. But you could see, I think it was the Chinese or the Japanese delegates, all of them had something to write on. Look, the Chinese, they are not coming to Africa to more or less say, oh, they're giving us money. They're coming to loot our resources. They're not coming there to partner with you. You know, Professor Lumumba said he's like a small weight person fighting a featherweight fighting an heavyweight. And even the featherweight, you've tied one of his hand to the back. And that is the way it has been. I am not saying we shouldn't trade with China, but at the end of the day, we should be the way we do things. And Africa, reason why the Western world is coming to know our leaders are corrupt. The money they give to the leaders, they won't use it for what they want to use it for. I can bet you part of the deals China want to sign, Ajaokuta is going to be part of it. They want to have a cake in that Ajaokuta still. So there's a lot they want to take. Resources, they are targeting our resources. They don't care about the people. Look at what is going on in, I think, is it in Kenya or Uganda now? Look at what is going on in some southern part of Africa, that they are indebted to China. So the problem we have is we need to think. And like last speaker said, what our constitution, everything about Nigeria is not meant to work. That design is faulty. That's why you have some people that are talking about, look, we need to rejiggle this thing. If we're not going to break up, let us rejiggle it. Then everybody, every other person, Igbos, Yorubas, the Fulanis, we can all go our separate ways and start trading with these people. Or if we want to go as a full forefront, we should go in a way that benefits us. Because America will only do anything, any business in the interest of America. I'll give you an example. You see, in Europe, they were fining Apple. I know some of you guys are more techie than me here. They were fining Apple to say that they need to produce a Type-C charger. They need to produce a Type-C charger. They were fining them until Apple did. In Brazil, they said for you to sell your product, you should provide us a charger. If you're not providing us a charger, we will add more tariff to what you're having. They had to more or less, they have to succumb to it. But what do we bring on the table? Going to China is not the problem. What do we bring on the table makes us equal to these Chinese people? So I believe that for me as a person, going there to do a trade is not bad. Going there to more or less collaborate together is, but it's got to be 50-50 or 55-45, and that's what I believe.
Thank you. I like your contribution, and I have taken other diverse views. Edo, hold on. Let me go to etc. Now, I want to ask you a question. When these leaders go to to China, from one of the close someone who I know who went through this, they say when you get there, they give you the fan thing, and by the time you finish with the fan thing, you come out to sign this thing, to sign papers. Your head is everywhere, and you just sign whatever they give you. I don't think is America also. Does America also play that kind of dirty game? When you get to sign the paper, they give you the fan thing, and the fan thing fines you, and then they give you paper, and then you eventually sign away your destiny and every other thing. Can you dwell on that, sir?
I'm not really sure about that particular situation.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead and give us your. I see. It's like my Edo brother has knows what I'm talking about. So, but you go ahead and make your contribution. We'll go back to him because I balance all views, so everybody can be taken in.
Sure. Anyways, if you look up the BRI projects, in Nigeria, They're quite a lot, quite enormous. Like there is a Lagos Ibadan railway. This is like 156-kilometer railway, costing around $1.5 billion, connecting Lagos to Ibadan, right? And then you have Abuja Kaduna Railway. This is from BRI, Belt and Road Initiative, which is China, Belt and Road Initiative. And then you have a Lagos Kanu Railway. And then for power plants, you have a 2,600 megawatts hydropower schemes, project in Nigeria. And then the ports, there are seaports, built by this BRI. So there's a positive. We've seen a positive outcome with the, relationship, our economic relationship and other relationships that we have with China, right? We've seen positive outcomes out of that. And like when people say stuff like, I'm gonna rebuttal what people say about, China sending in subpar goods to Africa. This is kind of like it's kind of like a racist trope, right? The West uses it a lot. That's what they were using to dissuade Africa from, dealing with China, right? It's not true. Most of the products that you have at your home, look at the labels of everything you have in your house. They're all made in China. China's quality, products quality has actually surpassed the West. That's why they are, leading in most, in most things like, electric vehicles and a lot of things, in the industry. Most of the machineries and the companies in the United States of America are made in China. They might be assembled here, but they are made in China, right? So when it comes to, of course, there are subpar goods. There are, small companies making subpar goods in China. It's a big country, right? It's a huge industrial country. But majority of the products is quality products. Most of the things that we have, and I'm not kidding, look at all the products that you have, from your cell phone to your computers to your dining table sets, your couches and everything. It's all made in China. Anyway, so China loan, according to what the president, Xi Jinping, said, he said the loan is with no political condition. That's what we need. We need a loan without a political condition. We don't need an IMF type loan. If you look at if you compare IMF loan to China loan, you can see the difference. IMF loan, they'll give you a loan in condition. They will tell you to cut a lot of social projects that benefits the people, which I've mentioned few weeks ago when I was on the panel, right? You cannot compare the two. Of course, China, it's like I said, it's a win-win project, right? When they give a loan, they have something to benefit from. That's how it's done. I'm not going to give you a loan without having a benefit out of the loan. They have something to benefit from. For instance, the green, most of the focus on the current loan is on the green infrastructure, right? So because China is moving into the green infrastructure, so they need to lay the foundation to be able to create a market for the manufacturers in green technologies, right? So they want to improve the green infrastructures in Africa, which is good for our environment. We have not, when it comes to climate change, Africa has not even stepped up to the plate. We need a partner to help us step up to the plate, so we're not going to be left behind, because the planet, believe it or not, the planet is getting pretty mad. For instance, I'm Igbo, right? I worship Ani. Ani is the planet, right? The planet as a human, as a female. The Greeks call it Gaia. The planet is a living organism. She gets sick, she get hot, just like our body. When we get sick, when we have fever, our body get hot just to get rid of whatever is causing the problem. That's why our body gets so hot. The planet is doing the same thing. It's getting really hard to get rid of what's causing the problem, which is humans. So we have to actually get prepared. The planet has declared war to the planet. Africa will not be spared. We will not be spared. We've been seeing natural disasters going on in Africa, even in Nigeria, in most states in Nigeria, things that we haven't seen before. These things are going to ramp up. So we need to actually meet up to the challenge, to the current challenge. China is a perfect partner for this, right? If you go back in history, right, there was a time when Zambia asked for a $400 million loan from World Bank. I forgot what the project was. World Bank denied them of the project because of that landlocked region. But China was the ones that gave them the loan. And that was almost during the Great Leap Forward, when China had a huge economic issues. They stepped in, carried out the loan, the project, and did it, and gave Zambia the loan. And if you look into the history of China helping Africa, helping us. Even Kwame Nkrumah worked with China, Chinese military, to train his military and everything against the colonialists. So China has always been a positive partner. Of course, there was a time when it wasn't all positive. There was a time during when the Soviet Union and China would have a problem.
All right. Thank
you. Yeah.
Thank you. I will not, on another day we'll talk about that climate thing. But for today, let's leave it out. Yeah, you have made very salient points, and I want Edo maybe Lagos. Yes, you were thinking about what I said, and I'm sure you have a lot of experience in this because probably you have, as an athlete, you must have gone to China. Did they also give you the fan thing, and you were able to perform or what? Let's hear your own view.
If I say yes, I'm right. But if I say no, I will also be disingenuous. Not happened to me personally, but the experiences are there within the athlete community. But I will get to that when I talk about the China versus the 50 state of country. Why they surprise me. People they say they know who's China to actually invite or why should they respond? I'll get to that. But first, I think we should go back to history, which goes to what Bumi was trying to touch on, and a lot of people here too about which one better pass. Is it the treatment, the way China would treat us, or the way the West they teach us? I think we are seeing it from the wrong angle. Instead, we should be asking ourselves, which people hand we will suffer pass? Then you have to go back to, is it when the British were 100% in charge? Or now America they in charge? Because America never finished, right? But towards the end, we don't know how we go enjoy it, how we go suffer it. Or what a lot of people are leaning to, when China finally become the world empire. So we should be seen from that perspective, because I think if I want to go with the direct answer, we should go and listen to Kwame Nkrumah's speech of 1963 in Addis Ababa during the African State Union address. He said it, that the coming of the neocon is going to be worse than waiting our forefathers passed through. So one can only imagine. So I think that's where it is, because now China will become world empire, whether we like it or not. Why do I say that? 5 years ago, nobody did refer to China as a world power or superpower, right? They call them developed economy. Why the sudden change of language? It is because of their influence around the world. Vis-a-vis the One Belt Road Initiative, which is what we are talking about now. Before you begin to question why your leader will respond to them, now just say, what is the total GDP of all the African states compared to China? In no reach waiting China, they do waiting KJ they talk. Now to you, the right? Waiting China, they do the whole GDP of Africa no reach out. So who born you? Where they go call you, no go respond. Unless you don't have idea how the world really works. That's why I said America being our master, why they are for them to allow us to go there, knowing what is happening around the world now is something for us to be curious about. So it's not the idea, but they don't get choice. So China is here to stay. It's just a matter of time, right? So that's why I said, now, how will America respond? I say, how will they respond? Because it's still in the coming. Are they going to just respect themselves and just give it up the power like that, or they will reset the world, right? There's that possibility too. Yeah, we're talking about nuclear weapon. Yeah, I think for the very first time since they don't discuss this nuclear weapon, it has never been the campaign trail, the campaign discussion like it is now. So I'm not saying it's going to happen, but the Americans that will know, they're going to just say, okay, benevolently will give it up or not. So again, when you go back to history, you go ask, the benevolence act that the Chinese seems to be portraying now, if you are a student of history, now so America safely penetrate us. When they come, what was pretty much in vain then, which is religion, right? They came with religion, they begin to build schools, they begin to build hospitals. Those are benevolent acts, right? They begin to do it and there. But as soon as that was when they were becoming emerging world power, right? And the 40s, 50s, 60s, up till one we say 90s, one we say today, one we say maybe tomorrow, right? But it stops. We know developers those benevolent acts. That's why when people they say it's a good thing that some of our governors are returning school to religious this thing, you begin to ask yourself, what will your grandfather say about this if he or she is still alive? Right? So we never develop past that. So China now sees that leakage of infrastructure. That's what that idea of one belt, one initiative is about. So their benevolence is like that. What the question you now ask yourself, what happens when they finally become war power, whereby nobody can challenge their excesses? What will become of you? That's what we should be asking. And I can predict a little bit of that because I believe that that part of the world will produce the largest useless generation known to human history. Useless in the sense that we will be healthy, smart, but we will not be useful to the planet. It will not be useful because everything will be dominated by robot, AI, and what have you. Because now we'll never get factory. The factory that make China capitalize on it, we never get them. By the time it starts to come, now the Chinese go bring them. Then I will use an extreme example. A factory that you have 100 people right now in Lagos or in Newe or Kano, you are going to have just one person and a dog. What is their job? The dog is there to make sure the man don't touch any robot or any engine. Why the man is there to feed the dog? That's an extreme. What am I trying to say? A factory of 100 people might just be like 5 or 10. And our birth rate no the increase is the decrease is increasing. So we are 500 million that time. We cannot produce, we cannot feed ourselves, we cannot do anything because now few American companies go to feed us. Then just imagine when then company like how would they go do and they go they remove us from Beijing. If you misbehave, they go slap you without you knowing. I mean that's an extreme example, but on a more serious note, that I think that's where we should be looking at it from. Because our leaders know something that they don't want us to know. We are not a free people. We have no idea what freedom is. The day you go try think to be free, do something outside what they don't apply for you, then you understand what trying to be free is. Go ask North Korea, go ask Cuba, go ask Haiti, go the China themselves, go back to the IC, ask India. You understand? The
Yes,
Russians are going to just try to say you want free, then you understand if you are really free or not. Then,
I agree with you. Yeah, can you round up, sir?
Now, this idea of Nigeria have human resources, I think by this time is a myth. If all we can point to is Okonjo Iweala, it's a messenger position. Even you say if you do that work. On a more serious note, it's a messenger position. If you understand what make the world work, we know they're there. There's a reason why India is what they are. To look at the company, the top company that control the world, the founders, the whatever are Indians. Now, human resources be that. If they carry, you go manage something, say you get human resources. Who cares? That job, robots go do them in the next 10 years. The job will open your way like they do. So it's a myth. We know they control to anything that actually make the world go round today as we speak. Means if Nigeria flat, then nothing, even Ghana no go feel them. So this idea, human resource, is able to deceive ourselves unless we are not paying attention to what the other communities around the world are doing to move the world to where it is now.
I agree with you on this case. Yes, Mr. Ejeagha, you had that contribution, and you have been watching from a very exalted position vis-a-vis the British and all the that have gone down the history. What do you see in this new found love that all our elders marched to China to go and do the fan thing and sign papers? They didn't even go with biro. None of them had anything on their table. Were they just listening? And how did they now be able to articulate all they were told in that meeting? Do they just listen with their ear and then sign papers, or what was it? Again, Ejeagha, while you are answering, I want to say something that I have noticed in the West. Before they choose a leader, they choose somebody who can stand to ask questions, eyeball to eyeball, difficult questions that can take part in difficult conversations and tell you exactly where their own interest lies and hold that position. Did you see any of those African leaders able to hold a position, sitting with Xi Jinping across the table to say, Xi Jinping, no, we want this, we don't want this, this not happen. Do you see somebody like that with that kind of character in that meeting? You are muted, sir.
Thank you, KJ. Good question. Good question indeed. Before I answer, can I just ask you, are you the person who is able to bring people up and down, or is somebody else doing that?
Well, right now nobody's behind. Yeah, the house is full, so I don't see everybody in a go. Yeah. So
no, I don't understand your answer. Like me, I've just come up after waiting for some time and asking you to bring me up. But did you bring me up, or was that somebody else?
I did bring you up. The thing is this. The thing is this. We have the backstage is full, so I'm not seeing everybody at a go. That's what I'm saying.
I see.
There's some people who are not in my screen at all, so I have to constantly keep checking. And so once I'm not checking, I will not see who is behind.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you for that. You ask a very pertinent question, and in my answer, I will say like this: when we look at the global politics and how it's been conducted, and we understand reasonably for the last 30 years what the machinations are and the seriousness of politicians across the world, what I've seen and what I've been able to recognize is that from the 1980s, those were politicians. Those were people, whether you agreed with them or not, you had a level of respect for who they were. And I'm looking particularly at the West, both Europe and America. Today, we don't really have politicians. We have what I see as people who are somewhat manipulated to be in power and to do a certain job. Now, when we look at Russia and China, these are countries that are keeping their strongest in front. You can see the clear difference between Putin and any other politician in Europe. You can see a clear difference between Mr. Ping of China and the American governance at the moment. Unfortunately, my brother, it is clear to all of us that the African politicians do not work with any plan. They don't have a plan for their country. They don't have a plan for their nation. They clearly don't have a plan for Africa. So much so that the breakout of ECOWAS, of the three nations, Niger, I think they're calling them collectively AIS, Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali. You can see that these military governments that have taken away the nonsensical politicians that they had before them and trying their best to have some kind of regionality that defends them against stool pigeon nations who are right across the ECOWAS. None of these ECOWAS nations have any strength in their politics. They don't have anything for their people in their politics. They have nothing for nation building in their politics. So you see, the thing is, we need to be honest with ourselves. African politicians are rubbish. They need to be put inside the dustbin. It seems that we give them far too much respect. I offer them zero respect. We see what happened in South Africa. The clarity that somebody like Malema was coming with in the way he was seeing things put him in third or fourth place in their last elections. And when you look at that, you can see, I think it was not to say that a white party or white politician shouldn't come to the fore in South Africa, no. But what it was is that they preferred a white politician to Malema, who really was speaking on a pan-African level. This was rejected, it seems. So when we look at it, we've got to be serious. Who? I can't see anyone. I can't see any of those who call themselves politicians in Africa or heads of state in Africa comparable to any politician in the world. They're rubbish. They're rubbish. I will do a better job. And I'm not exalting myself. I'm just saying that they're rubbish to the point that somebody as ordinary as myself would do a far better job. a far better job. Now, I'm perplexed generally with the way our Nigerian people particularly are. I really do regard our platform here as a microcosm of what Nigeria is. There are certain individuals that you can see clearly that they are not only myopic, they are bullies. Not only are they bullies, they are without common sense. Not only are they without common sense, they're without any notion of a way forward. None. I say this because I know that Nigeria should be within the top 5 economies on the planet. But clearly they are not. Clearly they are still coming with a begging bowl to anyone who would offer them money. And upon that begging bowl, if they're asked to jump high or move left or move right, that is exactly what they're going to do, regardless of what the people need or want. I don't know what kind of nation we are in. And I'm past blaming Oyumbo. I'm even past blaming our leaders. I really am now looking at us as people. We, me and you, we are now in the sight of blame. Because why? We're doing nothing about the rubbish that we receive. We receive rubbish and we sit down and eat it like it's to be eaten. It's pathetic. Nigeria of 250 odd million people are supposed to stand up. And for all their trying, and I would applaud them for any trying that we are doing, I would. Because I'm not saying that it's easy, but I'm saying that it needs to be done. If a revolution does not take place in that country, then we remain here talking between ourselves about things that we have no value power over. We have no power over it, apart from to waft speech up and down. Nobody's ready. Are you ready, KJ, to go to task? Are you ready, Bumi? Are you ready? What was my brother's name? I want to even say your real name. All in our politics. Are you ready, my brother Steph? Who's ready? None of us are ready. So what are we talking about all day long? Because we know the problem is going to exist. It's going to be there. And it's going to be there unless we, the people, stand up and do something about it. Otherwise, my brother, all that talk shop, we're just talking.
All right. Thank you so much. And thank you for your contribution. We have the backstage is full, and we may have to drop, when you speak, we may have to drop you to get some other view, and then we'll move on to the next topic. We'll bring everybody back home. I have so many beautiful ladies behind the backstage, and I'm sure that they're coming up because they want to bring in their own views also.
Okay, KJ, come backstage me.
Okay.
All right. Remember to bring me back.
I will, definitely. Thank you so much for your consideration. Yes, and you have heard Jagun's contribution, the flagship, and he has made a very valid position, which is that I'm seriously saying, talking about this, that as Africans, sometimes it's difficult for us to hold difficult conversations looking at the people's eyeball to eyeball. And you are going to stand before Xi Jinping, who is not only big, I hear he's one of the big sizes in China, and then you are going with someone like Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is even struggling to have a seat, be able to hold himself without the breeze blowing him off. Do you think Bola can sit and have a difficult conversation when the discussion gets hard for his country with Xi Jinping?
Well, in the first place, thank you, KJ. I think that, or I believe, I would say that the fact that we are there alone tells me that we're already intimidated to have to be present. I think I heard somebody said a few moments ago that if China calls for you to come, who are you not to show up? That's a sense of intimidation and incompetence and everything in the mix put together. Who am I not to show up? Or who am I to come there? I run a country just as he does. He needs my money and resources. I really don't need his. I don't have to be there. I don't need what he's offering right now. I have a lot back home that I can work with. I have a lot of work to do to clean up my base. And he'll come asking later. It's just because we have a group of politicians who are not experienced in international relations. They're not even experienced on how to run their country. They run it like they are running their household. And they think that if you run some bully tactics here and there, you can bulldoze your way through the people. And then you run outside your country and you become a yes sir or yes my guy to anybody that calls you to come and flashes a couple of millions of dollars or billions of dollars in front of you. So in thinking that he'll be able to have that hard conversation in front of him, I don't think so. I think he's going to go there and bow down to whatever he says. He's going to go there and accept the $4 billion or whatever it is that he's going to be offered without even looking at the paperwork that he's signing, nor having any member of his team sign it. It is important that Nigeria has to be there in that meeting. Nothing should be accepted following the conversations that they have. Xi Jinping of China is not going to lock you down and say you can't leave here until you sign this paperwork and force the loan down on you, or we're not going to give you any infrastructure in your country. The fact is, if you make yourself look needy, then they will take advantage of you. We've all spoken about the kind of materials or products that they ship out to Africa. We know they're all substandard. Yes, China makes the products we use here in the US, but there are specs. You have to meet it. If they're making an iPhone for me or for the US has its specifications and China has to meet it. Yes, they will produce it, but they have to meet it. If they do not meet it and it's not fit for consumption in the US, it doesn't matter how much they stand to gain from it. It's going to be thrashed. But if you go to Nigeria, it's totally highly substandard. The same iPhone, the same chargers, the same laptops, everything you get here, they have the same name, but the grades are different. So I don't think that our African leaders are able to have difficult conversations. They go there and they are yes sir and yes ma'am. The point we should be talking about is, for me, this is my own personal opinion. Why are we even there now? We've got a bone to pick with them. You dragged my nation in the mud. One of your companies there dragged my nation in the mud. And you embarrassed me by seizing my jet that I paid for. And you have seized multiple other assets that I have, that if I sell one of them, maybe two, I will offset that bill that you're talking about. Why were you still going around seizing my stuff? Well, that's not their fault anyway. It's my people, my SANs that I have, my folks that are involved in international politics and relations that should know what to do at this point to stop this nonsense from going on. So with reference to Africa being able to have good conversations and tough conversations before their other foreign leaders, no, they don't. They go there, they listen, they sleep off in the meetings, take selfies, walk around town, not even present in many of the meetings. And if you ask them when they come back, give me in a nutshell, what was this meeting about? What were the take-homes? Did you accept what they told you? Do you really understand the conversations you had? I'm not sure they'll be able to, in 30 minutes, give you a breakdown of what that trip was about. So they don't have those difficult conversations. They cannot have those difficult conversations because they really do not know what they're there for even. They just heard, come to China, it's a summit, and you'll get money. That's all they think about. The money, they go there, they collect it, they come back home, the money is not used, nobody's going to ask them any questions, nobody's going to follow up after them on what really happened and how these things were appropriated for in reference to the funds they collected and the results of what they collected those funds for. You talked about Zambia a minute ago, Ejeagha, I believe is your name. Yes, the World Bank refused to give them the loan because of the terms and conditions. But China gave them the loan, and they refused to read the paper. And the paper did say they own that seaport until they get their money back plus excess on top of profits. They control it. The revenue from it is theirs. It wasn't until they had a new administration that came back and said, this paperwork is in Mandarin. We don't know what he's talking about. We're not going to accept the terms and conditions. And they thrashed it. You go read about it. They had a little back and forth with China, but they got their seaport back. It's the same thing in Africa. We don't sit down and really think about these things. They call us and we go. They tell us what to do and we're yes, sir. We don't even think about the consequences, how it's going to benefit us, how it's going to benefit the people, and what tomorrow will look like for your country. We don't think legacy in Africa. So in terms of conversations, no, they really don't. You look at the tapes or the videos, you see most of them sleeping in those meetings sometimes. They really don't get what they're talking about. So I don't think we know what is going on there. That's why we come back home and we cry foul later that, oh, I was deceived. They are being manipulative. The country say that. So it's not beneficial to us in any way.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Now, you have made a very vital point, and I'm not going to try to, because there's a lot of people behind the stage. I will take Righteous Man, who is in Nigeria, and then I'll do the two ladies first before I, I take any other panelist. I see Black Beauty, a Black Beauty is with us today, and she's really beautiful. And then, yeah, it is. And then I see Bumi also. But Righteous Man, you are sitting there in Nigeria. Will you say that the situation that we are going through now in Nigeria have become that everybody should be very mindful of what's going on? Because whilst we are there, just like the flagship said, they are holding our assets. We didn't even show any remote to say, oh, we're even annoyed. At least do more shakara. Say, oh, we're not going to come on to release these things. Instead, the next thing was that these people jumped into the plane and then took off to China. And do you think, based on that, are we going from a position of strength to go and have this discussion, or are going as Babi Allah? Help us if you can.
Can I rebuttal the point Flagship made about the loan China gave to Zambia?
Yes, but
it's my turn.
No, just a few seconds.
It's my turn.
Okay, hold on, Righteous Man, hold on. Yes, you take 1 minute. 1 minute.
It was a 30-year interest-free loan to Zambia. That's it. That's the point.
Okay, thank you. Righteous Man, go ahead.
Yeah, KJ, I will come from a different angle because I totally disagree with some of the submissions that have been made this evening. I'm coming from the angle of reasoning that is quite different. Should we blame China or the Western world that colonized and held Africa bound for almost 500 to 600 years? China never created any nation in Africa. The West did. China never managed any African country for the past 500 to 600 years. The West did. If the West has done the honorable thing they're supposed to do, we wouldn't be a continent that is begging for help. China was not in Beijing when the Western world splitted Africa and created boundaries and nations. China was not part of the beneficiary. So seeing China as a problem or kind of seeing them as a future problem, I quite disagree. I want to lay my blame squarely on the Western world that created nations in Africa and boundaries and dehumanized us and made us slaves to them up to today. And that is what we are suffering. Don't blame China. If you're in the position of the Chinese people, you will do the same. Our problem is coming from the Western world, Europe and America. They underdeveloped Africa. They enslaved us. They brought religion to us. They change leadership as they will. Those that are supposed to perform well, they get them out of the way. They sponsor they make regime changes. Once they see there is an individual in Africa that is coming to change a nation in Africa, they get rid of that individual. And we are here trashing China. It is not the fault of the Chinese. Look at the Americans face to face and tell them bluntly that you guys brought us to the condition where we are today. When Barack Hussein Obama was the president of America, what did he bring to Africa? What did he introduce to Africa? And we're here looking at China. Can we say, have the Western world do more harm to us than China? 600 years is not 60 years. The companies that polluted the Niger Delta in Nigeria are not owned by the Chinese people. They are all British, European companies, and American companies. Are we holding them accountable? And if I may say this, some of you may not like it. The early Africans, outside those that were caught in slave trading, that resided in America and Europe, they went to this Western world, schooled, and came back to Africa to fight colonialism. And that is why we could have whatever that they reflect as an independence. If today Africans, as we have today, living comfortably well in the West, and feel that this place is a trash bucket, many African countries wouldn't have gotten independence today. The class of Africans that went to Europe in 60s, 50s to study were the one who came back to fight for independence. The people like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kenneth Kaunda of Zambia, Robert Mugabe, Joseph Nyerere, and the rest of them. They saw the comfort in the Western world, but they didn't remain there. They came back home. Today, Africans, what is our character? What is our behavior? Once we get to Europe and America and find a good living, oh, you refer to us in Nigeria as those people. That country is no longer your country. And you think that these people are not taking note of these things? And so nobody should blame China. I'm in support of what they are doing, and they should do more of it, because the president we have in Nigeria today never visited China before the election. He visited England. The people who removed Jonathan from regime, when Barack Hussein Obama was the president of America, he sent his entourage to 22 governors of the northern region. They held meeting in the absence of Jonathan. And there was a regime change in Nigeria that brought Buhari. And today, what is happening? Did they release those papers they claim they're going to release concerning Jagaban? They didn't. So our problem is not China. Our problem is the Western world. And you guys that are there should know it, that Nigerians' problem is not China. It is the Western world. It's America and Europe.
All right. Thank you, righteous man. You have brought a righteous view. We're going to dissect it so that we all can understand. Here, you see, we are not against China per se. We are simply saying, just like, panelists have said, we are supposed to be co-equals. So it's not that we are subservient to the country, that is coming in or I want to meet. So are we discussing at par? That's what we are saying. When we go there, do we take our stand? Do we say, no, this thing you are doing, we will not take it this way. This is what we expect. This is what we expect. And then it is made clear. Or do we just go there and then they say, okay, you know what? This is what we expect of you. Okay, sir. This is what we expect of you. Okay, sir. This is what we expect. Okay, sir. So based on that, if that's how we are discussing, are we able as Africans to have a difficult conversation? And I'm coming to you, the black beauty. Are we able to hold a conversation and tell this powerful nation, with all their might, we are sitting and drinking their tea and sleeping in their hotels and eating their food, and they're having all the thing they will flash at us, who some of us are probably not seeing for, the whole of our lives, in that 3 days meeting, and be able to sit and have conversation without feeling that we are being unnecessarily difficult. Can we hold a difficult conversation?
Is that a question that you're asking me specifically?
I'm asking you, my dear.
Okay, good. That's a good question to ask me specifically. I have a good story to share with this panel, which is why I joined today. Hold on 1 second. Sorry. Give me a sec.
Are you still with us? Okay. Yes. Are you still with us?
Yes, I'm with you. Sorry about that. Someone's calling my phone. I had to toss it over. So what I wanted to say tonight was that I just don't think that it's going.
All right. Maybe
give us some time. Give us some
Sorry
time.
sorry about that. I'm having too much going on at once. Okay, so what I wanted to say, the short answer is no. It's not possible. I think that there's not enough pride within Africans that will allow them to have a difficult conversation with other people. I feel that they believe that they are below everyone. They believe that they are subservient to everyone. And I don't believe that. So I'll give you an example of what happened to me recently. And I didn't want to share this story because I did not want to defame the gym, because I had been invited by, 2 brothers who owned the gym to work out at the gym. But you see, I went to a gym. I've been going to a gym for the last 2 years here on the island. Specifically, I was invited to be there, etc. I selected to be in that gym. And my last experience there was my last experience in that gym. I was working out there and some Chinese lady came over to me and she stood over me while I was doing one of the leg extensions. She just came and stood over me. So I said, hello. She couldn't speak English. She couldn't communicate with me. So she just lorded over me in the machine. And so I just kept working out. And, I just don't have that mindset where I'm going to get up for you or do anything for you. I'm sorry. I am a proud Black person. There's no way I'm moving myself from anywhere for you. And you can't even communicate with me. So here what? The lady she goes over to someone in the gym who is a personal trainer who has trained me, who I've paid before to train me, goes over there and makes it seem like I'm bullying her. Why? Because I don't submit to your demands, Chinese? So basically he comes over and tells me that I'm in the wrong. I left there storming, right? I come back to the gym. Now they tell me I can't work out at the gym anymore because I didn't apologize to the Chinese lady that was there for a week after I done give them my money for 2 years, after I was hand selected to be in that gym. Several of your favorite Nollywood stars work out in that gym. I was selected to be in that gym. I didn't ask to be there. I was select. Someone said, hey, why don't you come work out here? I was on my way to iFit like everybody else. So I said, you know what? I cannot give my business to Africans who don't understand what's going on right here in Africa. I can't come from America as an African American and have a stronger identity and a stronger sense of self than the Africans that run this place. I don't understand why me as a member, why I should have to leave that gym. I was disappointed, but I didn't give a damn. I didn't shed a tear. I took my money to the Africans that deserve my money. I took my money to the African gym run by the African man them who deserve my money. Because I don't understand how I could support your business, right? These are 2 Nigerian young men from the UK open up the gym inside of in the hotel right here on Ozumba, right here. A nice gym, but because I don't want to submit myself and apologize to the lady. What am I apologizing to you for? This is Nigeria. We speak at least 100 languages here. You didn't come with English at least? You didn't come prepared to speak English at least? No, say I'm not speaking no crazy language to you. I said, hello, ma'am. When I'm done, you can jump in. This is what I said to her. Hey, hi. When I'm done, you can jump in. I'm sorry. I don't know you're in the middle of a routine. I'm working out with my headset. My husband's over in the corner. We don't know what's going on with you. We don't understand why you're standing over me like this. I am not the one. I don't have the patience. I am not a person who feels that I should be submitting myself to no Chinese person in Nigeria. I'm sorry, right? If you're not one of the 3 tribes and the many others that count here, I don't have no respect for you. I don't owe you nothing. Be glad when I walk into your restaurant and spend $200 in your Lebanese restaurant. That's because my friends from here want to be there. I would prefer to go and eat at the Igbo spot, but they want to go to the Lebanese spot. They want to go. So I'm here. And be respectful when I come, when I spend my money, because I don't have to spend my money here. And there's a lack of a Pan-African mindset here. There's a lack of pride here. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. It is disappointing on so many levels. Because I know that if we were in China, it wouldn't work that way.
Yes. You're correct.
And let me tell you something. I love the Chinese. I'm not a person who's against them. My very first job, I was 12 years old, and Mrs. Susan Chen hired me and taught me Excel. I was her billing assistant at an occupational therapy place in Queens, New York. That was my very first job, and she respected me and paid me $12 an hour, which was actually pretty good at that time. That was actually pretty good. Back when I was a 12-year-old kid, she respected me. My French Chinese dad got me that job. So I'm not against them. I'm not against them. But while we're in this Africa, it's Africans first. I don't owe you nothing. Listen, if I was in China, yeah, I'd apologize to her. But why should I? Please. For what? I've done nothing wrong to her, and I owe her nothing. Excuse me? There's not one African language I could have spoken to her. She didn't even understand English. She came all the way to Nigeria and thought that because she was coming into this Asian establishment, that she didn't have to come prepared with English at least. English is a language of commerce. If you don't want to speak English with us here in Nigeria, then you don't fucking want to be here. Go home. Sorry. That's how I feel. And that's my submission for the night.
Thank you. And we accept your submission. And those of us who have lived in Abuja for some time or in Nigeria will have come across one of these two. In fact, there was a supermarket in Abuja that will not allow black people to come and shop there, except you are of a particular caliber.
Yeah, I heard about that place.
Yeah. I know the supermarket. It's close to my house. Okay, so they don't allow you except they know that you're around the environment or you have been basically recommended. But if you are just from anybody, you walk in there.
So why should someone feel? Do you agree with that? Do you think that black people should feel subservient to anybody here in Africa?
Not even anywhere. Even in China.
No, this is how I feel. Let me tell you how I feel. I feel like you don't deserve no mango. You don't deserve no coconut. You don't deserve no fresh food. You don't deserve no good water. You don't deserve no bauxite. You don't deserve no iron. You don't deserve no clay. You don't deserve no rosewood. You don't deserve no uranium. You don't deserve no gold. You don't deserve no silver. You don't deserve nothing from us that you didn't pay for. And we've paid the ultimate price, disconnecting ourselves from this place, many of us, to be able to create something in this world where they don't appreciate us. We have been milked for our culture throughout this world. And to think that we come back to Africa, and a learned young Black American woman who actually cares to be here, I actually care to be here, has to be told that I'm not the one. So I have to proudly move and walk and go and find another place to work out. Thank God there's a million gyms out here. Because I just don't see what you're looking for me to do, sir. You want me to apologize to her, but she don't even speak English. What will my apology do?
Yeah, we totally understand your position and we accept your position. I'm just giving that example.
I felt so disrespected that I felt that I should even take my complaints to the embassy and make do they have like a better business bureau here where I can report the business and say that I was a victim of discrimination here? Because I would like to do that actually, in fact.
Yeah, there is what they call the Consumer Protection Board.
Oh, yeah, CPC. I know them well. When I registered my business, I will go and make the complaint, in fact.
Yes. Thank you for that, sharing your experience with us. And that's what we see in our country. You are giving preferential treatment. No, the other people are giving preferential treatment above you. it had happened to a lot of us. I know. Well, let me not digress on this. Let's just move on. Ferrari. Yes, we come to you, sir. You have heard all these things, and we have a first-hand information of what is to come in the near future.
Thank you, KJ. Thank you very much. I posted a link there of a video. If we are opportune to see it, if we're not, I would understand. But if we are, it will be great. It's a good contributory factor to this.
I will try and see if Show can help us upload it. I've seen the video myself, but I cannot upload it.
Yeah, just see what we can do. Let me start by saying, as usual, we're having the wrong conversation. Yes, we are having the wrong conversation. For the past 800 years, you understand, the paradigm regarding Africa has been the same. But in the last 40 to 80 years in the world, there has been radical changes in terms of human existence and technological know-how. But Africa remains the same. Within the last 40 to 60 years alone, this China we were going to borrow money from, let's say 80 years or 70 years, was under colonial control. Last 40 years and villages in China cannot even feed their people. But today, we're going to borrow money from them. That video I sent you, if you can show it, it will contribute a lot. But let me get to my point. We're having the wrong conversation. We're comparing two grown-ups, that is America and China, that we, a 64-year-old man that is still a baby, cannot walk, cannot crawl, is going to borrow money from. We go to them to borrow money. 64-year-old man. Whether a 64-year-old man can be a baby, biologically, I don't know, unless that child is disabled. Even disabled children, they grow out of that disability at a certain point in time. We're having the wrong conversation. Your question is, why is the 64-year-old man going to do with you when you crawl to him? You see, Fela said, they have released us, but we have not released ourselves. We're still slaves. Mentally, physically, materially, and professionally. And I meant that. We're still slaves. We might deceive ourselves. Our perception of the world is minimal at best, if not ignorant at worst. We don't understand the global world. The world is a global stage. Everyone in the global stage is competing for survival. In politics, globally, they say there is no permanent interest. I mean, there is no permanent friends. You only have permanent interest. Today, I might be your friend. Tomorrow, I might not be, if it's going to affect my interest. But Africa and us, Nigeria, is the only country in the world who don't understand what our interest is. If we do, we would understand that you don't go borrowing amidst plenty, and you don't come on stage and discuss you go borrowing amidst plenty. To me, it defies logic. It's insanity. It's madness. But we do it. And we, the educated people, come on stage and debate between the good adults that we go borrowing from and the other good adults we went going for. Why not discussing ourselves as the baby? Why are we babies at 64-year-old? I heard eccentric glorifying China, so China is a super adult than America. That's not our issue. That's not our issue. Perception is everything. Our perception of success is warped. We don't have a collective perception of what communal success is. And then we think money makes everything. But what we call money is crumbs when it gets to the global stage. Line up your Dangote and see what number he stays in on the list of rich people in the world. Crumbs. And yet we have educated people with master's degree, with PhD, come on public medium and says rather than tell the morons that have hijacked their comrades, rather than kick them out, drag them out like Jagun said, we have morons come on platform like this. Morons like Kulata, morons like One Man to Mo, several morons. I don't want to be mentioning too many names. Morons saying, well, the problem is Showore, the problem is Obi. We are children amidst adults. The world is a global stage of grown-ups. For God's sake, let us look inward. Stop pointing to the Chinese. Stop pointing to the Americans. Kick your old fools out. Fix your country. Nobody ain't coming to fix it for you. You have been slaves long before. At least admit the fact that you are not independent. You are still enslaved. Maybe that way you can collectively come together with your level of education and say, we want to fight for freedom. No, go back into your history and see that your prince, your king, before the coming of the white man, 800 years, what has changed? He came to pick you up as slaves. They're still picking you up as slaves, and they're still taking your resources. And you're here having trivial conversations. I submit. Thanks.
All right. Thank you so much. I gave you so much time so you can say that. I will move you backstage and I will bring you back up again. I have a lot of people behind the backstage. So if I take you out, please don't feel offended. I am not doing that because I don't like you. I'm doing that just to get other people also to make comments. Thank you. And I like your submission. We are all morons. That's also include Ferrari himself, because he also here discussing and calling the rest of people morons. So he also is part of the morons. Okay. I won't say that. I thank you for your contribution. I welcome it. I mean, if we're having serious conversation like that, maybe Africa will have changed. If we tell ourselves the truth, we probably will have gone somewhere. Thank you so much. And yeah, I have all Napolitis, and I have so many others behind also.
You can move me to the back actually too.
Okay, thank you so much also. Yeah, we okay. Yeah, Forefather is here. All Napolitis is here. Yeah, there's still 2 or 3 other people. Please just be patient. We're going to get you back in, and then you can make your contribution. Bumi, thank you for holding on. Eccentric, yeah, because your name was mentioned, that's why I'm going to give you 1 minute to maybe just add your own voice to what you have said. Please, if we keep the discussion very civil, it will make more sense than when we go ahead to call ourselves morons. I don't think anybody is a moron who has gone to school. Not even if they have not gone to school, self. The mere fact that you are eating, you wake up, you eat, you don't use your, you eat normal food means that you're a human being. You understand much more than people will think. All right, so you take your take in just 1 minute, sir.
Okay.
Respond to that.
Yeah. I mean, we are discussing the topic at hand. I don't think. I think he kind of deviated a little bit, Ferrari. He deviated from the topic. We are dealing with the topic. If we change the topic, if I have any contribution to make, I will contribute to the topic. I don't want to deviate from the topic. That's why I made my contribution. And mention all the benefits that China has. For Africa. The relationship of Africa and China. And Africa is a continent. It's a huge continent, right? I don't think one country, one superpower, has enough finance to take care of all the problems plaguing the continent, right? We have our own roles to play as well, especially those in the diaspora. Of course, the leadership over there, we have roles to play. I think we need to look inwards and see what we can actually do. We need to strengthen our institutions, right? Like the lady, Black Beauty was complaining. It's a huge issue in Africa, right? We give preferential treatments to like foreigners. It might be something. It might have something to do with inferiority complex, like she mentioned. But I would say you cannot generalize based on one experience. I would not generalize the whole Asians or China. Faulty generalization is why we have racism, right? One black person does something wrong, every black person is bad. One, Asian does something wrong, they're all bad. I don't think we should be doing that faulty generalization. But of course, if something like that is a trend, it should be dealt with. We need to have like strongest institutions,
All right.
to handle
Thank
this type of problem. So
thank you, etc. I'm coming to you, AY, but before then, let's watch this video.
The country is going through a very strong phase of reform. And this reform is taking a very bold and hard decision. For example, you might be hearing from home now in the last few days about fuel prices. But can we help it? Can we develop? You use their good roads there. You see electricity being constant. You see water supply being constant and running. And you see their good schools.
There's no volume.
And we say we want to hand over a banner without staying to our children. What is the critical
part? You guys hear the volume?
Yes.
If we cannot take hard decisions to pave the way
don't disappear again.
For that country
that
is so blessed, so talented,
so many of you talents here, speaking Chinese and all, their language.
It is what you
equally contribute and tell
that we reflect in the attitude of our parents. The more we want everything free, the more it becomes expensive to develop. That's it. It's difficult. So good roads here. I want to emulate and reflect it back home. I want our children to be in good schools, not in tattered huts and dilapidated classrooms. You make teaching interesting and make business flourish. One economic action leads to another. It is in your hand to build our nation. Now is to provide the leadership that is necessary, and I'm committed to that.
Okay, that is your president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And yes, you heard him, what he said. Now, the person who is speaking that way is able to have a difficult conversation. By the way, a lot of what he said is very questionable, but I don't want to go there because you don't have to go to China to know that your people need good road and not to stay in tattered primary school or educational system. It doesn't need you. I mean, you don't need to go to China to be able to see that. If you have to go to China to see that, then in the word of Ferrari, you're a moron, So, yes, AY, are you going to say that, listen to that, was that a very inspiring speech? They've actually learned anything from what they've been able to, what you heard? Were you inspired by what you, and I mean, let's put it this way, what you heard, does it give you the I don't know what to say. Does it give you the impetus to believe that this money coming from China will be used for what you said?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, KJ. It's actually sad when I listen to this type of statement. It just gives me some kind of headache. See, the president has not actually laid any foundation for any prosperous development at this point. Okay, look at what he's saying, right? You are telling Nigerians it's going to be like a hard decision. Take a hard decision. How do you take a hard decision? You borrow money, you buy new jets. You waste resources on things that are not necessary. The Senate are wasting resources on things that are just unreasonable. The House of Rep are wasting resources on things we don't need. There is no problem borrowing money, but what's the plan? What are you borrowing the money to do? That's a big question. Again, the leadership, there is a problem with the leadership at this point. The issue that is going on between NPC and Dangote is another a high opener to Nigeria. What Nigeria needs to do, this is the time Nigeria needs to go to the street, because NPC, as useless as they are for many decades, our refinery that are moribund, there is nothing going on there. They are paying people salary. People don't know this, the cost of maintenance of this moribund refinery. They just use it to suck Nigeria. Now, a man has been able to build a refinery. You don't want him to operate freely. You want to take over so that you can still continue deceiving Nigeria. How many liters that you're giving out to Nigeria? You can keep deceiving Nigeria that subsidy is being paid in some ways. You increase the price of petrol. These are all issues. We need to these guys don't understand there is a problem. There is need to take urgent steps to resolve all these issues. Dangote is a good starting point. Where we need to go from there is give out more licenses, let people that have the capacity to build refinery, let them build more refineries, flood the system, and complete deregulation. When I say deregulation in the real sense, that is what the system needs to function. If you don't need NNPC, let NNPC go to get rid of NNPC. They should stop ripping Nigeria off. Here again, you need that leadership. You need that selflessness. You need to remove that greed to say, you know what? We have to build this country. We have to do the right thing for the children unborn. You have to look beyond your pocket. I mean, what you want to gain. Yeah. So if independent marketers are buying product from Dangote and giving and supply to the people, if you have to add taxes and say, okay, you know what, we got to add this tax, we need to build our road. This is okay. Take the money, use it to do the right thing. Going to China, borrowing here, you can't really account for this money. The politicians are living lavishly. The governors are living lavishly, wasting resources on stupid stuff that are not necessary. It is a problem. What the president is talking about, he's just more like talking for people to hear that he's talking. Look at the policy of student loan. That is another bullshit, because we don't even have data to show you who need this money. Why do you need it? If I were the president, I'm not going to give loan to anybody. I would take money and build our school to standardize our school first. Build a database for Nigeria in such a way that the money will go to the right places. We don't have a database. Concentrate on using, if it's the NIN or the BVN, get rid of one, clean up the whole system. Let know who is in Nigeria. Let know the number of people in the country. Let know who is paying taxes. These are top issues. The issue of students, who are you giving the money to? The other ministry of 419, I call it Ministry of Yahoo Yahoo. They take money and tell you they spend so billion, give it to the poor. Who are the poor? How do you identify the poor? The simple question every one of us should ask here is, in your village, how many people have received this money? Because they just use all this shit to dupe Nigeria. When you clean up the system, trust me, you will know and be able to identify the people that actually need this money. You will know the people that actually need the student loan, if any, not even student loan. Give them a scholarship, give them and if you make this course standard, if you are a graduate of Nigerian University, you know the state of Nigerian University. All of them, they are all garbage. Even the one they call you, oh, this is the best, they are all full of BS. There is a lot of work that needs to be done. Genuine work, genuine cleanliness. They need to clean up the system. That leadership is not there yet. I've not seen that leadership. I don't have anything against President Tinubu. By the time I see that leadership, I will be the one that will really, really support him.
All right.
I will speak and support him. Thank you, KJ.
Thank you so much, AY. Thank you for submission also, and also doing that on time. Forefather, I see you, but let me go to Ike, because he's been very patient here. You know, I will come back to you. Mr. Ike, you have heard all the submission. You have been, in fact, sitting very quietly and listening. What will be your own contribution to the discussion so far?
KJ, I've been here since morning, but I just want to remind my brother AY that he should remember that his president is the petroleum minister, first of all, for him to, so that he didn't forget that his president is the minister of petroleum, you know. So that is number one. I didn't go to school. I'm not, I don't know about economics a lot. So all this China, America, Britain is not my business. My business is that I just wanted to speak on behalf of the sister, the black beauty who spoke the other time. Just wanted to thank her for her courageousness and for her strength, you know, to do what she did. And also, I want to share that kind of testimony with you. Where I'm working presently right now, the first day that I went there to apply for a job, and I met the supervisor, and I gave him my application form. And he looked at it. After looking at it, he said, "Oh, sorry, they're looking for people that have Dutch passport." I said, "Okay, you're looking for people that have Dutch passport." He said, "Yes." I said, "Okay, no problem. Sorry, I don't have Dutch passport, but I'm sorry that you're not going to take me because I don't have a Dutch passport." So I stood up and I moved to the door. But the spirit came to me and said, "Mr. Ike, why don't you ask this man a question?" So I closed the door back and I went back to the man sitting on his chair and I said, "Sorry, sir, can I ask you a question?" He said, "Yes." I said, "If I have a Dutch passport right now, does it make me a Dutch?" He was looking at me. It was like he came back from somewhere. He was looking at me. For the next 3-4 minutes, he was still moping at my face. So as I just asked that question, I opened the door and I walked away. And he has to send somebody to call me back. And I went back to his office. And he was asked me to sit down. He was still looking at me. And after about 3-4 minutes, he asked me, what gave me the courage to ask the question that I asked? I told him I do not need any courage, but I am stating the obvious and the fact. If I have a Dutch passport as I am sitting down with you here, does it make me a Dutchman? It doesn't make me a Dutchman. And you told me you're looking for a Dutchman. So why should I have to waste my entire day sitting down with you and having a conversation? You have made clear who you want. So he told me, "I'm going to give you the job." So I want to tell you that That's how I walk into the company. And up to today, I am still there and I'm still growing. There are people who have Dutch passport, who are qualified, who, you understand what I'm trying to say? So for that courage of my sister, it happens once in a places like that. Because if I was able to belittle myself and walk away, I wouldn't be where I am today. So I just want to, encourage that my sister that I am happy to what she did. And I tell you, because I experienced that and I defeated and I overcome that. And up today, I am the person that is employing the people that has Dutch passport. I didn't go to school, but it was the same man who took me to training. It was the same man who gave me the platform to grow from the scratch. You understand what I'm trying to say? So listen, it's all this, whatever that is going on in Africa and in Nigeria, I have just said it already. I see, listen, we're just talking. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ike. And I like your submission. If we, that's why in the first place I'm asking, are we capable of having difficult conversations? Because if you are going to live in the West and be able to succeed, you are going to do business with the West and be able to succeed, you must have to be able to look at them in the eyes and say, with due respect to you, what you're saying is not going to work, and I won't do that. That way, they understand you can stand your ground. You see, there's something I like about Texas law. It says stand your ground. So you can either decide to stand your ground or you let it be for peace. But if not, you can stand your ground. I mean, stand your ground on whatever you think you believe in. And that is what we are not doing, and leadership in Africa is not doing. However, it's not about my opinion here. And I want to appeal to some of our people who are already here. I don't know, is there any, okay. I'm going to take some people out and then I'll bring some other people in. My HR, I'll see you as soon as I get an opportunity. I'll bring you in.
KJ, you can give me just 1 minute. I would like to go.
Okay. Take your 1 minute and then they will come. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, folks, once again. I love what Black Beauty said and how I concord it, and I want to comment on that side. Why I say that we in Africa, and especially in Nigeria, the system is working perfectly well by its design is that what IK experienced in Europe is just a tip. Let's just move the table a little bit around. If IK's Dora goes to Nigeria today, she does not have a contract. She has a wonderful qualification to work in Nigeria, one of Nigeria commercial banks, and the daughter of that Dutch man happens to have even if it's a 6 months work permit to be in Nigeria, and both of them went to the same bank to look for a job. Whom will IK think that the bank will consider to hire first? By answering that question is an eye-opener that Nigeria is working very well by its design. Let me kind of like touch a little bit base on the little video we just watched a few minutes ago. I don't think I have a problem with that. That is what is called garbage in, garbage out. That is the only thing we're able to garbage in. What are we expecting? This man is delivering exactly based on his campaign promises. His administration will ensure that people's spending powers are reduced. Is that not what we're experiencing today? That they are going to China. Are they going to China to bring any form of innovation? No, it's just what folks will consider as a photo shot. I could remember back in the days when we were young. If you have an opportunity to leave Africa, probably go to Europe. You would like to use the opportunity to touch a couple of countries over there with the hope that I've visited this country, I want to activate my passport, all those kind of mindset. You know, this is exactly what men of that caliber ruling that region is being seen doing. It's an opportunity. They have the resources out there. They have everything, you know, and they are not accountable. So it's an opportunity for them to go and flex. Take some pictures. Tomorrow, you will see the picture of your president with the Chinese president. It's a very big applause on their resume by their own standard. So we should not be disturbing ourselves why things are going the way things are going in Nigeria, because Nigeria is perfectly working well by its design. If you want to make a change, we will first begin to ask ourselves, how do we come to this? You know, how was Nigeria given birth to? Nigeria came to existence like a baby born with some deformity. And what Nigeria is doing today, or how Nigeria is working today, is as a result of the disabilities, the deformity that Nigeria was born with. So on that note, I would like to exit and be on the back end to contribute my best. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your contribution. And Show Jagun is here also. Show is also backstage. So, forefather, you follow the discussion. Welcome to the platform. Unfortunately, we don't have the choir to sing. You are welcomed in the name of the Lord. But then, I'm sure you will have had that chorus if you had it. So you follow the discussion. I saw your comment earlier on, and but now you are here in person, so I won't even bother to talk about your comment. What do you say from the ongoing?
Thank you for having me, KJ, and greetings to everyone on the panel, and greetings to the people in the chat, and special greetings to the viewers. Yeah, it was good to see Dr. Rudolph back today, so yeah, I'm quite chuffed by that. Yeah, there's quite a lot going on. The Dangote drama and the federal government doing what they do best. I've been saying this from my observation of the Nigerian space for a very long time now. In short, since I started showing up here, that we have leaders that are just sabotaging our state. And the way the currency was floated to lead to a lot of inflation, even if the subsidy was meant to be removed, the way it was done didn't have to be done that way. And how can you save money from removing subsidy and go and float the currency to damage that this thing savings you just made? In other words, you don't want the nation to move forward. And everywhere I turn, you see the same pattern repeat itself. Nigerian children are getting kidnapped every day. Nigerian women are getting kidnapped every day. People are getting kidnapped in the farms and even in waterways now. And you see them doing anything about it. They pretend as if it doesn't happen. They keep ordering them to clear out the bandits. Every time they always do this. But they are not doing anything really. They just pretend as if they are doing something. When they say they want to transform Nigeria, they pretend as if they are doing something, but they are not doing anything. They will stop one problem and create another one immediately. These people are not ruling for you. They are not ruling for you. The pattern you see is the same thing. Look at when Dangote Refinery managed to come on stream now. Almost the day before the Dangote Refinery was supposed to come on stream, NNPC announced that they owe $6.8 billion. Then after Dangote said he was going to start selling petrol, they just jacked up the price of petrol immediately. They want to ensure the country doesn't develop. And I said it even before Tinubu came into office. I said, given everything Buhari left now, if all Tinubu was just needed to do, just to remove the fuel subsidies, Dangote Refinery come on stream, and if they were sincere, the Nigerian refinery come on stream. Within 4 years, Nigeria starts exporting crude and all the rest. Nigeria will not be here anymore. With all that money, you can do a lot with it. But guess what? What they've done is done everything to sabotage it. Now, this is not by accident. They did everything to sabotage to make sure that doesn't happen. Because how do you remove subsidy when you are supposed to take that money to do something? Then you go and inflate the currency so that subsidy savings doesn't mean anything. Now you have to pay subsidy again because you can't afford the petrol price to go up to 1,000 something naira. That is the madness. I saw one PDP official that came today. It was almost like he was just wanting to tell the truth about what is going on. He was completely irate. He said, this man is the Minister of Petroleum, and he's overseeing this sabotage of the Nigerian state. And these people, nobody is questioning him. This man cut the GDP of Nigeria in half in 1 year, and he's still sitting there. He cut ECOWAS almost in half too in 1 year. It's like, and then when you hear him talking in China, you pretend it's almost as if it's not him that did all these things. And what is the light at the end of the tunnel? I don't see it. Because everything they do is to damage the country. I'm telling you, if he came into office and he was asleep and the country was just running like that, Nigeria would be better off right now. Every time Nigeria wants to do something nice, he will go. Every time they keep cutting it, and you ask yourself, I was talking to somebody the other day, they said the Nigerian rich men, they were very greedy. Or like all countries, rich people are greedy. But they don't go and destroy their country. This is not normal greedy. All elites in all nations are greedy. And they are greedy. Their greed also makes them want to protect their wealth. In other words, make the nation strong so that their wealth will endure. But what kind of mumu greediness is this one? Greediness that you are destroying the country. Every time you do it, you destroy the country. What does that tell you? It tells you that these people are sabotaging your nation. This is not about greed. This goes beyond greed. Even many of our rich people have complained about it. Even Dangote complained about this. Oyema complained about this. Anybody that wants to do the right thing by the country, these people damage them. And NNPC I've never seen any kind of organization like that before. That just sits there and causes problem for the Nigerian economy. Generated $6 billion worth of debt without telling Nigerians. And it turns out that the subsidy that they were paying was the reason why they owed us $6.8 billion. That the government said they were not paying subsidies. And why did they have to pay it after you just removed subsidy? Because you depreciated the currency. Now, Nigerian naira that we have in our pocket doesn't go far anymore, so debt has to accrue again. These people are not governing for you. If you want to see a nation that is improving, first thing you want to do is you want to stop your people from getting kidnapped, your people from getting killed every day. If you don't see your leader stopping that from happening, they are not marshalling the forces to do that. We are losing almost $50 billion every year due to insecurity alone. I've been saying this thing. If these leaders are not doing anything in that direction, forget it. Anything they are doing, they're just singing to the wind. They know it. They say it even during elections. They say if you don't fix security, nothing else will work. And it's almost as if they are designed to tell us the truth while doing the opposite. They will tell you that they need to recruit people when they to secure the country during elections, but when they get into office, they don't do it. And nobody calls them out. They will tell you that the reason why the country is not doing very well, that if you don't fix security, forget it, nothing is going to work. And they don't do it. And everybody still accepts it. They gaslight you all the time. Look at the way he was talking that they want to do the roads like in China. Who is responsible for the roads in Nigeria? This is a man that has been involved in politics for at least 40 years. Does he not know how China looks? Has he not been to Europe before? Was he not there? They all know all this. But they just come and tell you as if we are just born yesterday. They gaslight Nigerians repeatedly. And until the people that mean the right things for Nigeria start coming together, create an ideology that the people will sign on to and push these people out. Nigerians are not ready yet. In the end, Nigerians are not ready. That's my take from it. Because if Nigerians are ready, when you see even one leader, no matter where it comes out from, if you get one leader that tells you that this is what needs to be done, everybody will follow that leader. And they will change the country overnight. If people are truly ready. Because what I see right now in Nigeria is that some people think that it's an option to work together.
Every time you see people, we heard about the Otapia lady. We heard about people threatening Igbo people. We've seen, not just threatening Igbo people, we've seen a lot of Southeasterners getting attacked in Lagos. All kinds of nonsense you see in the country. And where do you see your leaders doing during that period? Many of them are quiet. So then they will take days to come out. When we are all out here, they will take days to come out. I just wonder what is wrong with our political class. Okay. They have to be displaced. If they are not displaced, forget it. These people are not going to change anything for your country. They will just keep talking and talking and talking. If you want to see your country start changing, watch what they do with your security. If that part doesn't move, forget it. When I even looked at UAE, Dubai that everybody thinks is just like a holiday picnic site. Do you know their security to one citizen ratio? It's about 25. Ours is about 1,500. What kind of security state are we running? We are not running a state. We are running a state that is ready to be enslaved at any time. If that is not fixed, everything that is going on, your crude oil is getting stolen. Zamfara, they are stealing your gold. They are capturing your women. Everything that is going on is tied to that security. If you don't fix it, nothing will work in this country. You can go and talk about constitution. You can go and talk about everything else. Nothing will work if you don't fix that security. Even they, the politicians, they tell you that truth.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your contribution, forefather. And thank you. In fact, you've done a roundup of the discussion.
I beg now. Make I talk now. I have a
Please, KJ.
Yes.
It's very short.
KJ, I want to go backstage. Can I make a little contribution before I go backstage?
Ovie, hold on. I see Mama Hecho. I see your hand, Ovie. Now let's give Righteous Man an opportunity to speak. You know how much data have become in Nigeria, and he has been around since. So, Righteous Man, please make your contribution.
Yeah, forefathers, welcome back. It's nice hearing you again. We miss you all this while, you and Rudolph. Welcome back. You are looking so fresh. It seems as if you visited Africa. You chop fresh corn and pear. That's good. You see, let me start from the biblical aspect, or let me derive whatever I'm going to say based on the scriptures. The Bible says, shall we continue in sin because grace abound? Shall we continue in sin because grace abound? Now, every day, every time, we keep talking and ranting and blaming. We've not been able to proffer a solution that all of us can agree on, and then map out a strategy to ensure that that solution we have proffered is going to work. We've not been able to articulate a position. We've not been able to say, okay, we generally agree this is what can make this country work. Until we do that, I keep saying this in this platform, because I have had opportunity of speaking from other nationals, from other countries. I watch on TV. When their country gets so bastardized, you see the citizens of that country in various other countries, in diasporas, gather themselves, go to the embassies of their country and protest against what is happening back home. Nigerians are not doing that. Nigerians in diaspora, I have been putting it as a challenge. Can you people go to the embassies in various countries where you reside as a voice? Go to Nigerian embassies and make your stand known that your people back home here, you are not happy with what is going on here, both the politics and whatever. So that we can see, it's not only sending money to Nigeria, to your families and friends in Nigeria. If we want to solve this problem, it is not the sending of the money. It is taking a stand. A stand. Nigerians in diaspora should take a stand. We have embassies. Look at what the IPOB did. When this man that is serving in jail, jail term now in London, in UK, the former Vice Senate President, Ekweremadu, when he go to the Germany for New Year's celebration, the Igbo youth there, they use something to register on him and other politicians that they are not happy with what is happening back home. Since then, have you had any Nigerian Igbo politician going to America or going to Germany for New Year festival? So you people have more liberty than we do in Nigeria. Anytime any speaker here say the people back home are not doing anything, it gets into my brain and my nerves because you guys don't know what we're facing here. We're facing that, in fact, you can be picked up at any time and know that you've been forgotten. Look at that journalist that wrote a column. Look at where he is. Look at Hyundai. David Hyundai have been declared wanted by the Nigerian police. Look at the people that protested against bad governance. They have charged them with treason and treason felony. And when such thing happen, nobody thinks about their family. And you will be there, you'll be saying Nigerians are not ready. We are ready. But you guys that are over there that have this liberty, you should do more than us. Your voice there, we send a signal back to these politicians in Nigeria. But you are not doing that. So I rest my case.
Okay. Righteous man rests his case on a righteous point. I don't want us to divert from the discussion, but he has made a very valid point. And we constantly have to keep discussing how we want to help the people back home. Yes, I'm coming to you again, but hold on. Flagship, you have 2 minutes. Can you make your point in 2 minutes?
Yeah, I was just going to ask you to put me backstage, but the point that I want to make is to reiterate what, throw a little bit of light on what the Black Beauty said. In as much as we may have heard her experience and listened to what she said, that is I won't call it, it's a serious situation that Nigerians are dealing with right now. How our people in our own land are being subjected to almost nothing by foreign nationals that come, that some of them are bold and brave enough to even take out the lives of our citizens and walk the streets like nothing ever happened. I've heard so many news on the radio and TV stations, for those that care to report them, of what foreign nationals do to our people in our land with little or no punishments at all. And if you are a Nigerian in their own country, you dare not do that. You can't even think about it because you know what the consequences are. So what I say to our people at home is this. I'm not asking you to be violent. I'm not asking you to oppress or attack foreign nationals when you see them. But please know that you are Nigerians and Nigeria belongs to you first before anybody else that is there. Stand your ground. Make yourself counted. Raise your shoulders high. We know the situation is bad back home, but do not subject yourself to anything below what the nation and the economy has put you now in the face of foreign nationals. If you have to speak out, speak out. And if you have to group yourselves together to raise your voice against any oppression by foreign nationals that are in Nigeria who are unduly disrupting your lives, speak out. But please, at the same time, make sure that you are not the one that is causing problems around them. But stand your ground and defend your territory. It belongs to you first before anybody else. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the Flagship. Thank you also for accepting to go backstage. So I'm bringing 1 or 2 more persons. Yes, Mama Hecho, you are welcome.
Thank you. First of all, KJ, when are we going to be able to go to the backstage?
You want to go to the backstage? Oh, or okay, maybe that's going to be at the end of the program.
I know which time.
This program rounds up by 6. Yes.
So please check with Dr. Damages. I need to have that meeting today. I'm having waist pain, so that is why I'm asking. After my submission, I want to relax, but I want to join to hold that meeting. I have called most of you. We need to hold it today.
Okay.
Please check with Dr. Damages because he promised to be there. And I really want us to hold that meeting because that meeting has an answer for our way forward.
Okay.
So it's as important as this meeting as what we are doing right now. So resolve that. If we have to cancel your next meeting to get that address, we have to. Now, I don't know if it is Bumi that was talking about her experience in the gym.
The Blackstone.
Good.
Sorry, a beauty.
Good. The
yes.
beauty. Just explain what
a black beauty.
The black beauty. Just explain what majority of Africa, especially Nigeria, is experiencing in this Western world. So, and that shows what our children are experiencing. Majority of black children in the foster system, it is because they make them inferior and they react to it that landed most of them in the system. Righteous Man also told us that in history, our people the people that fought for independence, there are people that came here, saw the system, saw everything, and they came back home to fight for us. And now, we are here discussing almost problem, complaint. Forefather, you'll be talking about this security. What is your solution for this security? Because sometimes when you talk as if some people should go and do it. What is your role to see that what you are desiring for security comes to pass? I didn't come back to discuss problem anymore. I come back to discuss solution. If it is true Showoreswe, which is protest, let all of us back it up. If it is for 2027 election, let us begin the work now, not the talk. Because whether we like it or not, all of us contribute to the problem of Nigeria today, either directly or indirectly. And it is all of us that will solve the problem. So do not pretend as if you are not part of the problem. Neither are you going to tell me you will not be part of the solution. I say na lie you talk. Because I go drag all of you to find solution to our problem. Because the stolen money they brought to Obodo Ibo, now some of us now use our social security number to open those accounts. The property they use our stolen money to buy, it is us, some of us, that did that for them. So let us stop this pretense that because you benefit from the establishment has made you to mature to keep quiet as if it doesn't matter. You are as guilty as them that loot, because they will not successfully bring those money, invest it without social security number. And you cannot have social security number in this system if you are an illegal or a tourist. So we are the cause. Nigerians in diaspora, we are the cause of what is happening at home. We enable the politicians to do what they are doing because we are the one that help them to launder the money and open account using our social security number. The property they bought, is it not us that help them to buy it? Because you are benefiting. Some of the people that do this job, they don't work. Oh, they don't work here in abroad because they are using part of that money to live big money over here. And you know them because somebody knows the person that knows the person that did it, and you kept quiet. You that know, you are accomplished. You are guilty as them. So it is time. If you are tired of the insecurity, if you are tired of the poverty, and if you are tired of going to the gym and you are being humiliated because you are a black person or from Nigeria, then it is time for you to develop a holy anger. And let's work together because it is possible.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mama H.O. Well, I don't know whether I want to accept that I'm part of those who contributed to where Nigeria is right now. I don't think I will accept that responsibility because, you know,
See, I said directly or indirectly.
No. You see,
not tell me that one because you know somebody that knows somebody that is doing something wrong and you never stop the person.
How do you stop? Okay, that's not for you now. I asked that question to Heme. Heme, how do you stop somebody who is your uncle who is in a political position and is deciding, Albumi, I see your hand, but let Heme talk, I'll come to you. And then your uncle decides to do things that are not that right. How do you stop him in a Nigerian situation? I give you an example. The guy who flagged off the padding of the budget, his name is Abdulmamin. Abdulmamin was a schoolmate in the university. He went to National Assembly. He flagged off that there was padding. At the end of the day, did you see him again in National Assembly? He was suspended until this moment. He never recovered. Now, how do you flag off? How do you stop somebody who is in a position who is related to you and has said to do the things that are not right? How do you stop the person? That's your question, sir.
Well, that's a setup.
No, I'm not trying to set you up. I'm just simply saying, how do you stop? Because these are adults, they're not children.
Yes.
How do you stop the person? They have the political power. How do you stop him? If you make a report to the police, sitting here, we have taken report to the police. I said it when that insecurity became so much in Abuja, and somebody jumped my fence. Okay, at night, a group of whether I wanted to rob or not. But anyway, he was caught, and we took him to the police. Police advised us. I'm saying this. Police advised us that look, this guy, they can't do anything. The highest they can do is to hold him for 3 days. After which somebody will come and release him. So, what do you do in such a situation?
Well, if you're in that situation, I would advise that
we kill a person.
For me, if I am in that situation, I will because I understand that now reporting directly can make you lose your life. and the Nigerian situation we are in right now, we at least it is quite understandable that the state is already bought. The state is owned by a group of people, and they can use virtually every form of legal power to fight you to death, and nothing will happen. And funny thing is that the people you are even fighting for, they won't even make use of the information or fight for you when when the time is when you need them. So in that regard, it will be difficult for me to say I will just put my face out there and report, because I know reporting to the police won't solve the problem. Maybe a kind of public shame could have, but there's nothing like that any longer in Nigeria. So just to make sure that that information is out there, I might use an anonymous face to do that. And I think that would be the line I would rather want to use an anonymous identity to reveal all those sensitive information. And not everybody is skilled enough to do that. So I think, but for me as a person, I would love to go that line just for it to be out there. But you see, something is this with Nigeria. And it's one of the reasons I continue to say maybe we should go our ways, but I know fine, it might be difficult. Or how do we achieve that? The thing is, the system on ground has made it difficult for the best of us to come to lead us. It has made it difficult. So there's no way, because, for example, if you want the best to come, the ethnicity card will be played, the religion card will be played, the what do you call it now? The zonal card will be played, and before you know it, you just realize that all the strength to support such a person will just slow down the river.
I'm backstage now. KJ have to take somebody off.
So that is just the thing that is scary there, and that is for me. That is why I would rather say maybe we should just have our ways and then go solve our problems the way we feel we can. Because if we are together, there's no way we will solve that singular problem. A Yoruba man will not allow the government or the law to punish his Yoruba man for corruption. He would rather say, is he the only Nigerian that is corrupt? Why haven't they punished this and punished that and do this and do that? And same way, we are going to talk about other tribes. So before you know it, and at that level, at that elite level, there's nothing like tribe, there's nothing like religion. It is basically elite versus the populace. So at that level, they just spend the money, they get the money, they don't offend themselves, they count scores like, okay, now your turn, now is my turn later, so all these things. So, but for your question, as I've answered, I would rather use an anonymous face to put the information out there just for it to be on the record, and hopefully the general consciousness of Nigerians will utilize that information one way or the other.
Okay.
But for now,
thank you.
I don't see how it's gonna work.
Thank you. And I agree with what you said, but people who have written the person we saw putting dollars in his pocket is now the chairman of APC. Anyway, let's just move from there. So I don't know what else anybody could do. The family of the man and his family are suffering till this moment. I don't want to go there. But Bumi, you had something you wanted to say, because I saw you raising your hand.
Yeah, go before me, because he's been waiting for a while.
Sorry?
You can let Ovie go before me. I'll go after him.
Oh, Ovie, are you sure you want Ovie to go? Because Ovie is
fine.
It's just like
KJ, that's all that we use why our son, their son now we go.
Wind your window up, the air is too much.
say what?
The air.
Oh.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes. I think I know you have your say, right? I think one thing I want to point out in the conversation we're having today about this China and the Western relation is that we should always consider people who are listening, especially the younger ones who are still either in secondary school or even our university self, that we will not be have the opportunity to actually, this is when we talk now, which is they won't teach them in that class, but they will not have that. So when we are actually counter some argument and all that, we should also put that people, those people into consideration. I'm saying that to say that everything is not black and white. So the idea that when we talk about we are mirroring on the West, the America, the China, is as if we are blaming them. It's ridiculous at this point. We live in international community. We know if we do anything without those people, but that's by the side. Listen not from the point of argument. Not be everything, as I said, say we against them. We are not in that position. In animal farm, they say all animals are equal, but some are more equal. That's how the international scene is. The international playground, according to John Meshama, is an anarchy stage. Now, who flex muscle pass? That flexing muscle is not busy because you are black, you are this. What do you have? And that's why I wanted to speak before to Nigeria, to actually, acknowledge him for his paranoiance over the nuclear weapon. What do you have to say make Tinubu they no behave cowardly, as Kenji actually pointed out, which that's what happened with the no feed look out to high. Who are you? We be said, waiting and entertain you now the whole budget we wanna get. Those are reality at the international stage. No, because you be black, you be happy. So who give a fuck? Excuse my Yoruba. What do you have to actually feel look Xi Jinping, all those leaders eye to eye? On what ground? You have to come on two faces. Either you have a nuclear weapon or your economy is built. But guess what? To answer what the question that Mama Echo was pushing to Nigeria, what is the solution? Right? Which also speak to when Jago, my elder brother, he was trying to challenge us with the people that we are the problem. No, we're not. So I think that challenge should come in front of, are we ready to build? Because that's what we are suffering now. We not build our economy, we not get security, right? The question is that what does this thing stake? Right? You have to look at you inward. What is going to be the consequence of you building your economy? Let me mirror on that. If you want to build your economy to be a productive nation at the expenses of another economy, whether I like it or not, either the West economy or the future, to talk about China. When we are speaking of China, we're talking about what might happen tomorrow, not what is happening now. When righteous man say China no colonize on the country. Yes, yet. And I put it to you today, Biafra will be their first colony. You understand? That might be in 2070. But that by the sense, so what do you have you want to build at the expenses of the Western economy or the Northern economy? Are they going to relax and watch you do that? No. How will they come? They will come because now una don't begin reason to be free, because that's where freedom come. Right? You have to look at people who are patriotic, people who are futuristic, and but most of them people who are not greedy. These are the people that will bring this thing to bear. And once the West or the superpower understand that, what do? They will come for the leader. If they're not fit because the people are overwhelmed with that person, they will cause what they call color revolution, which is the modern way of destabilizing nations. All in the name of what? Because you dare to be free, to have your own things, and to have what? A nuclear weapon. I'm not saying this to say, oh, you don't know what they talk. Go read the history of North Korea. In the 50s and the 40s, they massacred them like that. That it is the paranoians that make them build that nuclear weapon. Say, guess what is going to happen? That's why today they are exempt. They don't cover them. You cannot reach them. They suffer them, but that is the price. Cuba, what do you think the Cuban crime is? It is because they dared to export their indigenous medicine. to counter the Western hegemony of these big farmers. That is the crime they committed, dare to be free. So do we have leaders that dare to think that way? We don't have it. Now, with the people, do we even understand that we are not free? Because the leaders understand that that's not fear than they fear. If they dare dream like that, there's going to be consequences. So we, the people, we need to understand that this is what is before us. So when we are talking about the Western power, it is not because we are blaming them. Now, I am not saying because of this kind that people should not dream to be free. Now, in that take where the organizing will come from. Organizing come with educating people that massacre is going to come your way when that time comes. They go come massacre you. They come do whatever it takes to make sure you remain what? They are feeding ground. The only point they want you to remain where you are is that so that they can be export for you to buy to, so that then can be free. That's your point. It's not be saying they hate you. It's all survival of the fittest. So the idea is when you go use your personal experience. No, it's not like that. It's bigger than the way we, me and you, they see them. Just two things: dream to have a nuclear weapon. But first of all, you go sleep first. The only way you can sleep internationally is when you get nuclear weapon. If you don't have a nuclear power, you don't sleep. Go ask your leaders.
Okay.
So for you to even dream to be free, you have to what Nigeria was always be paranoid about. And how do we get there? Go ask the Indians. The Indians suffer from the heads of the West. Why? Because they said they are not going to sign into non-nuclear proliferation. They said before they sign into that agreement, which is what the whole third world could not say out loud. They said before they can sign, those that have nuclear weapons have to forgo it. You know that is not going to happen. They block them. Now they are progressing today because of fear of China. So that's why money is coming back to them. So there's a level to this game. So it's not idea would they blame them or it's black and white. No. Allow people who won't learn to actually understand it, lead to where others know. Stop saying would they blame. It's bigger than the poor people. Not the way we ask for hunger, they respond to us. When Dangote asks for oil, they don't give them. There's level to this game. No, stop blaming the ordinary people. We don't do suffer. We are still in that suffer. If we are not ready to invest in our knowledge, also understand.
Okay, Ovie, thank you. You have said a lot, and I just want to say, again, you see, it has to do with leadership.
I have to come.
Your leadership has to accept.
I have to come again.
Sorry.
I beg your pardon. Continue. I have to come in when you finish because I haven't had my turn. You went before me, but I have to come in response.
Okay. Please go ahead and respond. And then I just want to say that I have a lot of people behind stage, so I hope can I take some of us out so that those can come in.
Take me out.
You can take me out.
Okay, thank you.
You can stay and listen to what I've got to say to you, Ovie.
Oh man, leave me on. I'm not running away because of that. Leave me on. I'm here. I'm just
sure.
Here. Leave me on.
Go ahead.
Can I hear you? Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. You see, my brother Ovie, sometimes you make things that are simple quite complicated. And in listening to your submission just then, you actually went all over the place. What I said was clear. I said I have stopped blaming the West a long time ago. I'm stopping blaming the elite politicians of Nigeria. I'm putting the onus and the responsibility of our nation in the only place it can be is with the people. If the people are not taking responsibility of what is going before them, and they want to remain slaves, which is what the position is, then who is it not time for a slave uprising? You see, all what you spoke, it still leaves the people powerless. It has been said that there is no citizenship in that country, and we can all agree to that. There is no citizenship. We're just there. We're just there waiting for any kind of handout we can. We in the West, we receive phone calls, letters, and all kinds of communication from people in Nigeria who are suffering. Now, the submissions of somebody like Righteous Man is apt. What he's saying is that he's looking for those of us in the diaspora to do something by way of organization, by way of communication, in order to jolt some level of change in the country, because it cannot remain the same. But we all know it can, as far as the people are concerned. Now, if you feel, Ovie, that you can fold your hands, speak on this platform, and Nigeria somehow would magically perform some kind of gymnastics in order for the polity to be put right, then you're joking. You're completely a joke. The only way that Nigeria is going to make a turnaround is if the people stand up. And that's the people in Nigeria, and that's the Nigerians outside of Nigeria. What would actually happen if this took place? You will see the Black world stand up with us, both in Africa and further afield. The Black world will stand up. But we're so afraid. I don't want to die. Don't blame me. I've suffered enough. What rubbish. You feel that you can't suffer more? You feel that you can't suffer more? Bruh, stay there and open and shut your mouth. Open and shut, talk whatever mayhem you want to talk and see the change. There will be no change apart from the fact that it's getting worse. If you want to speak internationally as to what's going on internationally, bruh, the whole world has left us behind. And we're here murmuring. We're murmuring all kind of blatant nonsense all day long. And we feel that there's going to be change. What change? Has there been change in 60 years? My brother, tell me what plans Nigeria has. Be clear to me. Let me hear it. What plan is it? What plan do we have for the next 4 years? Economically, politically, or any otherwise? What plan is on the ground? What plan is there to follow? What are you talking about? Do you just come here just to complicate matters? I'm telling you, the people who are responsible, the responsibility of Nigeria is left with Nigerians. If you don't want to accept that, then fuck off from being in Nigeria, sell your passport and go away. Because it's in our hands to change that country. Nothing or no one else is going to do it for us. This is what I'm saying to you, OVA. This is what I'm saying to the panel. This is what I'm saying to the audience. If you don't want to wake up, stay asleep. Stay asleep. Somebody else is going to do it for you. Somebody else will do it for you now. You think China lending money to us is going to do anything for us? What kind of stupid, pathetic nonsense? Don't you understand what I'm saying? I'm being very clear. There is no point relying on the West. There is no point relying on China. There is no point relying on our elite politicians. It is left to us. For fuck's sake, why don't you wake up? Accept your responsibility. I'm sorry to shout. I'm sorry to swear. But I can't believe certain utterances of people on this panel. I can't believe it. People just want to come here and talk shit and want it to be accepted. In whose ears? In whose ears will we accept nonsense at this stage? Those of us who are in the West, we are highly responsible for making a change in our country. I don't know what we are looking for. We are here for China, China, la, la, la. Oh, no, rubbish. That's rubbish. What do you want China to do for you? I can't believe what people talk about on this platform. I can't believe it. Are you awake?
KJ, if you don't mind, I would like to respond to you.
Can we respond when you are done?
KJ, if you don't mind, I would like to respond to you.
Guys, let him land.
When you finish, let us know, please.
Let him land.
Yes, please. Thank you. Are we awake at all? We adults at all? Are we people who are ready not to look for allies that are our enemies, that have proven that they are our enemies time and time and time again? You see, if we don't go and take a bath, one of those baths that will quench us from our idiocy, and wake up from that, come out from that bath and present ourselves as solid human beings that will not accept the palliative of nonsense that has been offered us, We have to stand up. I don't know. Don't blame me. Don't blame me. I'm not responsible. It's not my fault. Are you sick? Are you ill? Are you a man at all? Are you a man? I'm sorry. I can't understand what we're doing on this platform. I can't understand it. As I come back and as I come back and I listen to what's being said, it's seldom that I hear somebody speaking into the tune of us galvanizing our power. You see, we have agency as individuals. We have agency as human beings. If we do not bring our agency together, there's nothing that's going to happen for us. You keep believing that someone's going to give you something over here. You keep believing that the history and all the knowledge that you have somehow is going to be circumstantial to what we are doing in that stupid Nigeria of ours. We haven't woken up. We're still sleeping.
Okay, thank you so much.
The level of corruption.
Thank you.
If
the level
of
would
let
corruption.
me, I want to.
Now hold on.
Why are you defending me now? I never finished my life.
You have made your
let
point.
him land.
Point.
You have 30 seconds to land, please.
Okay. My brother KJ, thank you. You see, the only reason why I'm on this platform is because I do know that we care about what's happening in Nigeria. I do know this. But I don't believe that we're singing from the same hymn sheet. And I'm telling you, if we do not join hands and sing from the same hymn sheet, Nigeria is going into the toilet. Nigeria will be put in the pocket of the West, China, and any other part of the world. So, as I said to you, the last time I traveled to Nigeria, me as a Black Nigerian, I was in the minority going home. The plane was full of Eastern Europeans, people from Northern Europe, and not the ordinary Oyinbo that we normally know that comes to Nigeria that knows Africa for the last 150 years. Those weren't the people that were on the plane. Everybody else was on the plane looking to get what's theirs in our country. In the West, they talking rubbish. It's not our fault if we are not responsible. Go and sit down, my friend. I've got no time for that rubbish.
All right. Thank you so much for your
Can I respond with just 2 points, please?
No, just hold on. You will respond. Bumi, you want to go first, or you allow them to respond, then you speak? Bumi, can you hear me? Bumi, are you with me? Okay, she will taught me. All right.
Sorry.
Okay, Bumi, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, even though your picture looks frozen. Can you hear me? Okay, so why you said such?
Go ahead. Let me try and fix my internet.
Okay, all right. Ovie, hold on. Ferrari, you have 2 minutes. Is it enough for you? 1 minute.
To jargon 4. Okay, I'll take that.
Okay,
I'll take that. I'll take 4. Okay. Yeah, I just as a follow-up to what Mama Echo said and what Jargon said. You see, nobody's coming to fix Nigeria for us. And the last 2 or 3 weeks made me realize that I have done myself a great favor by keeping myself away from arguments with nuisance. And I'm not calling people on this panel nuisance. I'm talking about my circle. This panel is also part of it. I have such a huge sense of relief, and it gave me a deep sense of thought. The Nigerian problem actually is not just that it's Tinubu and the hijackers of the government. It's the educated people that we discuss with. Because some of them, we cannot agree on the truth. We cannot agree on that there's a problem. And those that we agree, they come here, formulate fake data to justify the insanity that the Tinubus are doing. And there are some of them, all they want to talk about is body parts. And I'm thinking, my God, my Nigeria at least is my house. Our house is burning. And I've got people who went to school and all they want to talk about is body part or the woman in Canada who talked about the Igbos. And even I heard the woman is suing Dabiri now with all the, and all that's all the energy they want to talk about. All they don't even have any intellectual, journalistic gravity to understand the gravity of our situation. All they want to talk about are these things, and this is what is important to them. And I said, yay, we are really in deep trouble. Fourth, we have a problem with the truth. We have the problem with the brain. We have the problem with bigotry. We have a problem with tribe. We have a problem with religion. So how can we face the real problem when we are busy with these people that should not even be on the same level of talk in terms of the Nigerian problem? And it saddens me because I find out that those people are the biggest problem this country has, because they give a soft landing to the likes of Tinubu with their argument. Why they do those things, I don't know. We all cannot agree, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying we all should agree on the same basis. Nobody, the world can never happen like that. But at least to acknowledge white as white or black as black. So that way we can move together. We can say, okay, this is how we can move this country forward. And you'll find that I found Nigeria happening to me on this panel. And I'm going, what is hope for that country? I said, and I only blame Doug Lugard. I blame Doug Lugard. But the fact remains is that Nigerian problem are these educated people who don't see, who have eyes but cannot see, who are blind. Why they are blind, I'm not here to discuss it. But then, like Jagun said, God, they need to wake up. Your country, your house is burning, you want to discuss body parts. Your house is burning, you want to give statistical data on why gasoline is not what is causing the fire, but styrofoam. And I'm going, my God, what kind of people are these? They want to talk about the woman in Canada who cussed out the Igbos. Oh my God, I'm like, my God. How do we all say Tinubu is fucking up? I'm calling for him to resign when I have people like that who are fighting me on a daily basis for me to say the truth. This is what Mama Echo is talking about. This is what Jagun has made effort to. Wake up! For God's sake. If you know you don't want to wake up, get the fuck out.
Hello, sir. Calm down, please. Please. We have children watching this program. Please. Calm down. Okay, now I have to say this. Listen. Let's not get it twisted.
JK.
There's not going to be any, hold on, sir. There's not going to be any way there will be one solution to a problem. The world was never built to be one solution to a problem, one approach to a problem. There's never going to be a time like that. So when we come and we have very great ideas and every other thing, also let us also understand that other people may have a different approach to it altogether. There's a situation in the army they call the stick and the carrot. Some people who have refused to use the carrot, they use stick, and it does not solve the problem. Some people have used the carrot and never solved the problem. Some people have combined both. It has not. So let's not make it look as if what you think is the solution must definitely be the way it must go to get the solution, the problem solved. You know, and you see, I also want to say something quickly. Nigeria is made up of talents. There is no level of sophistication on earth that you don't have a Nigerian working at the top management. So it simply says that we also have the ability, if we care, that's the way where we, I think that that's probably where we should have been pointing our arrows to. If our people care to make use of the talent that are domiciled in Nigeria, we're not even talking about foreign talent now. We're talking about the local artisans in Nigeria who have been without much, education, are doing what others who have taken years to do. They can just do it. So it is for us, first of all, to have a government that is sincere with his people and sincere to want to develop the nation. Then we can now go to the point where you're going. But if we have a leadership and the people who are controlling the resources of the country, who are not ready to utilize the farmland, for instance, in Tivland, in Benue State, that you know that anything can grow in Benue State, including palm trees, you have not utilized it. And then you are saying we are now busy trying to, speak as if the people are themselves not lazy, they're not ready to develop. No, the people with the resources are not applying it where it should be applied and getting the development that is needed in Nigeria. That's a major issue. Don't we have scientists? Don't we have people who have been able to make all these suffocation, that all those things I'm talking about? We have them. But where is the political will to apply those people and give them the ability to bring those things to play? Look, do you know that the first pounded this in technology, the one that they developed now, which they're selling, it was developed in the University of Nigeria by a Nigerian student, first and foremost, and government didn't support him, and it was bought by a company who eventually made a model of it. I'm simply saying we have the talent, we don't have commensurate government backup for those simple young men who have this, whose desire, the fastest computer was designed by a Nigerian. Come on, I don't even want to go through that direction. But I'm saying that we still have what it takes. Where is the government backup for those things when those talents are discovered? I have a Nigerian, I know him personally. I'm not saying somebody told me, who is able to use any form of water, just a small stream, to develop dam that can generate electricity all around Nigeria. Was that project not presented to the government? What did they do with it? Instead, they were asking him that they would take 80% and give him 20% if they allow them to implement it. Look, so let's not go there. Let's not get it boiled over. It's not the Nigerian people that's in the street that's the problem. I see your hand.
Sorry, KJ. Sorry, I beg your pardon. KJ. I'm not totally sure that you've understood what has just been said, but in terms of the level of urgency, the level of crisis, what you just said, we all know this. We've said the obvious. You think that we're not proud to be Nigerians. You think that we know what Nigerians are. I'll just give you an example of one Nigerian man in this country now, because of this Nigerian man, over 2 years, it turned this around and is beating the likes of Eton. We know we have the talent. You have to repeat nonsense. We're speaking about the crisis that we are in. This is why you are shouting, because it seems like it's not getting into your head. Okay. The heads of the people, we need to stand up, my brother. We can't take this rubbish. You're just telling me that a talented man has gone to the government. I don't want to shout. I'm putting these things to you and to the panel and to anybody who's listening, that we might appreciate that we don't have a government. My goodness, what are you talking about? We do not have anything called government in that country.
Okay.
I mean,
okay,
that kind of statement would make someone like me very upset.
I don't know why you should be upset. This is not a personal thing. I don't know why you should be upset. We're simply having a discussion.
It's about being personal, brother. It's about being national.
Okay.
To be national. And the nation is the people, not the government.
Thank you, Jagu. Your mic is not working properly. Fix it, please. Okay. Let's move on. And I have some people behind stage, and Bumi, we're going to round up in the next 30 minutes.
Put me behind.
You know, go allow me to respond. How about?
Okay, I don't think there's a need for that, because
not even to them. Remember when I started by, we are selfish, right? We put our personal interest and emotion at the center stage, at the expense of the younger one who are listening, who are supposed to benefit from history. Now, two things here. That, and again, my message to Edo people, more now listen, right? Because this thing brings out two things out, which is at the center of our problem, right? When I say we should stop listening to argue, this is 2024. The idea of blaming this, blaming that, you are not even in a position to blame anybody in the first place. And on a caveat, Nigeria has government, Nigeria have government. They don't just work for you. That is very different. The young people should understand that there's a government in Nigeria. It's not just working for you. Now, there are two people you will see either on the TV or on the internet, right? those who are there to reinforce the narrative of the elite. That's what you are seeing displaying here. They will gaslight you to be massacred, right? Because all of a sudden they are immune to what the reality. We are talking about international politics. It's a jungle. What do you have to even be there anyway to look any other person's face? These same people will tell you don't blame the West, but at the same time, they want to tell you there's no government. Why? So that they will blame you, the ordinary person. And that's why I say those people should listen, right? You have a candidate today that they cannot come and criticize him based on what he has been doing in public. They say he knows speak English. We have people who left Nigeria 2 days ago, 20 years ago, who all of a sudden, how to eat is no longer their problem. Now you, who every day you wake up, how do you feel is your problem? You are the problem. How much are they investing so that you can actually even know what is happening around you? Because the goal of Arise, Channels, AIT is for you not to know a damn what goes on around you, for you to remain perpetual dumb and deaf. Guess what? They succeeded. And that is why you are seeing people re-echoing. They cannot relate to you anymore. They prefer to spend their money to mobilize you for a cause, for an election, but they will not spend their time and their resources to organize because it involves education, right? I am not calling Nigerian people dumb, but the truth is that from what we are displaying, we don't understand how international politics work. For you to say the people should rise against the government that is there to serve a special interest, you have to equip them. You have to educate them. But most importantly, you have to meet them halfway. We lack in all this capacity, we in diasporans. But guess what? Because food no be a problem again. It's hard for us to just descend on those people, say, now them be the problem. They are not the problem. The people that we have and they are very educated. They know exactly what they are doing. Exactly what they are doing. And guess what? It is not about you. It is about their interest. If these people who are coming here to say blah, 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 let them go down and put in the work. All we need is just 25% of the people to be what? Conscious. 25%. We get what right. But they are not ready to do that. So when you are taking your time to tell you how reality works, in the world that I live in, I don't know the world that you live in. In what I live in, it's reality. In what I live in, you as a country of Africa, you are in shit. Until you forget that you are colonized. You record that you don't have freedom in this world. That is the beginning of your progress. That's where you know how to attack it from. We are conquered people. Whether you have to recognize that first. So before you come and blame the majority, who the people are forgotten, just like the people of Edo, who cannot relate to the government of Basek anymore, and they are trying to make them realize that the only thing they can say by Monday is that he doesn't know how to speak English. These are the character you are seeing here. A man who has been a senator for 4 years, a man who has been an astute businessman. They cannot criticize what he has done, but they say he knows how to speak English. This is what we have today, 2024. They claim to be educated, they claim to know it all. All they do is to gaslight. Go do the work and see if change will come. People who dare to be free, they did not just do it, they do the work. Go do the work. If you don't know the work, I will tell you. Identify people who are patriotic, identify people who are futuristic, who can see more than you, who can see more than 50 years, but most importantly, people who are not greedy like me and you, who refuse to go and actually take the people ahead on, we ran away from the country. But today we look back and accuse them of not doing what they're supposed to do. Why me and you run? If they burn you out for abroad, why your parents run? They don't have what it takes to fight what is ahead of them. That's why we run. Stop blaming them.
Calm down.
They did not commit any offense by being Nigerians. The situation today, it is not spiritual. It is deliberate. Our leaders are deliberating doing whatever they are doing, from business elite to religious elite. You can come here to ba. If the only way you resort to an insult, it is because you lack in depth of the subject matter.
Thank you.
That's why.
Thank you.
Stop blaming people. We are not here to blame the West. We are here to tell you how the game works internationally.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. You have made a lot of contributions. Can I take you backstage now so that I can also get other people who have not spoken to speak? Thank you.
If I can just say one
minute. Also with Jagun, get other people also to come in. All right, thank you so much. We are rounding up. Yeah, Bumi, go ahead. We are rounding up. So I see you, Father, sorry. Once Bumi finishes, I'll come to you.
Yeah, it's just 1 minute so that we don't lose chain of thought about. I just wanted to add to what KJ said and what Jagon said. I think they are all just seeing things from slightly different positions. It's not like they are what Jagon said was wrong, that Nigerian people as a whole, we are ultimately responsible. But if you look at it, you can't just say the people are to be blamed, because when they are not equipped with the right information, how can they know? And I can even take it further and say, you can't even blame our leaders. How did they? Because when we truly lost the country was before they were born. The power was handed over to them. They were collaborators. So how can you blame them? They grew up as servitude to the British, and the British handed over to them. What do you expect them to do? Overnight, turn on them and start stabbing them in the back? It's not easy to do that, because they know you before you, your father and your father's father probably served them. So it's not that simple. We should not just be fighting each other here about an issue we don't fully understand yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Bumi. Go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. So my submission was kind of in the line of what Ovie was also kind of talking about. I think when this election that happened first, when it happened, I was very pissed at Nigerians. But then after doing some reflecting, I stopped being pissed at Nigerians, because at the end of the day, I wasn't in Nigeria. And if I should say I'm a Nigerian and I should say I want the best for Nigeria, then I should talk. I should do my talk, or I should walk the talk. I cannot just keep on being in Nigeria, because those are the ones going through. They are facing the pressure. So as much as we can be angry with them, I do think we need to give them grace, a little bit of grace, because it's not easy. What I wanted to say before was regards to what Mr. Ike made a great point in terms of when he said that he didn't really study politics, so he doesn't really know a lot about politics. But I think that's where we should focus more in terms of education. I don't think you have to study politics or economics, but we should make sure that each and every person in our environment has some basic understanding about our government, how things work, policies, protectionist policies, and also our history as people. Because those are the people who vote for the next government. Those are the ones that will actually lead us to the next future. You've seen videos of people saying, oh, they were part of the people that were beating people or stopping them from voting, but now they are regretting ever doing that. Those are the people that were not informed about how their actions will actually lead to this consequence, and they will reap out of it. So I do think, as much as we're angry, I do think a lot needs to be focused on educating people. You don't need to have a degree in politics or economics, just some basic theory about policies and everything. That's from that angle. But I wanted to say something in regards to the China stuff, and I think Ovie kind of pointed on it. It's not that we're not saying we shouldn't fight, but we need to know where we are as people. We need to know our position in this world that we're in. And to be honest, we don't have power in the current world that we live in. We might have numbers and we might have brain, but the true power, we are not even close to it. When forefathers in Ovie mentioned nuclear power, that is a bigger power than any other power that we as Nigerians have. Because at the end of the day, if we should go study what happened in Hiroshima, not that those people were weak. They were not weak, but it just took America dropping one bomb on them that they were like, oh, let's stay our lane. So imagine if America decides to drop that on us. What are we going to do? We cannot retaliate. Have all the brains you want. Have all the Okonje Wala or all the people in medicine. If they choose to drop one atomic bomb on you, what are you going to do? Absolutely nothing. And that's why you need to study other countries. When it comes to Cuba, when Cuba decided to go against America, it took America just doing some basically stopping them in the world trade to just cripple the economy. That could happen with us too. We don't have influence, and I think what we should be working as people, as a society, is trying to grow our influence into the world.
Okay.
It's very clear that the West might not have our best interest. Now, when it comes to China, I'm not saying we should go and do the same thing we're doing with the West, but we need to have some person in the top and roll with them. That's exactly what the Sahara region, that's what they're doing. They have left one and they're going to the other, because you need to find someone that will protect you. Because right now in the present world, none of any African country has any power. Even South Africa, they don't even have the power. They don't have nuclear power. They cannot have. I don't think we're realizing that numbers, because you say, oh, we have 16 to 40 years old, 40 years in our, because we have a big population. That's nothing.
Okay, Bumi.
That's actually nothing.
I love all your submission, and they make a lot of sense. But we're rounding up, so I wanted to give Ejeagha enough time to be able to make his contribution, and also Mama Hecho, and Forefather have not spoken much, and Pastor Andrew also. So I'm going to give Ejeagha, and then I'll just go in that direction so that all of us can have a bite before the 6 o'clock time we're aiming for. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
What do you want me to talk about? I don't know. Actually, don't worry about it. I came here for forefathers and for righteous man. Forefathers, he said something about ethnic bigotry and people who spew hate online. He said something about people who spew hate in Lagos. And I just wanted to, thank him for the ones he spew online. Whenever he comes here, he gives those people, like the ember to, throw whatever they throw. Once, he justifies the killing of Igbos, that they sang a song in 1960 something or so, whatever, and so it was justified that they were killed. And he makes this kind of statement online, while those in Lagos, they make their own, in Lagos. So, in all and all, Forefather is among those people who are spewing ethnic bigotry, who those people who have ethnic sentiment. He's one of them. So, if we are talking about problem with Nigeria, Forefather is one of the problems with Nigeria. And I want to talk. What's his name? Righteous man. I don't know what is wrong with him. I think he has to go and get himself checked. All the time he comes here talking about people who overseas. Forefathers, if you are tired of being Nigeria, just move overseas. If you can't solve your problem here, we have our own problems here. We're dealing with Trump in the US. People in Europe, they deal with their own problems. That's the way they live. People. The French people, they got tired of their government. They rose up, and there was French Revolution. It's the same thing in Russia, the same thing in the US. People, they didn't go to the embassy, to protest or do whatever. I don't know what is wrong with you people. You can't take the matter into your hand. How many of us are overseas? Probably how many of us, have papers overseas? I mean, you don't expect people who don't have papers to come and they protest, and then they get rounded up. People that beat up what's his name, in London. I mean, in Germany, they went to jail, and they want me to leave my family, leave my mortgage, and go and fight for you. Showore left Nigeria, left his family, and came to Nigeria. Was arrested, detained for 5 years. He didn't see his family. One day did you guys rise up, say freeze Showore, and then you want me to leave my family and to come here to be protesting for you people. You people are not hungry. Nothing is wrong with you guys. You guys, like you guys are strong. You guys have money. If you guys have problem, you will rise up like people of Bangladesh. Nobody protested in the embassy in Bangladesh. Their embassies all over the world. Nobody did. There are people in their country. They took over. They protested. Chinese, the same thing when the Tiananmen Square, whatever. Chinese, they rose up even with the oppressive government. So when you go to Malawi, the same thing, they rose up against their government. all over Africa, people they rise up against their government. You don't wait for people to go to embassy. But if you guys you can't take care of yourself, stay there, waiting. Tinubu is, I think, I don't know, you and the Tinubu, maybe, you guys, playing in the same league. You want us to, Tinubu is punishing Nigerians. Some of us, a lot of us who are here, we send the money to our people in Nigeria. It's increasing, fuel price so that we will send more money. It's like, he's trying to bankrupt us who are here. And then he want us, come on, bro. It rise, Showore did something, rise up and do something. Tinubu and co, they protested when Jonathan was in there, and take a cue, find out how they did their protest. When we were in Nigeria, we used to protest in the universities, against this, military government. We protested against what's his name, IBB. We protested against Abacha. So why can't you guys, just take a cue, get yourself together and protest? You're waiting for us. I don't know. I don't want to be hearing. I mean, it's have your say. You can say whatever you want to say, but I will always come here, to say my own, to tell you to, just do your job. Take care. If your family is suffering, rise up and do something like a man. Don't. I'm not suffering. I'm eating well. I don't have problems. Okay. So if I have problems, I deal with my government. I deal with Joe Biden. So if you have problems there, deal with your Tinubu and his go. Don't stop inviting them, because nobody. If anybody comes, the same thing, they will get him arrested and put in jail. No, people will not protest. He was outside, protesting. They went and brought him to Nigeria. He's been in prison. What you guys do in Eastern Nigeria just to do, sit down on Monday. You haven't risen up and protest. No, you want people, all of us, to come here and protest, bro. Take it easy, bro. Anyway, I don't have any other to listen today. I just came for these two guys.
KJ, we can't hear you.
KJ.
Sorry, thank you
so KJ, much. I want to sleep. No, KJ, I want to go and sleep, please.
Yes.
I want to go and sleep. There are some statements that I cannot accommodate. Some people looks as if they have taken something, and when they take something, they think they are above any other person.
So hold on, righteous man, hold on. You see, we are rounding up this program. We're not going to start another program. Another program is starting by 6, just in 9 minutes. So what this thing that are going to start now is not going to end now. Please, I beg you. We understand we all of us understand that it doesn't mean that you are taking anything. Calm down. Let's not always be this thing. Calm down. Even me, people have been. I mean, in fact, Pansa has said taking me to court. I don't even have money to go get a lawyer. So now that you want to take me to court, I don't know whether forefather will help me to defend me. So please, let's calm down. Okay. So, having said that, please calm down. Don't be annoyed. I'm not shutting you down. I'm just saying calm down. I beg, Biko. Yes, Mama Hecho, you take 3 minutes so I can go around. Just 3 minutes, please.
Mr. Okija, your response, even though it's your say, is unacceptable. There is no way any of us will exclude ourselves from the problem of Nigeria. Neither are we going to exclude ourselves from the solution. If you do not want to support the solution for yourself, support it for your children. Yes, they are born here, but their origin, their ancestral land is your land of birth. So if you do not want to support solution, do it for the younger generation. Righteous man is right. We in diaspora, we have a role to play. We do not need to join them at home to protest at home, but we have a role to play from here. And if we are waiting for the Western world to come and help us, sorry, as long as they are benefiting, they like the crisis that is going on. So if you have no reason to want to join for solution, is it easy for you? Yes, yeah, you are not hungry, you have everything, your family at home, or all your families are here, all your relatives are here. Before we thought the insecurity is far away from us. Look at what is happening in Delta State right now. That is my state. I came back so that all of us will work together and find solution from here that will communicate with others at home. This mindset we have of when they profess this, if they say strike, protest, this group is not protest, it's not going to happen anymore.
Okay, my head, you have 1 more minute.
My only minute is say, I call most of you, and I said we are going to have a meeting which involve what I discussed with all of you, so that we can find, after doing that, we can now agree and see how we can work the talk of solution. And now you want to discard it and go for the second program. Dr. Damages, I reach out to you. You promised me. And instead of discussing it with your host, you people want to go for the second one. Congratulations.
Okay, hold on,
man. If you do that, you will not see me until you call me for that meeting. I promise you that.
Okay, hold on, man.
How many hours it took me to reach out to all of you?
Hello, man. Hold on
but
now.
You're not going to give me that meeting offline.
Hold on now. Hold on. We have not shut down the studio.
I will not show up.
Mama Hecho, hold on. Mama Hecho, hold on. We have not shut down the studio.
No, I've been asking you to give me an answer.
Hold on. These programs have already been selected before. They have been advertised. It's been selected to run. So whatever will happen will still happen. But maybe
it's not the program that runs.
I'm trying to provide you an answer now. You are trying to provide an answer. The program will not take the length it used to take, but it will definitely run because it's already been programmed. It's already been slated to happen. Okay, but it may not go to the length it has to go to. So please, let's be civil. And that's the only way I know how to operate. I don't know any other way.
Please, I ask you to reach out to Dr. Damaji. I work with time. I have other things that I'm leaving behind. You be the host. I have reached out to you. Reach out to Dr. Damaji. Give me a time. Let me reach out to the people involved. This is the time. And click on this link by this time. Why is that difficult for you people to give to me? That is not fair.
Okay, the Pastor Andrew, I will leave him to answer that when he takes over the program. They will do what they need to do. But let's just conclude this. Forefather, do you have your concluding statement?
Yeah, thank you for having me, and greetings to all of you that have contributed. I think we shouldn't necessarily be fighting ourselves over, we are all in agreement that something needs to be done, and some people have different ways of approaching it, but we shouldn't necessarily turn on each other. Ejeagha, I don't know, man. For some reason, you really come after me as if I'm some kind of enemy of this thing. We are all the same people, and somebody has to call some things out for what they truly are. You can't expect me to see something and keep quiet about it. We owe it to ourselves and the generations to come to speak the truth to things the way we see it. The two eyes that I have,
and that I have is all I can use. And what I saw is what I said. And I'm not taking sides on these things. And there's no use of people taking sides, because all this taking sides business is what got us into this mess. And I see that our leaders are very, very lacking in their ability to rally our people together. Why should we be fighting ourselves? We know how we got here. Personally, to an extent, I have an understanding of how we got here. And when you realize it, it's hard to even start pointing fingers. Even to the even current leaders, it's hard to even start pointing fingers at them. Because history has unfolded the way it unfolded. If you want to go far back, you can go far back as Mansa Musa or the leaders that lost the country to Igbo people. Because the ones that were handed over to in independence were groomed for generations. They were groomed to serve. That's what we are dealing with, and we are still fighting that shackle to pull it off. We fight ourselves, it's not going to get us anywhere. We all, to an extent, believe in a better Nigeria, or at least a better world for our children.
Okay. Thank you.
If we believe in that, no, let me finish what I'm saying, sorry. If we believe in that, we need to find a way to see beyond our differences and try to focus on what truly works. Sometimes you may not get your way when you are trying to do something, but learn to fall in line. That's what I would say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ihemen.
Fine. Thank you very much. On this China Africa initiative, I would say that conclude on that even though there might be significant concerns about this kind of relationship, but we can still approach it with optimism. And this advice would go to our leaders that, as an observer that I am, I hope they go there with strong negotiators so that they can negotiate and have the maximum benefit from this meeting. And I hope that they can ask for value-added initiatives that can help us. In fact, I hope that they make it a kind of sine qua non, that these are things that we need here, and if it's not going to work, then there's no need for such a relationship. I hope they can be bold enough to make these decisions for the future. And also to everyone on the panel and to our people listening, I have this advice for everybody, that in the Game of Thrones, there are several characters. Some are Ned Stark, their head will just be cut off for being good. Some, they'll be like Varys. They'll be the wise ones who will be observing and be giving advices. Yet we have some, like the Hundu, we have to take the knife and go and fight. For someone like Jagun, his name is even Jagun. And for people that have the kind of spirit that he has, I would say to channel those energies to push the narrative forward in the best way that you can. Because for you to be angry is because you are saying that something is wrong. But please don't let the silence or the dissociation from others make you weak or weaken your spirit. It is your way to understand. This is the way God has given you the idea. Take it up that way, and hopefully people like you will gather together and fight it the best way you can. Trust me, it's not going to be a war that one ideology is going to win. Everybody will have to come in their own unique way.
Okay.
To fight it. So advice. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Ike. Mr. Ike, 1 minute. You have 1 minute, Mr. Ike.
Thank you. Now, statistic will go chop. That is the situation we are now, right? Now, statistic will go chop. Now, from consumption to production, we go chop. Now, with the chop, so all this big grammar way that they speak here, I know consign me. Understand? It is the whatever you sow is what you reap. That is what the Bible tells me. So whatever a man sows is what he reaps. There is no running away from what is happening in Nigeria. You know, like Okija said, we that are outside here, you might be thinking that it's not affecting us, like as you said. If you give if you give $100 today, tomorrow they will tell you that the price of oil is 1,200, which means next time it's going to be 200. So it is equally, they are equally taking the hard-earned money that I am making here, because I did not plant any tree in my house that plant dollar, that at the end of every month, I go to pluck them, right? Like as I used to say, I didn't go to university. It is the grace of God, and His commitment is credibility. It is being honest that put me where I am today. It was not based on my paper qualification, but it was based on my commitment. It was based on my tenacity to survive and succeed. It was based on honesty. It was based on trust that I put me to a place where I am today. So I don't care how many degrees you have. That's your business. My problem is that let us be honest to ourselves. Whatever that is happening in Nigeria is affecting me, is affecting any of us that is outside, right? So if I make $200 in a month, instead of me sharing that $200 now, I have to give it to one person, because that is what it is. And sometimes the people back home should also understand that we don't plug this money, because at the end of the day, even before you receive your salary, all the taxes you have to pay, they have taken it away from your salary. The only thing that you see that you have there is one of going to take you and your family for the next 30 days, right? So please, let us not think that the people that are outside don't care what is going on in Nigeria. We are suffering also. The pain is too much on our side also, because if all of us live in the world, in the developed world, if you have a problem, you can't run to anybody. Nobody is ready to help anybody. This is why people commit suicide, because we believe we live in Europe and America, but you don't have friends, you don't have family. If you're suffering on your own. Nobody, you don't have anybody who can say, oh boy, borrow me 200 naira. Oh boy, please, can you give me $500? It doesn't work in developed world. Everybody is fighting on his own. Okay. In Nigeria, you can go to your brother in the nation. I beg, oh boy, I beg, give me 2,000 naira. Tomorrow I give you. It's simple.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your conclusion. I'm not going to come to you again, righteous man. What I want to thank you for being out there and hanging with us all through. We understand how difficult things are, and how much you spend on data. I really appreciate your being here. Thank you, every one person. Ms. Okija, Okija, I thank you also.
Right, KJ.
Sir.
KJ, give him 1 minute. Give him 1 minute to feel good about me. Give him 1 minute, please.
Let me say something. Okija, we are not age mates, and I have nothing in common to drag with you. Hear me very clearly. You are an Igbo man like me. I have nothing in common to drag with you, and we are not age mates. Whether you live with Biden in the White House, that's your business. It's not my business.
Okay,
and I never called up.
Hold on. I don't want to end the program on that note. That's why I said better you don't say. No. Please.
KJ, please.
No.
KJ.
No.
KJ, this guy said I.
No.
An insult. Why will he make such a?
No, I've already addressed that.
I have not spoken. KJ, you didn't give me the floor to speak.
There are other people who are supposed to speak. I personally appeal to
when he made that statement, you didn't tell him it's wrong. Am I his age mate?
I did that. Let's not get to that point. I did that. And
let him come to Nigeria. If you feel he's a man, he should come here. He should not be living in a foreign land that another person paid the price to build. And be talking
of what use is that this thing? It doesn't make any. It doesn't move the discussion forward. Of what use is it? You see, it doesn't matter. You see, the bigness of yourself is when you're able to absorb some of these things and not even respond to it. He has made his own contribution. Everybody understand what you're trying to say. Let us end on a good note. I don't want us to end in this direction. Look, we don't have any key to Aso Rock to change Nigeria. Everybody's contribution, no matter how valid it is It is still your own contribution. You don't have any key that you're going to use to plug in now and change Nigeria just because you have spoken. Let us be mindful of that. Go ahead, Pastor Andrew, so I can round up. Other people are waiting to take over the program. I'm not going to take any more
comments. Yeah, thank you. With your permission, AKJ, after I do my submission, can we round up with your permission, please? You are the moderator.
Yes, I've said that I'll round up when you finish.
Okay.
Please, you people should give me time before you round up. I need time that the backstage will be free. Which time are you people closing your second program? I need time because I have put effort for this meeting to hold offline today.
I've already said that. You see, this is, I know they understand this.
You don't give me time. Now I say give me time. You don't give me time.
I don't know when the program will end. Pastor Andrew will communicate with you on that.
And you should be able to communicate with me now so that I can go and rest. I have not slept since 12 o'clock last night till now.
Okay, he'll talk to you. He send you a message offline, backstage. Thank you.
First and foremost, I acknowledge your message. I've been very busy, so my day has been very choked, and that is why. But to summarize everything, whichever way we argue, it is still down to the hand of the people, which is the citizens, either at home or abroad, to change the narrative or to change the situation on ground. So, but like what Bumi said, what we can do at this point is education, sensitizing people's mind, orientation. Like somebody asked a question the other day, I think some few days back, as to what, let me see, he said, asking, what do you have in your hand that you can use to bring about change? And that's a very valid question that the person, what do we have in our hands that we can use to bring about change? So that is where we are right now. What do I have? What do you have? So, and that is what we're gonna do. So on this note, I want to say thank you to KJ, and like he said, with his permission, Mama H, we can't give a time for that broadcast, but if you can join us, you know when we are finishing. You know when we are finishing. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because we're still Mama H, hold on. No, what you're discussing now is not part of this program. It is.
If you are going to spend 6 hours, tell me you are spending 6 hours. I will go and sleep and wake up. I reach out to you. I send you text. I couldn't speak to you before this meeting because I did not get your number on time. I have been on this issue for the past 2 or 3 days.
Okay.
So I want to resolve it once and
with
for
you
all.
outside of this. Please,
give me time, make I go. Is that wrong?
I can't give you time because, for example, this broadcast should have ended. It's now stretching up into the other segment, so it's not within my power, or I can't project time. So we can stay 1 hour.
Okay.
We can stay.
Okay. Let's leave it at that, Pastor Andrew. Let's leave it at that, so we also can move. Now, something needs to be said very, very quickly. This is supposed to be a broadcast, and everything we're supposed to be discussing is official. If whatever you're going to bring is not official while we're on live transmission, please don't bring it. It's not everybody who is listening all around the world. We have more than 215 people watching this or listening. I don't think they're interested in what goes on after the meeting and all that. But what we're interested in is what we are discussing, the topic we have advertised. That's what I brought them. Let's keep it simple and short. If you went to discuss in CNN, you don't begin to discuss your other matters as the program is going on. You answer the question you have been given the opportunity to speak about. And after that, you sign up. If there's anything I think can be done behind, please, let's be a bit more professional. Having said that, I want to thank everybody who have sat in. I want to thank Righteous Man, for being able to oblige me to say, look, let's cut this instead of, ending the program in that order. I want to thank Okija also for his contribution, and also to say, look, there's no need for us to use any language that people will not be offended. It doesn't help us move the discussion forward. I want to thank him. You've been around, and you've actually been around, even though not much. You didn't get to speak all the time, but you have been around to support the program. I want to also thank Mr. Ike, who also has just sat quietly. In fact, I really praise you today. He has been from the beginning of the program, and he's not harassing anybody. Has not been speaking. He's just been there, and the few times he spoke, very eloquently. I want to thank Forefather also for showing up in his new attire. At least today, he didn't wear his normal face cap, and so we celebrate your newness. You're even fairer than when you last saw you. So you must have enjoyed your wherever you went to. Good to see all of you and the panelists, especially Mr. my uncle and friend, Pansa, who won't take me to court. Please, I beg you, don't take me to court. I don't have money to go to court. But whatever it is, you see, let us always jaw about it. None of us, no matter how brilliant our ideas are going to change Nigeria just because I've spoken about it today. But if we constantly build on these discussions, someday, somehow, you will have an opportunity to make the change, or somebody will hear your very brilliant idea and make that change. But as it is now, let's not depend on the people in diaspora to come and change Nigeria. It will not work that way. And I totally agree. And this is what made me to stop being an activist. Okay, what Okija said, it touched me because this was what we were doing when we were doing activism. We will say we'll not go agree. And then when people get into trouble, nobody comes to look. They just live their life. They continue. And I said this thing many times, here on this program. Those people that you fight for, you stand, you do all that. So when you don't have the conviction, I said to myself that I'm going to be a one-man gang. So if I decide to do something, I go all out. I'm not looking for anybody who is going to back me up, because most of the time when you turn around, those people are not there to back you up. It has happened many times. Delegua was a brilliant reporter. He did so much. In fact, when the News Watch was running, that was what we used to use as our essays in school those days. We'll come back and read the English and everything. Okay? But when Delegua, had the issue he had, which, eventually, took him out of this world, he didn't, nobody went to the street. Nobody protested. Nothing. People went, even those he worked with, some of them denied him. They said they didn't even know that he had such privileged information. So what am I trying to say? As much as we want to protest, as much as we want to do certain things, as much as let us know that you have to beat yourself on the chest and say, I'm going this all by myself. And that's why sometimes it's good you always count the cost. The Bible says no one buys a land without, first of all, build a house without first of all counting the cost. Count the cost of everything and then know how to apply wisdom to it. On that faithful note, I thank every one of you, and I will hand over to the platform to the man himself who has come with a holy Bible, and they are going to be discussing things that are very holy. And if you stay tuned, you will hear these holy things. They are not things that you can joke with. All of you need to know some of these things. Just wait behind. I don't want to lay the cat out of the bag. I will leave you with this Ferrari's video and why they set up for the next one.
Well, there was
Thank
a
you
book,
so much.
George Friedman, the geopolitical analyst. He wrote a book in the early 2000s called The Next 100 Years, where he tried to sort of forecast what the world might look like in the year 2100. He began by talking about what the world looked like in the year 1900, and then he goes sort of decade by decade, how radically everything changed between, say, 1900 and 1930, or 1930 to 1950, and so on. And it's truly astonishing how many drastic paradigm shifts took place. Empires fell, empires rose, world wars, on and on. Really breathtaking global shifts. When you look at history that way, it's hard to wrap your head around how many changes can actually take place in a relatively short amount of time. Basically, within one person's lifetime, everything can change. In 1900, like he says in his book, London was the center of the world. There was no communism, no Soviet Union. There was the Ottoman Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and so on. The Americans mostly stayed on their side of the Atlantic. And it seemed like this is how things would just be. indefinitely. But just a short 40 years or so later, everything changed. England was demolished in the World War. The Ottomans were gone. The Soviets emerged. Germany took over France, on and on. Really radical, unthinkable changes. Then if you go ahead a few more decades to the 1980s, again, it seems like a completely different world. And then on forward to the 2000s, it's remarkable. Everything changed. And when you think about that, when you think about how many huge paradigmatic pendulum swings there have been, that have taken place and that do take place in just a matter of decades, it makes certain continuities even more astonishing. When you're able to maintain a constant amidst the radical changes that sweep over every other element of international relations, global power relationships, international relations, and so on, when you're able to actually keep something unchanged, it lets you know just how important, how paramount it is that this particular status quo remains intact, how important it is to those who are keeping it intact. And I'm talking now about the West's relationship with Africa, because the West's economic relationship with Africa has not fundamentally changed in over 800 years. This is absolutely stunning. If the drastic and rapid changes that can occur and have occurred within the West over just 1 or 2 decades, if that's breathtaking, well, what about the fact that nothing has changed between the West and Africa in basically a millennium? I mean, the relationship was ruthlessly extractive 800 years ago, and it's ruthlessly extractive now. And you can't help but recognize that keeping things this way simply must not only be important to the West, but literally it must be the most important thing to the West. It's so important to them that they have always maintained this status quo no matter what else changes in the world. Wallahi, they're dedicated to the subjugation and the exploitation of Africa more than they're dedicated to anything else. Everything else is allowed to change except for this. This must never change. And it's not difficult to see why. I mean, it's the subjugation and the exploitation of Africa that has enabled the West to impersonate a superior civilization. It's like a con man, a drifter who tries to convince people that he's some sort of an aristocrat or a monarch or something. Well, he needs to have some kind of a display of a monarch's wealth in order to be convincing. And that's been the whole basis for what the West claims about itself being superior. The whole basis has always been that they're materially successful. So, okay, today you have iPhones and technology, you have a high standard of living and so forth. So that means that you must be better. You must be more intelligent. You must be more evolved. You must be more civilized, more advanced than the rest of us. I mean, look how nice their places are. See how much better their stuff is. Well, this is all reliant upon the vicious pillage and plunder of Africa. Without this subjugation, without this exploitation of Africa, Europe and the West would be nothing but crude, emaciated serfs, barely producing enough to survive. Their wealth was primarily derived from theft and plunder, from piracy and slavery, from mass murder and crime. This is just the historical reality. Because of the subjugation of Africa, first through chattel slavery, the extraction of Africa's human resources, and now through the extraction of natural resources, the West has been able to maintain this artificial, unearned status as a so-called civilization. Keeping Africa subject, subordinate, suppressed, and impoverished is an existential need for the West. It's the only way that they can keep up the pretense of their supremacy. Because again, the pretense of their supremacy has never been based upon any actual advancement, any actual sophistication, any actual moral or intellectual development. It has always been based on the violent accumulation of wealth and resources, upon brute power, deceit, and conniving. And Africa, the subjugation of Africa, is the most vital necessity for keeping this con going. I mean, right now, the trade relationship between the West and Africa is that something like 70% of exports to Africa from the West are manufactured goods,